Alright, folks. Welcome back, everyone. 皆さん、おかえりなさい。今日は344日目です。It is day 344. Today, I guess we're moving all of these things because that's what, 20? Right now, it's 17 or around 18, 1800 hours. So, we're not gonna get to this, which will be moved to tomorrow, which will collect this many, which isn't too bad. And then, actually, are we on our second or third day? We're on our third day. So tomorrow, I guess we'll have roughly 248. That's not too bad. For day 4? Huh. Today will be very quick. So 5 miscellaneous ones, and then our current one should be fresh in the head. So let's get into it. Relatively quick. Uncle. 話す。驚かす。乾かす。乾かす。秘密。密告。
不審。
不審。掃除する。便秘。便秘。This one's kind of weird. A little bit weird. 正直。年次。天然。Special one. Bit rough. Oh. I thought it was. Oh no, that's various. A bit weak on that. Multiculturalism. チラシ。華話。
その。
夜更かし。編集する。たまる。たまる。Close enough. 散らかす。厳しい。真似。真似。お世辞。川。居候。Oh boy. Living. Oh. Being like, oh, dang, freeloaders, rough. Oh, 散歩する。迎える。興味。里芋。捨てる。泥沼。編集者。ぬぐ。お。現金。決める。 Samakage. Samatakeru. Samatakeru. Yofuke. Isogu. 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 Nozoite. Isoka. Soka. Suppai. Kamotsuzen. Okay. Dorobo. Oops, my M doesn't work. Hakaba. Sanso. Mitsuyu. Oh, not struggling, smuggling. Oof. I was thinking of something else. I was typing.
Mikkai.
Alright. Yeah, we'll have 243 items tomorrow. Not too bad. That's on the high side. But probably we'll get through it pretty quickly. It's usually the burn items that have too much time eclipsing, so is there going to be a time for that this week around? So we do 243. We have time on Wednesday. Wednesday is a leap day. We're relying on day 4s to be burnout days, because then Thursday is a lesson day again. So usually every 4 or 5 days, there's an opportunity to work on some burnout items. Try to look at any weak spots, practice some other memory tools. All right. This is day 3, so now we're going straight from our read. The definition. All right. So, he, flatulence. Ko, crotch. Shi, magazine. Mado, window. I, no. In, muscle. Sui, dangle or drip. Sen, proclaim. Son, revered. Chu, loyal. Ke, respect. O, livelihood. Hai, ash. Got stuck on this a little bit. E, differ. Ko, or all. Emperor. Se, isle. Deep. Prosperous. Something like that. Mixture of those. Sa, shot. Sand. Coal. Sugar. Got a little stop on here too. Hai. Lung. Cho. Author. Soul. Show. Attire. Buddha. Oops. Buddha. Backside. I stopped on various because I was thinking of two different things there. Sho. For various. Chin. Rent. And Uwasa. Or rumor. Alright. That's a wrap for today. Not too bad. Alright folks, that's a wrap for WaniKani today. If you're gonna watch this later, arigatou gozaimasu. As always, feel free to follow along, pick up WaniKani, give it a try for yourself. Let me know what you think. You're always welcome to yap, share some stories. Attempt to exchange, conversation and discussion. Maybe try to reach a point of empathy here and there, but that's pretty optional nowadays. I was caught up in a interesting discussion in the comment section by someone who was not quite reaching a point of empathy. We're always, I'm always here. Welcome. Make the attempt at trying to be rational, reasonable, and emotionally competent. Right. Until next time, 皆さんまたね。見てくれてありがとう. Right, thanks for watching. I'm gonna switch right on over to HanziHero today, being a short one. Give me a sec. Thank you. Alright folks, welcome back everyone. 欢迎大家回来。今天是337天 It's day 337. Got one thing to cover. Yesterday was pretty alright. It was Yi. Or suitable. And we kind of updated it retroactively. Use a dollhouse as a form of storage. So suitable storage for a bookshelf of memorabilia. Yoshi is working on that as a way to collect his adventures with Mario, right? Alright, let's get into our lessons.
歹徒
Evil follower. Evil doer. Oops.
歹徒沮丧
Song. Stop. Song. Loss. To be dispirited. To stop, to lose. So you're stopping because you lost something, not so it's like in the same direction as opposed to opposing direction, where like if you lose stop, then it would mean like it's negating it, but this is not negation. This is in the same direction. So when you stop something because you lost something, you're dispirited. You lost your spirit to continue, I guess. Dejected. To lose hope. Yes. That is something that is very topical for today's discussion later down the line.
沮丧
Dispirited would be definitely a word that I haven't used in a while.
瞄准
瞄准. To take aim at a standard. Take aim. Makes sense. The game. Okay.
瞄准，商贾，
香谷. Merchant plus merchant. Or salesman plus salesman. Merchant.
商贾，口哨，
Oh, xiao. Whistle. Mouth and whistle. Yeah. Xiao is a little bit weak because I always think of xiao as opposed to xiao. Xiao versus xiao. Xiao. Right there. Xiao versus xiao. Oh, xiao.
口哨，
Oh, xiao. Okay. Okay.
歹徒，瞄准，
瞄准，
商贾，口哨，
口哨。Yeah, that's a little bit rough.
沮丧，
沮丧。Alright.
棍子，
棍子. Gwyn's a bit rough too. But that makes sense. It's broad. Gwyn's.
棍子，妖媚，
Yao Mei. Yao bewitching, Mei flattering, bewitching, flattering, seductive.
妖媚，囤粮，
Wen Liang. Wen like stockpile, Liang, provision, stockpile. Okay.
囤粮，苛求，
Qiu. Ke is exacting and qiu demand. So either exacting or demanding. Like overly demanding, that's fine.
苛求，恶棍，
Guan. Is evil and Guan. Rod? Interesting. Evil rod. I wonder how rod works. Yeah, I wonder how Gwyn works. Alright. Evil rod. Is that calling someone a tool, but not a tool?
恶棍，
An evil tool? What do they have for it? A goon? A ruffian? I saw a ruffian. A thug. Okay. Okay. Okay.
棍子，苛求，恶棍，妖媚，囤粮，哨兵，
哨兵. Shao whistle and being like troop. That's a sentry, or like whistling as in like alerting sentry. To whistle, yeah, sentinel or a guard. Yeah. Whistle for intruders.
哨兵、妖精、
妖精 excuse me. 妖 oh, okay. Yeah, yeah. A bewitching spirit or essence. A fairy.
妖精、
I wonder what they call a siren.
古人、
无人 Maybe something dealing with like a serpent or something? Or fish? 无人 merchant, yeah. Merchant person.
古人、
无人
精、
精 cautious. Ooh. It's like double elder. You don't get double elder too often, actually. Yeah, you only have Jing, which is compute. Double elder is pretty rare. Do we have double merman? No. Interesting. Cautious. Jing. I mean, it looks like a Jing. Yeah, it looks like a Jing. The other one is Jing, right? Okay. Alright. Jimmy Neutron is in front of the English manor, lying on the immaculate lawn. He is quite cautious because he sees his two elder brothers, who look exactly like him, approaching from afar. Each holds a cross and has a strange look in their eyes. Jimmy cautiously gets up and starts walking quickly towards the English. Evil twins? I mean, that works. Works. Conscientious. Jing Jing, whoa. Jing Jing, yeah. Interesting. Jing Jing, yeah. Cautious business? Very cautious business. Conscientious. Alright.
精、韵、
Ying. To brew. Oh, there are quite a lot of companions for you, Yun. Although this is probably an action, right? So it's an action. So Yun probably like throw in like Yun cha to brew tea, or Yun cafe. Probably that's how it's gonna be used, where it stands alone, but it's probably coupled with something that you can brew, as opposed to using brew. It'd be interesting if it lines up with like infuse or something like that. Ying. Alright. Yugi's in the bathroom. Do you look like a Ying? I don't know what you look like. Bottle doesn't help too often. A plate or dish. No Yings. Not too many Yings. And then the person in the box, more like a Qing. No, Qiu. No, like mouth doesn't cover much. Like doesn't carry a sound too often. And I don't remember this combination. Oh wait, no. The closest I can think about is like dan. What is dan? One, which is off the dish. Oh, there's he. No, he's not close enough. Is it off the dish? Oh, yeah. One is the closest, but that's Ying. So, well, that doesn't help, huh? Okay. Yeah, we're on our own on this one. Put a bottle on it. Alright, Yuki, it has mouth, so that's gonna be a tough one. Yugi is in the bathroom of the infirmary. Ooh, this might actually work out. Where he is preparing to brew some beer. He has a bunch of empty bottles ready next to the sink and a couple of willing people lined up ready to try out his brewed stuff. He used a Yugi card. Oh no. I was thinking of Jimmy Neutron the whole time. Okay. He used the card to summon a magic mouth on top. Of course. Alright. Yugi is in the bathroom of the infirmary, where he is attempting to brew bottles of potions to heal the patients. He summons various ingredients alongside potions to offer people to consume by mouth. Okay. Good old Yugi. Alright. Oh. I don't have that. Do I? Ang. Oh no. Nyang. No, I haven't. Yeah. Is it brew brew? Interesting. Nyang.
运 哨兵
哨兵
经运
Oh wait, I missed the plate. Wait. How did I miss the plate? Is the plate even... Oh, I missed the dish entirely. Yugi bathroom infirmary where he attempts to brew bottles. He summons various... I don't know, various dishes of ingredients alongside bottled potions to offer people. Yeah. Okay, it's fair enough.
古人
古人 All right.
Yao Jing
Okay.
Ha
To lie prone. Well, that's awfully specific. This does look like a paw. Fins end up, or Fin and 8 ends up carrying a paw before. I think we had a paw, or is it ba? Oh no. How did pa? I could have sworn there was a pa. Oh, a little more. Yeah, here we go. So it's between ba and pa, like pa and ba, pa, pa. Either of those two would be a tough way to distinguish between them, though. Alright. This one's with a foot. Or one leg. Alright, Patrick Star is in front of the auditorium where he is lying prone on the cement. It kinda sounds like him. This is because he is trying to sneak under the security guard that stands high on two wooden legs, making sure nobody gets into the auditorium without a ticket. Patrick lies prone and crawls under him, sneaking in some fins as well, which he hopes to use as a snack when he watches the show. Do starfish have fins? What do you call... I guess they're just called arms. Prostrate. Oh, interesting. Prostrate. Yeah. I could use 8 instead. No. Yeah, we'll go with it. Let's see if it holds up. Hong Pa. House party? Oh no, this is being used like Hai Dui situation. Hong Pa shake? Like trembling, shaking, rumbling, lie prone, house party? Wait. Hong Pa. I mean, it kind of sounds like house party, sort of. I'm genuinely curious if this is supposed to be transliteration or not. The word is mainly used in Taiwan. It specifically refers to house parties that are excessive to the point where behavior becomes morally and legally dubious. Oh. I see the rumbling and lying prone now. Okay. So that's really okay. That's a quite a vivid imagery. Ha sha. Yeah, lie prone. Lie prone down.
Ha. 搓
To rub with the hands. I wonder if this lines up with 搓磨 or 搓擦 maybe something like that. Rub and scrub. Scrubbity dubbity rubbity. Or it could be clean, like 搓净, like rub clean. Keep it as in front. Keep it as in front of the office where there is a large crossbeam. Go on. He places a finger on the crossbeam, then rubs it with the hands all over the crossbeam while chanting strange love songs. Suddenly, the finger turns into a sheep. The office workers, surprised, all go up to it and rubs hand the sheep to ensure it's real. Okay. That's gonna. Alright, so Cupid is in front of the office building. Standing near a crossbeam. Right, crossbeam. He rubs the crossbeam with his delicate baby-like fingers to, I don't know, to produce an adorable sheep that enamors and raises office workers who places their gaze on it. Alright. Oh, and sure, fair enough. 搓手. And then washboard. Wow, I wasn't expecting that. 搓板. Alright. I like it. They went with an object and then the object that's doing it.
搓
Or that's fine.
智
Zhi. Do you look like a Zhi? I didn't see if Tuo looks like Tuo. Honestly, I don't know what that looks like. Cha. Cha's the closest I can think of is Cha. Alright.
智
Oh, Zhi. It looks more like a Si meets a San. No, Shang and Si. I mean, it's even close to Jue or a Chui. Oh man, Zhi. This is the weirdest looking Zhi so far. What do we have? Just eclectic stuff. In fact, shi is the most available. Although we have 2 jurors for this. Okay. To stand erect. Oh man, there are a lot of accompanying characters for this. James Bond is in the bathroom of the house where he has made a miniature mountain and Buddhist temple in the bathtub. He turns the shower faucet on super low to make a gentle mist to complete the scene. James Bond reflecting on all the evil things he did for MI6. Sorry, had to get rid of a bot. Stands erect and does standing meditation in front of the... Alright. Maybe not so much this. I think James Bond went into the bathroom of the house where he stands erect, where he has a the bathroom though. No, where he stands erect, rehearsing the mission details in front of a mirror, or rehearsing and preparing the mission details for a trip to a, maybe like rehearsing and preparing his disguise for a mission trip to a temple in the mountain. Okay. To confront each other. Ooh. Oh, interesting. So it's more... Okay. 对峙. How does 对 complement... I guess. Yeah. Kind of more of a standing proud and standing your ground situation.
至诚
Chung. To flaunt. Well, I haven't used flaunt in a while. Showing off. Yeah. Show off is probably a little bit more. Charlie Brown is in the basement of the English Manor where the other lower class visitor sure. He is flaunting his petition. Oh no, that's not. So we have, what do we have? Okay, that does look like Chung. Flaunting. We're gonna go in a different direction. Flaunting is kinda okay. No, okay. So Charlie Brown is in the basement of the English Manor. With the other lower class visitors. Okay, he is... Yeah, okay, he is showing off. He is showing off. He is pathing, right? Pathing around, which is the road. Right? Road. And flaunting a petition to raise awareness and challenge raise awareness and challenge the affluent I don't know, to be more compassionate to lower class, I suppose. Fair enough. And then he gets kicked to the curb, to the road. To flaunt one's ability. Interesting, yeah. Chung Nung. Makes sense. Chung Nung.
成，吹，
Trey. Didn't I have a cook yesterday? I could have sworn I had another cook yesterday. And it had fire in it. Did I? Oh no. It's not fire. Maybe, oh no. I think it was an example. It was an example that combines like stove. No. The tray cookware. Tray ju. Nope. Could have sworn I had another cook recently. So I'm not sure what it is anymore. I guess we'll be reminded when it comes back up. Chucky is in front of the beach house by the bay where he is cooking. Chucky. He lights a bunch of bills on fire to make a fire that he can cook with. He then sits there putting in strange things he unalived that day on the beach into a pot to cook and then puts the pot over the fire. Chucky loves cooking on the beach. That's kind of weird. We'll go with it. I see the tray as well, the right hand tray. It goes bill. There's also tray to blow. Really early on, tray right here. Is there anything else? Not really. Okay. Let's stick with that. It's not that much different what I had in mind. I was actually it's not that much different. He was just gonna cook a fire up and then start tossing it at people or something like that.
吹，趴， 成， 搓， 吹， 制，
All right. That's the lesson. And now I'm gonna take a quick bathroom break, stretch a little bit, and I'll be back. All right, let's get into our reviews.
教
Okay.
田地
那片田地正在出售。
Oh boy.
烹
Oh, this is the cook I'm talking about. Yeah, I didn't line up with this. That's the cook. Huh. Interesting. Uh-oh. What? Oh, wait. That's just Kangxi. My bad. Oh.
“破晓
破晓的景色非常美丽。
What the 破晓? I guess it's still like okay. I don't know where the poor is coming from. What does the poor have to do with it? Huh.
香皂
请给我一块香皂。
姜茶
我感到冷的时候会喝姜茶。
壶
Okay.
吩咐
老师吩咐我们要努力学习。
Mm-hmm. What? Oh. Wrong.
饼
Something about acting like a tree. Yeah, oh. Ooh. That's from yesterday. That's pretty weak. Quite weak.
灼热
地面非常灼热。
握
Uh-oh. Like something to obstruct. Oh man, that's kind of weak from yesterday too. Oh ho ho.
年
Yan. Blue. Yee. All the ones from half, 2/3 of the one from yesterday were quite rough.
母
Yes.
岁
Ah, no. Wait. Huh.
生姜、
生姜是很普遍的调味料。
康熙、
康熙是清朝的鼎盛时期。
Our new proper noun. Yep,
翘、
very rough. This one's okay.
卓、奉献、
这本书是奉献给我弟弟的。
Either contribute or dedicate or yeah, dedicate. It's fine. I thought this was okay, so it's not that. I really thought it was loose that did.
醉、
Or like guilt. I think guilt is better. Okay.
肥皂、
这块肥皂是香味的。
秧、五、
I can only think of gun. Oh no. Is this still gun? No. Right? Oh no, I don't remember. I'm gonna say 权益. It's probably 原意. That's a little bit rough.
左、
Uh-oh. I'm gonna say 微浪 No. Oh, 微波 Oh yeah, 微波炉 makes sense.
微波炉、
请用微波炉热牛奶。
彩券 That doesn't seem right.
彩券、
他把彩券放在口袋里。
The heck? I'm gonna say like a voucher or like a lottery ticket. Yeah, okay, that's fine. Okay. That's pick, right? Or like colorful. Oh, it's colorful. Pick is the other thing.
匣、
It's not 原意. Oh no. Huh. Was something 一帮助你. If it was a turkey. Okay. Paper cliff and a spring, I think. Oh. I don't know. Something makes me want to type 故意. Oh, okay. It's not that. Feels bad. Alright. Gonna have to sort through all our stuff.
喊
Oh! I went with for it and ooh. What is that about? What? Oh, wrong tone. Okay. I thought this was 是. It is like intentions, but aspirations is fine. So we're kind of combining the two now. Now that we have the kanji as well. Oh, Zhang. Oh, wait. Yeah. Jun Zhang.
菊花
他喜欢种菊花。
Just like foot. Are we going with foot? Heck?
赤字
Oh.
政府正在面临巨大的赤字。
截止
作品提交截止到下周一。
Excuse me. I'm gonna go with
安抚
他试图安抚哭泣的小孩。
or placate.
村庄
村庄里有很多果树。
平
I mean, that just looks like ping. I have no... Wait. Okay. The heck?
资 蓬
Pretty sure the bamboo one is the... It might be not cover, but covering. What is happening here? Something makes me want to type T. Oh no. This is grain.
力
面面什么？面面 what the heck is that? 面面面面绝道 no? 面面直道面面俱道 What the tool and a
面面俱到
他的解释面面俱到，大家都听懂了。
他的爵士面面俱到，大家都听到听中了，听懂了。Like, make sure not to cover every, yeah, okay. That's okay, I think. I don't know how all together. Oh man, it's all together. I think the weakness here is 智. I thought it was more like gather. But all together is okay. Yeah, to cover everything, as in like he explained, or he demonstrated, basically he executed or solved, how is it, arrangement, no, his services, no, yeah, his explanation was like high attention to detail, like it covered everything. But man, all together thrive. I think that's gonna be okay. It makes sense in the context. Oh no, this is vertical. This is probably vertical.
纵
If it looks weird, it's vertical. No, it doesn't look that weird. Yan 演唱会
演唱会
我们一起去参加演唱会吧。
A vocal concert. Oh man. Go with oh no. Ying Mo.
阴谋
他们在计划一个阴谋。
Holy, oh, it's like a conspiracy or a scheme, yeah. Whoa. Alright. That was a rough one. Somehow I just want to type C.
西
Okay. Like, no, clear. Chu Daizi.
书呆子
书呆子不喜欢运动。
What the bean? Chu.
树
Dang it. Like help him to reach something. I'll come back.
主
Yeah, I should put covered. Okay. Alright, so it's like Sherlock having a helping hand, getting on a stool with a serve, helping him like reach something. Remember why that's the case. I think this is a pass. It's vertical again! Okay. Help him get vertical to reach something. Okay. What did I just say about vertical? Oh, not enough context for vertical. Alright.
俊
Was kind of weird. Double verticals in one day. What are the odds? Actually lower than one might think. They're separated by quite a long time. The first vertical was much older than the second vertical.
刑事
刑事法律很复杂，
情绪 or like just bad things. Yeah, bad things. Criminal. Yeah, bad things. Good enough.
凉爽
海边的风很凉爽。
What? 罢了。
罢了
我只是说说罢了。
Like, that's it. Like, fine, whatever. That's all. Yeah. Nothing more. 大丈夫です。Still didn't quite figure out what the. I think the page is what's throwing me off. The page. Something makes me want to type something like 干意. That doesn't sound right.
少
大熊猫
大熊猫
大熊猫在中国生活，
是 giant panda. 设定哦 Oh, I wrote 测 right? Oh, yes. 罢了 So what else can I do here? It sounds like a frequency or a willingness. It's like I something help you. So like willing is wait. I'm back to Yan Yi. What? I'm back to Yan Yi. Uni. Oh. Yan Yi. Why do I think it's yen instead of yen? It's still the same. Yeah, wish. Oh, wishing of okay. Fine. I don't think that's weak enough. We're good. Dao. Heck! That's not 全道. That's Qi Dao. No, not Qi Dao. Oh yeah, Qi Dao. What type of Qi is that? Liu? Liu. 流逝
流逝
3分钟已经流逝了。
Oh. How does that work? Okay. Okay. I can see that. Still, I can still see that, I think. We're gonna go with 地钱 heck.
会
Why do I mean, it looks like Hui, but dang it. Oh no. Oh no. Oh. Guess not. I thought it was more like canal, so... Oh no, did I type Tren or did I type Qi? I probably typed Tren. Qi Dao. That's probably Qi Dao. What in the world is this? Uh-oh. We're in danger territory.
盼
Oh, is this paint? Oh my gosh. Bad news bears. Oh, what? Oh, wait. Oh no. Oh no. Oh, is this Jie?
节
Okay.
兵级
丁级通常是初学者参加的等级。
Or I meant level B, not C. Yeah, I think it's Qi Dao.
渠道
他们建立了一个新渠道，
It's like a canal channel. Yeah, it's fine. It's not like a literal canal, but like like a tunnel connecting things. So like a channel, it's fine too. What the? Wait. Podium? Like status, condition, rank, nature. Oh, for each. Oh yeah, that's right. Status requires this. And then guess is this. And then this is each. Yeah, fair enough. I forgot about that. But what is each? I thought it was... What is each? Huh. Coding. No. The right is definitely ding. I'm guessing Fu, maybe Fu Qian.
肤浅
现代社会很肤浅，
Uh, LJ,
吵嘴，
他们整天吵嘴，
like dispute or arguments. Quarrel is the word. I think it's quarrel.
养，
It's probably quarrel, even though dispute is fine too. I don't know what that is anymore. Podium. Just podium. Just podium.
强盗，
这个强盗非常危险。
作者，
这位作者的小说非常畅销。
愿意，
我愿意帮助你。
Yeah, it's willing. Oops. Oh no. I want to say it's hot. Okay. Hmm.
制定，
公司正在制定新的政策。
It's like decided or established or formulated. That's fine. Yeah, system. So I have to double check this. For the other ones. So I know we have. Where am I slacking on the zhi? Okay, so the zhi, but I was thinking of te. Okay, so that's thorn. Okay, it's gotta. Okay. Alright, alright. Okay. Alright. Heck! I don't know what that is. Podium. That not good. It's gotta be good.
"战争，
战争带来了无尽的痛苦。
Oh.
载体，阵，
Battle formation! What?
风，个，
It is good. Okay. I think I got the mnemonic in my head. Yeah. Okay.
肾病，
他死于肾病。
gonna say 激动。
激动，
哦，激
他听
动
到消息后很激动。
，like really excited. 寒
寒，
I don't know why that's 寒。Oh man, that is what? Alright, we're gonna write something else here. So Harry Potter is inside the pawn shop. Looking through some magical antiquities. He is looking to find a cold storage container to, I don't know, to contain or to lock away, I don't know, to capture a sea creature. Finned sea creature. Aim upon a storage. Aim upon storage that is covered in wire mesh. Filled with ice. An eternal ice. I don't know how. I think I just recognize that on most.
气泡，
这个气泡很大。
I can't think of anything other than like established and formulate. Okay, it's fine. Formulate. Okay.工人。
伐木工人，
伐木工人每天清晨进入森林工作。
Yellow? Ooh. Oops. Wrong tone. I
衰退，
视力衰退是常见的问题。
离
大名鼎鼎
大名鼎鼎
大名
他们是一个大名鼎鼎的家族。
杜绝
杜绝
政府应该杜绝贪污。
put an end to it. Okay, stop. No, that's not why. Wait, is it why? No. Why? 是在维持
维持
维持友好关系很重要。
like maintain or okay, fair enough.
最佳
这是最佳的旅行时间。
super or best or great. Yeah. All right.
报
Oh,
照
that's scary. Oh, scary. I'm gonna go with heck. Strategy. Euro.
岩石
小河旁边有很多岩石。
突
Who is ugh? Save me.
荒诞
这个故事很荒诞。
This one's special one. Wait. Is this what I think it is? It better be Gui.
拐
Guai, not Gui. Guai. Heckin' Guai. That one is rough. Rough potatoes. Something makes me want to type Chi.
气
And I don't know why I want to type Chi. Oh.
「忙
On, not awning, on, just on, I think.
忠贞
我欣赏他的忠贞精神。
愿
孕妇
医生会定期检查孕妇的身体。
What the elbows? Something makes me want to type sh. Dang it. That's not it.
丫头
那个丫头真聪明。
举
Okay. I genuinely do not remember how G works. Other than it's probably just bureau. Oh. A flag and a reporter. I see. Okay. Yeah.
窗框
他用油漆刷了窗框。
喜
Oh, wait. This is my, right? This has got to be my, yeah. My shima. My doggo in person. How did the... Oh man, 埋伏.
埋伏
敌军在森林里埋伏，准备突袭。
Lie in ambush. Okay.
伯母
我每年去看伯母。
YOLO.
变
Okay. Um.
是
Okay.
– 妨害
不要妨害别人的工作。
Excuse me. 自卑
自卑
他总是感到自卑。
伊人
他为伊人等待了很多年。
抖
Tremble is going to lose it at some point. I don't know how long I can hold on to that.
拓宽
政府计划拓宽这条马路。
垒我巫婆
那个巫婆很恐怖。
送 拓
Or develop.
树枝
这张桌子用树枝制成。
What is a tree limb? Like a resin? Oh yeah, that's oh, tree fat. Resin, right?
正 习 庸
That's special.
长笛
长笛的声音很优美。
茅台
Oh.
茅台是中国非常有名的白酒。
Bun. That bun? Are you bun? You're not bun. You're pun. Punch. Dang it. What is that combination? Is that pun? No. It doesn't make sense, does it? Something makes me want to type like 喷漆.
喷漆，
他的
What?
衣服上沾到了喷漆。
I don't know what 喷漆 is. Hold up. 他的 OK， 他说的衣服像沾到了喷漆。Oh, I can spray paint. Oh my gosh. 喷漆. Ooh. Okay. What is this elbow container stuff? Oh no, this one's bad news bears.
勾
Like cross out or something.
杭州，
杭州是一个美丽的城市。
Why is working things if you just sit there? Why is working thing if you just sat there? I don't know what that means. What are you actually? What does that mean?
舆论，
舆论是一个强大的力量。
芳香，
房间里充满了芳香的味道。
冤，浊水，
这条河里满是浊水。
险峻，
他们克服了险峻的地形。
纸屑，
请把纸屑扔进垃圾桶。
陈，
Servant or like serve feudal subjects. It's fine. Okay. 冷冻干燥。
冷冻干燥，
这种冷冻干燥的食品很适合带去登山。
房，
老爹，
老爹，
老爹今天在花园里工作。
拘束，
他们之间没有任何拘束。
Hiring. Oh. Oh, working tiring. If you just sit there. Why is working tiring? Oh. I don't know. Why is it? Oh, there's Xing Xing.
气喘，
他有气喘，所以运动时必须小心。
Or asthma. Yeah.
肾，刺，燥，足，唇，拘留，
警方决定拘留这名嫌犯。
My quadruple elbows.
嗓，
挪用，挪用公款。
挪用公款，
他因为挪用公款被逮捕了。
这是钱而不是钱。对 ，no 讲
斩，
讲Against small cup. All right. I think everything is a pass for today. Nice. Been a while since we've had a pass on everything. I've been doing some calculations, and it looks like, yeah, we're looking at mid 2026 before we cover most of the stuff. All right. I don't know, you don't want to be tiring though, or not as tiring? That would imply having more energy. So, relatively speaking, things become more tiring when you have less and less energy, I suppose. You could also focus on making things more and more efficient, but efficient requires that you tire out to do them. So, whichever comes first. A, high energy states. Most things appear less tiring. So this is magnitude. Here's B. We have efficiency, which is probably why you're saying tiring. Usually practice. So the high energy part is usually less tiring with new things. So what I mean by that is when you tackle new things, it requires high energy to be less tiring. If you're thinking about efficiency, practice leads less tiring. Right? Less tiring leads to it's about practice. There are two types of tiring that I can think of right now. Which one? Well, higher energy usually requires maintenance. So like sleep, hygiene. We're not talking about... So sleep hygiene has many properties. Some of them is quality and quantity. So even if you sleep for 7 hours, that doesn't mean the quality of those 7 hours are treated equal. Right? And then if you want sleep to be more efficient, you have to practice it. So if you haven't done it for a very long time or consistently, then it will still be, quote unquote, more tiring even if you sleep. right? So these are the two properties, and then they're intertwined and connected. So the answer is kind of both. You have plenty of things in your life that you can work towards either of these, but generally speaking, we're talking about magnitudes and or the act of doing something. So this, for example, WaniKani and HanziHero is not tiring because I practice it a lot. And then I have enough energy to do new things so I don't get bored, which also makes things tiring. So you do both. You can do both at the same time, provided that I'll keep my writings that we're going to go over. Now, let's see. Jing. That looks like Jing, which is nice. Pa. That looks like Pa. It's nice. This looks like none of the above. Sure. This looks like Che. This looks like none of the above, and it's very complicated. Where are we going with this? Ying. About the subject of last we spoke, you learn tone of the below letter. You have to see it as an anchor weighing the word to the ground, which kind of makes a stop sound, but not fully, if you get it. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah. The little dot on the bottom, I see. Yeah. Like this would be ja. Ah. Jing. And it could go up or down though. So like the stop could be like, it's not clear whether the stop goes up or down. So like ja. Ja. Or j. Ja, j. Oh, but you said it's weighing the word to the ground, so it's probably this. J. 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 So it just stops and ends at a lower thing. J. There's also like in Cantonese, I don't know how they write it. Maybe they write it this way. Sick. For Vietnamese, it's always down. Okay, I see. Interesting. That's good to know. I'll have to keep my ears peeled for that. Yeah. Sit. 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 Yeah. I think there are examples I can think of that goes up, but always going down makes it nicer. I kind of think like, time to take another shot at sleeping. See you around. Hopefully tomorrow goes better energy wise. I hope so. I hope your sleep quality is going up. Obviously you have been doing this for less than a week, so keep up and observing what you're doing. I don't know. Oh, I know. The Vietnamese that I occasionally hear is from what's her name? I keep forgetting it. Yuan. I don't know. Yen. I'm not sure how to pronounce this in Vietnamese. What would you go with for her name? Win. Yen. Yuan. It could just be in English. I think to simplify it would just be when. When would be the quote unquote Americana Americana thing, and then the Chineseified version that I would say is probably Yuan, and then I'm not sure. At least I remember she's. Is she Vietnamese? Yeah, she's Vietnamese. And the reason why I say when is because second gen Americana. When there's various versions of when here. You found it interesting when she said, "Oh, ngook, 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 oh, ngook, ngook." I think that's the closest I can think of. I don't know how writing translates, or something like that. Can't write it yet, but it's how you pronounce it. Oh, this Yuan? Really? That's how. Wow. You're starting to make me want to look at Vietnamese. How Vietnamese represent like the Roman characters, like using Roman characters. I really enjoy connecting with like pinyin. Pinyin is fun. I understand that there's all these characters, you can still do them in tandem, but it's really interesting how Roman characters can be representing many things, and I like going through the paces of connecting sounds with like characters. I'm not like NGUC with a stop on under the U. That's interesting. Have you learned to say anything like well yet? Like what have you been learning as a personal interest? Like, have you asked, are you able to have a conversation around the dinner table with things that you like to talk about? Like, the food is good. Usually when it comes to like Vietnamese, it's usually about like the mannerisms around a meal, and then the meal gives great opportunity to chit chat about words and whatnot. What do you look like? You look like Chang. Your mother-in-law doesn't want you to focus on writing or reading, just speaking now? Okay. Yeah, that sounds about right. I'm not entirely sure if that has anything. Okay. Yeah, I mean, my question still revolves around speaking around the dinner table, specifically. I'm not... Oh, it might be from the comment about, like, writing the characters out in Roman characters. Fair enough. I see where you got that comment from. You were, extending from when I was talking about the Roman character comment. Fair enough. This doesn't look like Chua. I get that from my parents as well. That speaking is far more prioritized than reading or writing. In fact, I'm not entirely sure if my mother is literate, but I'm not entirely sure how literate my father is in Chinese. When I'm like showing, when we're talking about, you know, he would hover when I'm looking through the iPhone and stuff. Their devices are in Chinese, so I'm looking through, and occasionally I say okay, and then I'm like reading it, and my father was reading it along with me. So, but it's not quite clear how far along do they remember about it. They do read a lot at the same time as listening. Like news reports always have text, so they do the same thing that I do typically, where there's text on screen while things are being reported. So I usually have closed caption on pretty much habitually, like even on YouTube and watching Netflix or stuff. It's not like quote unquote immersion breaking to see written stuff. So I read and listen typically at the same time. If I go to movie theaters and stuff, maybe that's the time, but it's been a very long time since I've gone to movie theaters. Usually I'm reading and watching. So while your mother-in-law might say focus, my response is both. First, you have to get used to the tones, so you start with the face parts. After that, you go to objects that are in the house and so on. Oh yeah, so yeah, no huge sentences yet or anything like that since you're at A0 kind of level. I see. That's interesting. So they went with, okay. Yeah, usually my first inclination, like if I've been thinking about how I would go about explaining where I would start and whatnot, I would probably start with forming questions as opposed to looking at objects. But that's interesting how it reflects a lot about the criticisms with it makes me sound like a lot of the internet peeps that talk about prioritizing application and frequency, but they usually go with like, oh, you know, I want to learn the structure of this thing and then only learn the frequency stuff and whatnot. So they would go with frequency, and I'm like, one of the most like things that are less frequent are questions, and I start with questions. So like Ji意思呢？免年意思意思呢？I'm kind of blending my Mandarin now. So like that is something that will naturally be part of the rudimentary thing. Like 那个 right 那个这个什么东西 like thing, right? Thing. So 那个东西是什么？这个东西是什么？这是什么意思？你说的什么意思？ Like what is this? What is that thing? What is this thing? What is that thing? What is the meaning of this? What is the meaning of that? And then I do that immediately and then go into introducing objects and stuff. So then you would simply say those things as opposed to not saying anything and simply point and whatnot. So it's kind of one of those situations. I don't think I've come across I don't think I've come across someone who emphasized that so far. Most of the time it's dealing with like basic. Fair enough. She has the method of how a kid learns the language. Oh, fair enough. I see. Sounds about right. Yeah. Like then you have like 水平 right? 这是一个水平 or 平水. So then something like 这是大个 or 大 pig, like big, small. So it still goes immediately into kid things where like 这色这的东西的色是什么 right? Like, or what is the color of this thing? And then in a way the kid would simply point to the object which is nice because I'm talking in a manner in which I can't interact with you directly. So in a way you would need like a pictorial or a non-verbal cues, and since you're with your mother-in-law, that's great that you can have non-verbal cues. Her goal is to make you speak better than her own children. Wow. Wait, does her own children not learn Vietnamese? Or like doesn't hone their Vietnamese? It's no contest here. Like, it won't take long because most of the second gens are more incentivized to use English. And I don't even know if they can read anymore. I mean, I consider myself fairly well educated, and I was illiterate 2 years ago, so can't even consider what it's like if you're doing pragmatic stuff most of your life. Although most of my cousins and extended family, at least the current gen, their English is fairly refined, and most of them work in professional fields, so their English is probably like postgraduate. Hello, I could read but not write. Yeah, drama. Yep. One of them barely speaks at all. Your fiance can speak it, but not good with tones and read and write. I see. My sister cannot. My closest cousin in the same generation, it's not clear if they do or not. Yeah. And it's not a bad or a good thing. It's largely, how I would say, being Chinese also comes with pragmatic value, and oftentimes those pragmatic values get drilled into you. So oftentimes pragmatism takes you to spend your time developing other skills that may not necessarily be optional. So being able to read Chinese, you would hear my parents would say things like, well, why are you spending so much time learning a language of which you don't use in your career, right? And it's not because they're not proud of their heritage. Actually, they're incredibly nationalistic, actually. Is the idea that the irony, the paradox with at least the Chinese culture is that to be nationalistic is also embracing the pragmatism of the culture, and the culture is to be pragmatic. You spend time creating edge and competition and being better than your peers in your neighborhood, right? That's the pragmatic thing. So not necessarily a consequence of whether they care or not about their heritage. They do probably care quite a lot about their heritage. The opportunity just doesn't. There are a lot of things in life that are pragmatically more inclined. One of my cousins actually had a multicultural couple. They've recently married. I think the person is supposed to be Irish or Scottish. I'm not cultured enough to distinguish, because when you're at a wedding with a multicultural setup, it's very difficult to capture all the nuances if I myself do not have any exposure to the nuances. So it's of either Irish or Scottish descent. Pretty interesting. And it's not uncommon here. In the Northeast, you have Irish and German, like really prominently, and then Italian. So Italian, Irish, German, and then Hispanics like kind of all over the metropolitan areas. So that's the way. And then Chinese, which is like only localized to the metropolitan areas most of the time, where businesses flourish. Yeah. So that means, are you already better than her children? So if one of them can barely speak, does that mean you're already better than one of the child? Maybe you can be a great what is that? Her children. So maybe you could be a great brother-in-law to encourage not brother-in-law. So like family in-laws. Sorry. Family in-laws encourage your fiance and stuff to jump on the bandwagon for Vietnamese. I don't actually know how well Vietnamese schooling is. Like, what I mean is foreigner schooling. So like, if you're not attached to a Vietnamese person or something, I wonder how accessible it is. Because obviously I'm studying Chinese and Japanese, and Chinese is still like mid from a foreigner perspective. Like, outside foreigner is still mid. However, the aspect of the Chinese language makes it reasonable to scale up with like automation and stuff. Japanese is trendy right now, so that's why there are a lot of resources for Japanese. But I'm kind of curious about Vietnamese. I mean, honestly, I am not one that would be apologetic by going into a pho establishment and just thank them in Vietnamese. Perhaps that's what I should do next time. I do quite enjoy seeing the elated look of people. My parents is no exception. If you like randomly come to the house, it's like ni hao, and it would be like, yo, new peep, Xing Xing, kind of an old peep. Xing Xing is oh yeah, let me introduce you. Xing Xing is in a multinational relationship. Xing Xing is also a transplant. Sorry, I almost said she, he. They are a transplant, Australia, and they understand a lot of languages, actually, quite a lot. And right now we're talking about Xing Xing's mother-in-law, who's Vietnamese. It's very hard to find right resources. Northern dialect, very easy. Oh, okay. Yeah, and you shared last time that your mother-in-law is Southern, right? So Southern dialect in Vietnamese. But most people want to learn Southern, so barely. But most people want to learn Southern, so barely anything. I see. Interesting. Yeah, I look around for Fujianese. I can tell you now. I think I looked through all the resources, even on the one like really old recording on Bilibili in with a classroom, like one person who was speaking Fujianese. But in terms of Fujianese, every single resource is a Fujianese American, like Chinese American. And then there's this one website that they said they were going to release a book, but that never happened. I have ever wondered what it was like. All the phrases that are available across like all the resources of Fujianese revolve around enough to cover like an interaction with a Fujianese person outside of China, not in China. I don't think it would barely scratch the surface to cover inside of China, but what's outside? Yeah. Interesting. I think we kind of have I am almost coincidentally a similar situation. Although I'm specifically talking about my parents as opposed to my in-law, because I'm not married or engaged to anyone at the moment. It'd be kind of interesting. Did I start with HanziHero today? No. WaniKani just happens to be very short today. It took like 18 minutes. We only had reviews on the things we're currently working on. But we're about to end this as well, so let's finish this up. Okay. 几项. Oh no, 几项. Dispirited. That one can be a problem. For new people, it's hard to see which book or site is which dialect. I can imagine. I can definitely imagine. I think that's often quite true about most of the disparate languages. So like, for example, my parents might not differentiate, quote unquote, the accents in English in the reverse direction, right? I know nowadays we live in a world that's the post-English world, but in my opinion, maybe this take this with a grain of salt, I feel that a substantial number of people that I talk to on a regular basis, and when we consume English speaking things, it's rare that they process that there are different dialects, quote unquote dialects and accents that are happening at the time. They simply internalize it and intuit it a lot of times. And then for those who live in a world where English is in fact a second language, they rarely intuit that there are different accents and dialects. And hear me out, it doesn't stop you from learning the English. Like, what I mean is, it doesn't stop you from understanding it is English. But in English, the dialectic changes are diction dependent a lot of times. So you can pick out someone due to their diction. And what I mean by diction is it doesn't necessarily have to be cultural differences. It could be educational differences. And you can probably hear that in other languages. So like Beijing, for example, like Northern Chinese and Southern Chinese, you can still understand Northern and Southern, how you call it, accents to some extent when it considered the parental language. However, their diction changes, as in like the kind of hard to differentiate, but how they end sentences and whatnot can be a tell. And much like whenever I'm talking to Mika, a lot of times her English is substantially and noticeably different from mine. She's British, so whenever we talk, and then when she talks, it's not simply just enunciation and articulation that makes things hard to understand in some way, in a deeper way when you have to. Sometimes, like James made a comment on my confusion when I'm reading her text. Like, for example, today her first message was, "Why is working tiring if I just sat there?" And I'm like, why is working tiring if I just sat there? It's like, that might sound very, like, that might sound understandable to a various group of people, but to me that sounded confusing. Like, I wasn't sure if she means like, yeah, it's hard for me to determine if she's talking about like the working is tiring or working like she's trying to say working tirelessly versus working is tiring. So that stuff, I even though it won't affect the overall gist of the language. Like, okay, she's pretty much talking about like work is tiring, so even though she's doing nothing, right, she's sitting there. Fair enough, right? However, if you were to read that, it is, in my opinion, probably very confusing. Ba'awa'a. No, don't do that. Drama, yeah, Ba'awa'a. I did notice that her accent is interesting. And I do the same thing, by the way. The thing that I'm talking about, like internalizing English dialect and English accent, when I listen to her, like when I listen to her speak, it sounds like normal, like quote unquote, oh yeah, I understand it. But occasionally, whenever there's a hiccup, I would have to repeat myself. So like, or like not repeat myself as in I'm repeating what I'm saying. I would repeat after her. So it's that mimicry that I've said about with my parents. When I say something and they're like, "Yo, what, mate?" No, I'm just kidding. They would say they would just repeat what they thought I said back to me, and I would do the same. Like, but sometimes my parents would come up and say, "Oh, get, medical get," and I'm like, "What do you mean get? Like, get what?" Like, and then they would say like, "Don't forget the medical get," and I'm like, "Get?" And the word that my father was trying to get was gap, medical gap. And even then, I'm like, I don't know what a medical gap is. Like, I don't know what that is. And then when I go and look at it, I'm like, oh, a medical gap. The inner Aussie, yeah. Oh, right, that's right. Sing Sing. Sing Sing, I think I asked Sing Sing about Australian accent, if they have an Australian accent or not. But it happens a lot, and I don't think these are bad or good things, but I find that other people find it incredibly frustrating. And I want to make it clear that when I'm talking about these things, if you guys feel frustrated about it, you kind of have my sympathies, but at the same time, I don't empathize with the frustration. I think that's like what brings people closer together. Like the willingness to talk about things, look at things. This is going to come up later when I play Neverwinter. I'm covering like it's reset day, so I'm going to play Neverwinter in a couple minutes. I got another video comment, right? And it's been a while since I got a video comment, so I'll talk about that later. But it deals with how people try to think that they understand how other people feel. And they do it by stating examples that makes them feel something. And my thought often is, I don't see how you got that thing, like that impression from me. So let's try to talk about it. But what happens on the internet a lot of times is that they would double down saying something. I'm like, okay, I think I understand what you're saying, but you have to understand that I don't feel the same way. So oftentimes these are the situations that tie back to the whole, like, your mother-in-law seems like, you know, she has a way about teaching language, and then I wanted to share how to compare and contrast with how I am thinking about starting, or if I were asked the same question, and then we can mutually understand that there really isn't a point of frustration on who is right or who is wrong, but more like, that's interesting that we all have different like ideas and approaches. But that's not how the internet works. There's always a constant rush to be right at the cost of connection. You switch between Aussie English, British English, and American English without knowing? Yeah, me too. And what I mean by that is, if for some reason, Xing, if I was in your presence and I spend like a couple days in your presence, I sometimes become unaware that my English shifted. There was a time when just simply watching a lot of British English caused my vowels to shift. And they shift for quite a substantial amount of time. The only right way is the way that helps you the best. I can get behind that. For the studying part, yeah. I can definitely get behind that when it comes to like motivating yourself and writing, you know, or not writing the ship, but yeah, writing the ship. Basically, like for yourself, the only right way is the way that helps you the best. And then throw in a bunch of like empathy and whatnot. Then it would be the balance between what is best for you is also what works for us. So a collective in the then when it involves more than one person, then it would be like what works best for us, as opposed to you and me and you, or us and them situation. You notice as soon as you said Melbourne out loud that you speak in a Aussie accent. Yeah, I don't know how Melbourne is said in an Aussie accent. I'll have to look. I'm trying to think if I have an example. I say little a lot. And little, I is because that's the most prominent thing I hear whenever I hear someone speak in my programming. So I don't say little, I say little. And immediately it reminds me like, oh yeah, right, little. Like, or formidable development. Maybe if I have a regional accent. What is that? New York? No, New York is fine. Tater. Whenever I say tater, like potato, tater. When I say tater, it's like I'm not saying tater or like tater tots. I'm saying tater. And it gives me like the whole like ugh that or like whoa, that came out a little bit like I'm like halfway to southern. Like I went down a few states just now saying tater. It's hard to unhear it. I don't know if you watched did you watch Disney's Cars before? Xing. You know the pickup, the tow truck? The tow truck? Tater. Whenever I hear like tater, a jewel, jur, like jury, that's when I start thinking like I don't know what my accent is coming from. Like jewel. Yeah, Mater was his name. That's right. The pickup truck name in Cars was Mater. So even Mater. So when all your ers become so then you get like jur. You get jury, like jury, jewel. Then I'm starting like jewelry, jur instead of drawer. And there's also like drawer, instead of drawer, like a drawer that you pull out. You know, you pull out a drawer and then push a drawer. When you say it enough, I'm not sure where the accent is. Like I don't know where my accent is going. It feels like it's a mix of a bunch of things. Water is fine. We're not gonna do the water situation. A bottle is fine. So double T's, what do we got for English? I think English has a couple extra things. Double T's, ers, all the ers, like this, all the ers. And then you have all the ulls. All the ulls, ulls. All of them change quite substantially. Even in the like just within the United States. And like all the diphthongs. So every diphthong changes. So these ones. And they're very special they're super special in Chinese. But like these ones, all of these change in accent. So they're all like vowel centric, except for this double T thing. Oh, or double consonants change a lot. Like double N's. Wanna go, right? Wanna go. Gonna go. It sounds like gonna go instead of gonna go. Like go, like right, gonna go. How so double consonants get shortened. All of them get shortened in at least in American English, or that's what my impression is. And then every diphthong with double vowels get changed up. And there are special ones too, like this one, like owl. Owl it sounds like ol and all and owl. but it has a consonant in between. So then how you say howl, owl. I can't even remember how other people pronounce this, but I've heard different versions of this. Oh, and then there's like words that deal with A's. I alternate. It goes back. It's like, for example, this was one of the WaniKani, not WaniKani, HanziHero answers. I would think in American, I'm generalizing, in American would say placate. So it's like placate. But I say placate or placate. Like my initial thing is like placate, not placate. But placate sounds nicer because probably that's what I think, but I wouldn't say it. Your cat is called Howl and you never say it yet. I can totally appreciate that, and that's a really cute name for a cat, Howl. I two ways I say howl. I either say howl, which is American, like American drops endings a lot, so it's just howl. So when you howl at the moon, it sounds like how, as in how to do things. How at the moon. But occasionally, whenever I'm thinking of names and stuff, I would say howl. You howl at the moon. And yeah, the howl part is probably the more classical way now, where you drop the ol. It's named after cheese. Oh, what is howl cheese? What is that? Now I have to now you gotta tell me the story. Hold up. Let me look up the cheese. Is it like howling cheese or howl cheese? Howling cheese is what I would think, but maybe it's not. Is this Godminster's Black Truffle Howling Hound? That's all I got. What type of cheese are we talking about? This sounds fancy. I'm not saying it's referring to this, but my first hit is black truffle cheese. That sounds amazing. I've actually haven't ever had any truffle things before. Other cat is called Brie. Oh, yeah, also cheese. Yeah, Brie. We talk about it because Brie hangs out here too. I think Brie is working today. No, Brie went to bed early because she's starting her big work week today. But yeah, she goes by Brie. I'm not familiar with the howl cheese though. That sounds pretty delightful. Oh, here's one I want to ask you about. This is diction related. When you review something, are you revising something? So like, here's a big, like, kind of Americanization. So, and I think the internet group doesn't differentiate this anymore. When you're thinking about reviews, it's actually revise, depending on what your region is. So when you're doing your reviews, you're doing revisions. And oftentimes the act of reviewing and revising. Oh, halloumi. Oh, halloumi cheese. Okay. Oh, that's cute. Oh, halloumi. Yeah, okay. I know what cheese you're talking about. I didn't realize that's a cute way of thinking about it. Halloumi. I didn't even make the connection. I didn't even make the connection between those two. Yeah, so this would be an example. And it would be like an Aussie, Brit, American thing. Like, do you review things or do you revise them? Because oftentimes it's still reviews when it's a noun, but it's revision. People are referring to revising something when they're reviewing something. And I've gotten this confusion before. Like, what I mean is, I've literally talked to people whenever I'm like writing something and I'm revising it versus when I'm revising something versus reviewing something. So a lot of times people would say something like, various British people, right? Various British kids told me that they're revising a paper. And my brain in the American standard is that, oh, what are you writing? This happens multiple times. A while ago. This is no longer a thing because I just asked for them to clarify. It's like, oh, what are you writing? Like, oh, I'm not writing anything. You do both? You're so confused, right? Yeah, so like, that's my problem. That's my problem. You do both, right? Like, people do both, or like they mean both, or they can mean both. So this, when that person said they're revising a paper, they're talking about reviewing a previous exam. This happened multiple times across my like slightly younger and uncultured side. So whenever like it's a high school student typically, or like a uni student that says, oh yeah, they're revising a paper, and I'm like, so what are you writing? Like, are you writing a thesis or something? Like, what is the topic? And they would respond with a subject. I'm like, okay, so what are you gonna write about in the subject? It's like, I'm not writing anything. I'm revising a paper. I'm like, what do you mean you're revising a paper? Like, are you like editing it or something? Like, no, I'm like studying for an exam that's a paper that's coming up. And my thought was, oh. And then, over time, this has become normal. So nowadays, I still talk to British people, which Mika is no exception, who talk about papers all the time. And when they talk about revising and reviewing, it gets messy. Like, it gets messy in the point of, oh, the normalization of the quote-unquote internet is that reviews are not are synonymous with revisions and revising. However, when they still talk about papers did not get the same carryover. What I think of a paper is something you write. Papers can be exams. So, like, it's something, literally, it's either something you write or something you don't write. So, these are more like honest, innocent, cultural or diction differences that it's funny when I reflect upon them. It's really funny, and I can only talk about this is because it comes from experience. I didn't go out of my way to say, what the heck, like, what's the difference between reviewing and revising a paper? It does kind of matter when you're talking about a paper. If you're revising a paper, it's often involving the editing or a changing of a paper you have written, versus reviewing, which is you're going over it with not the inclination to actually edit it. So reviewing is going over it and revising is editing or writing something. Yes. American wise, for now, it might change in the future. Yeah, so here, whenever people say review, it's already understood. What you're doing is you're practicing not changing. There's not changing. You're not changing anything when you're reviewing something. When you go to revise something, you're actively looking to edit what is written. So in a way, they have come to be the same thing online. Although revising is way less popular now online, and I think it really has to do with Americanization. The Americanization no longer use revise. However, when you go in higher education and also speak to like other people internationally, revise is used specifically as the word to go over something for the act of editing and writing. So nowadays it's like, am I revising or am I reviewing? Because when I review something, I'm not reviewing it for the sake of reviewing. I'm actually reviewing it for the sake of revising. Like, I want to find where my errors are. So most people are accurately, quote unquote, consistently, not really, like, we're not talking about rights or wrongs, but they're specifically reviewing their vocabulary words or reviewing their, it's basically first draft, second draft, right? Yes, basically first draft, second draft, revisions. So when you revise something, the first draft becomes the second draft. And then when you review something, you're going over it and it can still be the first draft. Like you're trying to maintain the same thing. You're making sure that all the things you know are still there. How do I revise vocabulary? The way I do reviews, quote unquote reviews, is that I only focus on the mistakes. And not really mistakes either. I focus on the hang-ups. That's where my focus is. I'm not focusing on getting the right answer. When you're reviewing, you're focusing on getting the right answer. I'm focusing on revising the way I think about vocabulary words. Yeah, no. Yes. Like, I do both. Like, everyone does both. The truest answer, the reality is everyone does both. But we're talking about focus here, just like how your mother-in-law is doing it. We're talking about the focus of things. When you're using a term, you have a mindset of what you're focusing on. Most people focus on getting the right answer, as in maintaining and reinforcing the thing they already know. That doesn't mean they're not going to, like, think about the hangout and stuff, but the focus is the purpose. So even if you do both, that doesn't mean you're focusing on two things exactly the same, right? So yes, most people do both, but the idea of focus is the intent in which you're doing it. So when you're reviewing, most people are thinking, which includes everyone, including myself, yes, you want to get the right answer. However, I'm revising my vocabulary more so for the intent of review. If I'm reviewing strictly to maintain this, there's no growth. Like for me, I mean, like repetition, sure, you can get like some extension of your memory. With your mother-in-law, you would say revising because we focus mainly on mistakes. That's fair. Exactly. So that's the difference. And I've raised this point. It's kind of a cheap plug. I raised this point because one of the biggest distinctions. Sorry, I was kind of leading you, Xing Xing. I hope you can forgive me. I was kind of leading you into this. The word that I have started using to distinguish is that sometimes having two separate words help with the mentality. And you thought revising means altering something. It can. Yeah, and when you're altering something, there are three ways to alter something. Addition, or even more actually. Subtraction, substitution, displacement, iteration. Some of these are some of these do overlap. Some of these do overlap. However, the intent is a little different. When you're adding something, obviously you're adding +1. When you're subtracting, you're deleting. So that's altering something. When you're substituting, you're replacing A with B. When you're displacing, you're moving A into a different order, like maybe like B before A versus A before B. And when you're iterating, you're taking A and you're modifying it to an A prime, which can be the same as addition, sort of. Because iterating means that when you add something, it could be non-related. When you're adding something, you can add non-related things to make it different. Iteration would have to require the same thing. So you're iterating on something that must exist in it. Addition, you can add anything to it. That it could be something that's not relevant at first, right? So all of these deal with altering. So when you're revising something, you're also doing all of these alterations. You're looking to either edit, subtract, displace, substitute. Substitute could be like interchanging. Another word would be interchanging. So for me, that's what I do. I focus on that. I don't, when I'm reviewing, I don't I'm not like worried about my short-term memory. For example, I'm not worried about my short-term memory. Because my encoding is pretty solid. I'm revising in order for the long term. So most of the time, my effort is like 80% revise, 20% review. And then the reason why I say this is oftentimes people think that they're wasting their time. I've been working on this with 2 or 3 people. I've been working on this, how to overcome or how to reframe something so that they don't feel this. Like for example, wasting their time. I get this a lot from not me, but from someone who's saying this. And they say that it's very tedious. It's very tedious to have to practice things that they know. Like they know already. So whenever they do their reviews, it's kind of like, oh, I already know this. So over time, it gets very tedious. It's very grindy. Like, what's the point if I need to constantly check if I know this? And I'm like, yeah, I get that. So you can still do that. You can still 20% review. But most of the time, I'm looking for when I'm hanging up. And then when I hang up, I start revising it. And that involves all of those things. Then you're not revisiting at all. Then you're not revising at all. I don't know if you're revising. Are you telling me you're not revising at all? I revise most of the time. Like my focus, my intent is to revise things. If I already remember the thing, that's kind of neat. I mean, it's neat to have good memory, I suppose. But this is where my connection with other people fail. You said everyone's doing both? Yeah. Aren't you doing some form of revising? Like, you probably evaluated if something is working or not over time, right? Like, is it working? That requires revision. So you're revising your study habits over time. And you don't think you're revising your vocab reviews? Oh, that's fine. Sure. Then that's fair. If you don't think you're revising anything. I said everyone's doing both. Yeah, relatively everyone's doing both. Whether you know it or not. When you make a mistake, unless you're telling me you just let the mistake go. I'm not entirely convinced that when people make a mistake, their first thought is, I'm not going to revise my thoughts about the mistake. I'll let it happen again and again and again until I get it right. And I do really mean that. If you're gonna nitpick and say that everybody's doing both and you say you're not doing it, then I will be as technical as possible too. If you make a mistake, not revising means that you learn nothing from the mistake and you'll continue to repeat the same mistake. That's not a revision. Repetition until you get it right. How do you know you get it right by repetition? Now hear me out. Hear me out. The machine, SRS could help you with your revisions. So that's perfectly fine too. Like you can, it's true that maybe you don't do any revising, minimum revising, because you can have someone tell you those things, or a machine or an AI or an algorithm tell you those things. That's removing revision for yourself. So you don't necessarily have to do that. If you're truly doing that, then yeah, I guess you're not everybody, or you're not everyone. I refuse to think, though, when you said you had a study habit, that you're not revising as you're going. Like you had a study plan. So depending on your scope, I guess for your vocabulary reviews, they're truly vocabulary reviews. Yeah, I don't the fun part, like my primary focus, your pure audio vocab reviews at the moment. Okay. All right. Fair enough. Like at this moment, I'm revising my plan for today. Like at this very moment, I'm making adjustments to my plan today. Right. I'm not reviewing or rehearsing what I'm doing. Otherwise, this wouldn't be live. If I recorded everything and I reviewed and rehearsed the recording and then like play it back to me, then it would be a review because I'm not doing any adjustments, right? No adjustments. But that's interesting. By the way, I'm, for the record, people who like review all the time, if you're happy, right? If you're happy, you are happy with your progress and all that stuff. That's not who I'm talking about. So if you're someone who says you only do one or the other, I hope it's working out. Like that's go back to Xing Xing, what Xing Xing said. The best way, the only best way is the way that works best for you, right? And in order for me to communicate or differentiate between, like, someone would ask me, well, so then what am I doing different, right? I get this question quite a lot. They're like, how do you not find this tedious? Like, why do you think you're not doing the same thing every single day? I'm like, it could be because our intentions are different, and then our actions that follow our intentions are different. I'm looking at all my weaknesses. I don't really look at things that I already know how to do, because when I know how to do them, they should require the least amount of effort. Yeah, like, this is the part where Mika and I are having some problems connecting. Like, some people ask me, how do I do things? And when I describe how I do things, it can sound like they're doing the same thing. But clearly we're not doing the same thing if we both get different results. Or someone can make an argument, like, there's this default argument. The first argument is someone thinks that me, I'm A, and B, them, we're different. So we're just built different. If you accept this, then this person won't ask questions, won't be curious, because usually the person who's asking the question, they want to know how to get the same results. Like, they want it to be like that. So then we go into the second one where the person asks me a question about what I'm doing, and what they would say is, it looks the same. Like, you and I are doing the same thing. And it's difficult to differentiate if there isn't a mindset to differentiate them. So, like, how do I communicate that what you find tedious, I also find tedious? Like, doing your reviews for the sake of reviewing, I'm not a special human. I'm not built differently. This is not true. I find it tedious if you constantly do the same thing and spend most of your time trying to do the same thing. It gets really tedious and boring. So what is the other quote-unquote, I don't know, 20% or more that I'm doing? I'm revising. I'm constantly thinking about new interesting ways where, oh, hey, this didn't. I'm looking at the inconsistencies as opposed to consistencies. And that's what makes me do these things each and every day. This very story that I'm talking about right now, it's an iteration. It's a revision of the last time I told this story. Or this is something new actually. Like working on talking about revision and review. It was one of my pocket stories from like 2 weeks ago. I've already worked on this story. I have a story prepared for Neverwinter in a bit, but we're already digressing here. Starting revising vocab review makes you learn something new, which is inefficient. Yeah, inefficient for that goal. Yep. Since we said doing what you know is efficient. Yes, exactly. So when you're reviewing, it's efficient. It's efficient for the goal of reviewing. When you're revising, this is not efficient for revising. So what is your intent? When you're saying starting revising vocab reviews make you learn something new, which is inefficient, the act of revising is helping you look at new things. So it's more efficient. Because when you're reviewing and not revising, you're not going to the goal of revising. So if you're reviewing for the sake of reviewing and then you start revising, it's inefficient. Because your goal is not revising. It's reviewing. When your goal is revising, and maybe not reviewing, but again, I think it's both, but revising, then you're not doing any revising. So it's like zero efficiency. You don't get more efficient. You don't practice anything. It may impact your review efficiency, possibly. And they're both connected. So like we're trying to isolate them, but I'm not, like, the goal is, if you think your goal is not both reviewing or revising, then revising is inefficient because it doesn't help you towards your goal. If your goal is efficient, like revising and reviewing, then most of the things you do contributes to the efficiency of your goal. Because over time, you get better at it. Efficiency goes up with practice. So if you're not used to revising things, then no, you don't get more efficient at revising things. So if you're trying to solve problems and you never solved a problem before, then you're not efficient at solving the problem. And most things are less efficient at first. You need a standard to compare it to. So first you revise something. Then you have a standard. And then you compare your efficiency to that standard over time. When you're saying, oh, revising is a less efficient review, is because review has like non-overlapping factors. So when you're revising, you're not really sometimes you're not reviewing. Like making new things. Those are not things that help you review things. Review is the least path to getting the right answer. Revising is not. However, constructing new things become more efficient when you do it. So where does the when a word shows up make a sentence with it goes to? For me, when a word shows up, if you already done the sentence. So for example, for me, obviously we're being semantical about this now. So your definition can be different from mine. However, when I revise something, it is temporarily new. When that new thing becomes something I review, then it's review, right? However, if you're like reviewing something, right? And that review causes you to do a procedural thing. that is reviewing your procedure. I know this is getting really complicated. I'm sorry. Like, I haven't really planned out this part yet. So what I mean by that is when a word shows up, make a sentence with it. If it is in your procedural nature already, then it is still a review. It's a review of your procedure. So kind of like a habit. A habit is something you do procedurally. You don't, it's not required for revision. Like, you're not going to change up your habit every single time you do it. You like to make a sentence with it most of the time different? Yeah, me too. Me too. I actually do multiple things. This will be in the review soon. Once we get to day 400, we'll cover this. I already do it now during my HanziHero session, so it's been a work in progress. So when I see a character, I think of synonyms. Synonymous characters. How they plug together. Then I think about the sentence. Usually, a sentence, these characters can be used. However, if I can already go to a vocabulary word in which these characters are either synonymous or analogously put together, then I can generate a sentence. On a vocab card, there's already a sentence. And when those sentences come up, if I hang up, I can use that sentence to generate a new sentence. And that'll help explain the existing one. Like, what does this word sound like in a new sentence that I construct? So those things, to me, are procedural review that isn't a revision of this review, because you're not writing it as a state of permanence, right? What are you revising if it's always different? You can alter your you can revise your procedural review that you're doing. Right, like the vibe, the intuition, the habit, you can revise your habit if you want. But the habit is a procedural thing. So what makes it very efficient is because you're procedurally reviewing what you typically do. When you revise something, it takes a time to adjust to it. So maybe in the future, you decide, instead of vibing your sentences, you decide to revise it like you'll always form a sentence with a conditional clause and two independent clauses. Then you have to get used to that. That is the revision part. So you revise the way you make sentences over time, possibly, and it becomes hard temporarily until it becomes review. I'm kind of blending two concepts here, which is not working out for me right now. I'm kind of struggling a little bit in my head. So whenever I'm saying these words, I'm actually trying to think about how I'm connecting this. So oftentimes I think revision is parallel to learning, and review is parallel to practice. So in this line of thought, revision to learning also often is considered inefficient because it's something novel. You're going to be learning something and you're going to be incorporating it for the term. So when it becomes efficient, it needs a new standard. Then review is often dealing with practice. Practice deals with things that are very efficient. because they have been practiced, and you're trying to focus more on efficiency. And these usually already have standards, so now most things are relative. So you're not establishing a standard. And oftentimes this relative means that it's usually a habit. And the standard, when you're trying to standardize a revision with a learning being inefficient, you're establishing a new thing, like something that's new, so non-habitual. And these are the parallel things that I've been talking about for a while now. The new thing that I've added, the revision that I've added, was this concept. But I have often talked about this concept 50% of the time. I've talked about the contrast between learning and practicing, and then how that links with the results of performance. And performance is where 90% of people who talk to me are concerned with. They speak from the act of performance. And then I spend more than 50% of the time talking about how performance is related to learning and practice. And then oftentimes when they talk about data with performance, sometimes people will tell me data, as in like standards and relatives. Then this would be data talk. And data talk deals with standardization and relatives. You know, like control groups, control variables, and factors. And this would be the other 50% of the time. Like negligibly, this is either these two. So the new stuff that I typically pivot when you stay for like 5 hours plus, then I start talking about novelty and habit formation. And this usually deals with lifestyle choices. So things about like happiness, tedium, valley of despair, imposter syndrome, that stuff. Then that's like, this is less than 1% of the time, because less than 1% of the people end up staying for that. And in the future, I like to incorporate this actualization of review and revising. Are you reviewing or are you revising? Typically, when you're reviewing, you're practicing. If you're revising, you're learning. And learning is inefficient. Practicing is always going to be more efficient than learning, because you're not learning anything. You're working on making it better. And there's wiggle room, by the way. For the record, this is bipolar. I usually draw a number line between these two. So it's on a number line. You have to imagine that it's anywhere from standardization all the way to relative, and anywhere in between. There's a balance between learning and practice, revision and review. So when Not Drama challenged me and said, well, I guess in vocabulary, you're only doing review. Fair enough. Over the course of someone's life, when they're doing something, they're rarely doing one thing for a very long time. Like through your days of your studying, you will engage in a balance between these two things. You will constantly standardize new things in order to develop relativity. So new things, new standards, habit, relatives, and the relative stuff are habitually efficient, so you can compare and contrast very rapidly. But the new things need standards in order for you to be less inefficient or more efficient in this way. And that involves learning something. So my focus often when I distribute these things is that I spend a larger majority of my time revising, and smaller majority of my time reviewing when I find the thing tedious. So this is where the tedium comes in. If things become tedious, I start focusing on how do I make it less tedious. I'm revising my protocols and my procedures in order to address the problem. Other days, like today, WaniKani was pretty much all review. Like what I mean is I didn't do anything. I didn't add anything. I didn't get hung up on anything. So I basically did quote unquote 100% review. And I do say this to myself. It's like, oh yeah, all right. So today's business as usual. In HanziHero, it often feels like 50-50 because I get hung up on 50% of the stuff. So in my head and my eyes and my stuff, I'm trying to make a mental note of it and then write something down. Today, though, is kind of an exception because I'm not revising anything today. Not yet. And again, you don't have to revise things to learn things. You can literally encounter new information. Like this part, these right here is new information. This is the first time I've seen it. So this part is the learning part, and it's inefficient. It's incredibly inefficient. Yeah. I'm gonna try to work on it, obviously. It's a work in progress. Super neat. Super neat. Does this matter at all? It would be kind of fun to hear if it matters to anyone. It matters to me. I'm not here to convince you that it should matter to you. It's fun though to hear how other people approach things. The reason why I have started doing this, I'll explain a little backstory. The reason why I've started doing this is because I'm trying to address the problem of tedium. Like this is like a devastating word. The most common stopgap right now for other people that come to me is it's tedium. Tedium is awful. It kills their motivation. It makes progress not exist. So how do I demonstrate that? How do you keep tedium at bay? And how every day, like today, I have to tell myself to shut up at some point because we're going to run out of time. I literally prepare something new and revise an old story each and every day to keep it fresh for myself. And it sucks for efficiency. Right? Like exactly what Drama said. It sucks for efficiency if you're making something new. There's a counterpoint to this. It does prevent tedium. Like it does mitigate tedium overall. So if you're someone who's really efficient and you're like, I gotta save as much time as possible, focus, focus, focus. Focus on reviewing. I must get all the right answers. And then you like turn off your screen at night and you're like, man, tomorrow I'm gonna be doing the same thing for the next 365 days. Like, what am I even doing with my life? If you're in that pool, which I feel is the most common vibe that I get from people's describing studying, then I have to kind of revise the wheel or try to introduce a revision to their wheel. Sometimes you can sacrifice efficiency or trade off efficiency to gain a bigger return on weighing out tedium. So yeah, I can like here a proof of concept is to use Duolingo for a year. Hear me out. I don't have to use my own personal anecdote. What do you think that guy who is doing a no-hit run in Elden Ring is doing? How do you think the guy doing day in and day out doing that no-hit run through the entirety of Elden Ring is doing to keep them motivated constantly striving for more, despite from an outside perspective, they're doing the same thing every single day. He's just built different. Hear me out, drama. Hear me out. Would it be simpler? Would you want life like I genuinely have asked this rhetoric. Would you want life to be explained like that? The bird has entered the chat. Yeah, like drama. Like I don't know if I like a world where it's easier to explain by saying the person is built differently. It means that we can't connect anymore. Like that sucks. At least in my opinion, it sucks. Like you and I, the three of us that we're talking at this very moment, is because we still hold on to the idea that we might not be built so differently that we can't understand each other. So whenever I say like, I absolutely love doing this every single day. Like I can't tell you how much of a high in energy. Like I actually can't sleep when I'm doing my vocab reviews on stream. So the combination of the things that I'm doing, I don't get worse. Like I don't get more dispirited, more bored. I get more excited because I can do even more over time. Like every single day is an opportunity to do even more than what I've done. So there is a bit of revision, a sufficient number. So as a quality of life thing, you could kind of view it, you know, my list of the things above and my list of the idea is you're looking for your balance. What is your balance? Is it 30% in learning space? Or, you know, and 7%? The thing is, this number is going to continuously change. The question is it 0? Do you think of it as 0? I know I'm writing the percentage backwards. And 100%. Not that I'm saying this will be for real, like doomed and prophetic, but generally speaking, most of the people that I hear problems, when they are so interested to the point where they would ask someone like me, who isn't a professional in learning, isn't a professional in coaching, they would ask me, what is my problem? Like, why do I hate reviewing Japanese, even though I love hearing Japanese? Like, for example, why do I hate studying Japanese if all I do is listen to Japanese and see Japanese people speak? And like, why is that the case? And that often ends up being the idea that this person is constantly doing something without doing something else. Like it's an imbalance, and it's a really heavy imbalance. Most of the time they go from 100% practicing to 100% learning immediately in in 6 months. Like for example, whenever you tell yourself like, oh yeah, I need to prepare for an exam, right? Or I want to go to Japan. You know, why do I hate CI? Like, and it's not that you're incapable of it. It's an all or none mentality. First of all, you spend 100% of your time immersing. And what I mean by immersing, we're not going to talk about active or passive immersion, you know, active or something. Like, most of the kids these days, at least in my opinion, sorry if you're offended by being a kid. I would want to be a kid again. I'm just saying I'm kind of old and I like being young. But anyways, immersing. You went from 100% enjoying immersing. But what is that immersion like? You are 100% practicing what you're doing. you're doing 0% learning. And this is approximate. So when you watch your 5,000th anime show before you started learning Japanese, you have practiced the habit of enjoying anime. And then the moment they go to learn Japanese, what they do is they convert all 100% into 100% learning. And they want to 0% practice. Sorry, I should have wrote it the other way around, but that's fine. We'll just combine this arrow. So that transition is not subtle. It's not like you didn't take baby steps. You did what the internet does. The internet tells you throw on a switch. You flip a switch on and off. So now, what is the mentality that I hear most of the time? The moment they start learning a language, everything they do to practice is bad. They're always saying we must learn. Everything that you learn is good. So what do? You develop all new habits, or you try to anyways. So you're all new things, and you're hoping if you power through for 6 months to a year, those habits become practice, right? So you're having all these new things, and all you can think about is, I'm so inefficient right now. Man, why can't I do this faster? Maybe I can try to keep converting things to practice and to practice and to practice. So after you burn out from all the new things you're trying to juggle, while you're trying to convert everything into habits, there's no quality of life balance. You like it, either all your anime feels laborious, tedious, because now you want your anime to be a source of learning, not a source of practice. Right? So whenever you watch anime, it's like, oh yeah, it's all about learning all the new words that you've learned today, like discovering new words, sentence mining. So what happened to all the things that kept you motivated and interested and spirited and curious? They all go out the window. Now, hear me out. It's multiple stages. This is going to be like the first 3-month period. It's usually roughly around 3 months, at least anecdotally speaking. Then when you enter the later stages, they overcompensate by double downing and do 100% practice. And then they start doing 0 learning from 3 months to a 6-month period. And then start to complain about, or like, and I mean by complain, I genuinely mean they're complaining in order to feel better. And who do they complain to? Someone who's willing to listen. And I am willing to listen because people should be able to complain to something. You need an outlet for the negativity and the uncontrolled responses to the way you're reacting to it. WaniKani literally has complaining threads because one must complain in order to gather some balance, right? So when they complain, what do they say? Lack of progress. It feels like I'm treading in place. It's always review, review, review. I don't feel like I'm ever learning something new. And I'm not saying those people are incorrect. Like, I actually think they are correct. They aren't feeling like they're learning anything new because they're treading and trying to maintain what they full force into their brain. And all the habits, they're trying to juggle them. Like the whole point is you're trying to juggle like 8 billion different habits, like 67 different apps and 3 different people yelling at you with different advice. And then you're making all of them trying to develop habits without using any of your old habits. There are wonderful authors out there who write about how habit formation works. And it does not work. It typically does not work in this time frame. It takes years. Like what I learned in Duolingo that 1 year, it took me a year to do that. And then I'm not discarding that. I brought it here to this year. And everything that I'm bringing from 2025 and 2024, I'm bringing it to 2026. So, this is right now, this is where at the 6-month period, this is where people start quitting. If you have the motivation to do so. So it sucks. It really sucks. And that's what I'm working on right now. We're working on this. This is what we're working on. We're working on how not to, like, you don't have to understand this stuff. Like the thing I'm trying to do at the moment is how do you get someone to do this without having to sit through like a 6-hour seminar trying to conceptualize all of this stuff? Because conceptualization is, in my opinion, not how people quote unquote learn naturally online. They learn through demonstration. They learn through seeing what other, how people are doing it. So that requires a lot of background research. Like I can talk when someone gives me enough background information about them, I talk purely in analogies. I do not use like review, revising, learning. Step 1 is analyses and step 2 is recall or active. I don't use those things. I use analogies. So we use analogs, or at least I attempt to use analogs in which they can empathetically determine that action and feeling on their own. So instead of talking about language learning, we could use something they already know, like artwork or drawing or video games. And that requires a lot of time and like work in progress and stuff. And or the alternative is to find someone who represents those things and like introduce those individuals to the person who's struggling to find inspiration. The study with your in-law is like go over the words learned previous day, practice the mistake, learn 5 new words, go over it, all of it again. Yep, exactly. So active recall, fix the mistakes again, then write down what's learned. Yep, record keeping. Then in-law teach you how to write the right way. Fair enough. As a demonstration, then write it a few times. That's for outputting and reward. And then the next day you back again. It's a new routine. And if you can, and it sounds like a lot of steps, but I can tell you now, that's, in my opinion, me personally, that's like minimum. And it sounds wonderful that your mother-in-law is doing that. It's like the minimum. And that sounds highly inefficient. At least in my opinion, if I try to put my shoes in internet perspective, like why do you need to output? You could just wait, you could save some time without having to write the thing. Like writing is not useful, like you can type things now, etc. There's so many arguments for all these things. The idea is when you do those things, it will likely be inefficient, and when someone else is looking at your procedure and you're thinking, well, that's inefficient, it also gives away that they haven't done it before. Because I can assure you that stuff, it's like a walk in a park. And what I mean by that is it will become more efficient over time. Not that you want it or not. You kind of want it, right? So that's really cool that your mother-in-law is willing to go about. Is she a teacher? Is she homeschool at all? Like teacher or homeschooling? How many children does she have? Like 4? A lot of times there are many sources of this type of procedural teaching, like pedagogics, that doesn't have to be formal. Usually a parent that has multiple children and they like are very, maybe they have a varying level of degree of diligence, usually that can impart the same type of study mentality or think, okay, yes, okay, I see. Sometimes skip steps depends on how it goes. Yes, and I have to emphasize this. My routine or my procedural routine goes through refinements, but at its largest, it goes through 13 steps, which can range up to 10 minutes on one card. But not all cards require 13 steps. It usually only requires one step. 90% of the time, it requires one step, and that one step takes less than 5 seconds. However, at some point, I make sure to practice all of my things. They're there because I have developed those steps to catch myself. And based on those steps, I revise those steps. The less used steps are the ones that get revised, and the more common steps, I let it go. It's practice, it's review. So whenever I was describing, like, it took me I think the last time it took me 8 hours to describe the HanziHero procedure. I think I didn't manage to cover all of the WaniKani one because I have more quote unquote problems with WaniKani, and it took like 100 times longer to actually explain the thing than to show it. And that's the point. The point is I took the time to explain it. She's a kindergarten teacher, I think. I see. But she teaches people Vietnamese as well. Only 2 kids. Oh, so not that much kids, but she is a teacher, which is good. Yeah, and I can see where the teach like a child, like teach like a kid situation comes up. Yeah, that practice that's formal education. Like, what I mean is, it's the part of formal education that I don't think is appreciated as a kid. It's helpful for a kid, and then those kids appreciate it as an adult. Like, we can't, we can't inherit experience, right? So oftentimes these things are only appreciated when the kid has become older, and then they realize, oh, hey, the habits that I do were not there to begin with. You weren't born with those habits. You're not born with the habit of, learning, practicing your mistakes, learning 5 new words, then going over it, and then you're fixing your mistakes, then you're writing it down. Like, you're not, as a kid, you're not going to have these born habits. And school helped me with that. My parents are not educated, by the way. Like, what I mean is they're not educated in the same way that I am. I don't actually know how their schooling was done. Like, I don't even know how school was structured back then when they were in China. Right? They moved afterwards, so they didn't live their like teenage years and childhood years in the United States, unless the kid is built differently. And I will concede to this. There are people who are built differently. There are. They're like, I'm not denying. Like, I'm talking almost like it's like 100%. I try not to. Like, you make drama, you keep me in check a lot of times. Whenever I say everyone, it's a habit I've unfortunately kind of adopted from the internet. So it's good to keep me honest with my... I sometimes I get caught up in like making it sound like it's 100%, but it's not. There are people who are built differently. And you know what about them that's built differently? They also learn differently. Or they have different strategies. So if you're able to see that, which is rarer, by the way, which is rarer, much, much rarer, people who are fundamentally built significantly differently, I I like to believe that on the internet there will be awareness to that. Right now, this is concerning. So like, am I special, right? Like, am I built differently? I don't think I'm built differently. However, it is up to the person I'm speaking to know that there's a responsibility. Like, I can try my best to demonstrate things, and then if that person believes that they are able to do it, and then they are able to do it, then yes, we're not built differently. However, it is incredibly difficult for a human being who is, in fact, built differently to have a point of empathy for what they're selling or for what they're instructing. I can tell you about my life, and it does not sound remarkable, right? Like, at least in my opinion. So then when someone says, oh yeah, you know, you don't know what it's like to be behind. And I'm like, I was learning 4th grade math when I transferred to a 6th grade school. Like, does that mean I'm built differently? I don't know. Like, someone asked me like, well, you know, you wouldn't feel this way if you were never behind. And I'm like, well, I was behind most of my life, but maybe it's not the same thing. It's tough. There was, you know, the most recent one. How do they know? I don't. No. Yeah, that's the hard part, right? That's the hard part. How do they know? How do you do this stuff? And this stuff that we're talking about, like, how do you know? How do I know? It's fascinating. Maybe they're just built different. Yeah. Like, drama. I kid you not. That's when you're trying to help someone. When someone comes to you and says, "Can you help me?" Or like, "Can you?" That's what it boils down to. I'm not kidding about this. They don't say those words. They don't say built differently. They don't say built differently, and I can't spell built for whatever. They don't say built differently. They say you don't understand. That's what is said. When you say something like, oh man, you know, I don't know why when I sleep, I always get up tired. And I'm like, okay, have you checked with your quality of sleep? It's like, I have plenty of good quality of sleep. You just don't understand. Like, okay, so somehow you're just built differently. So when you go to sleep, you wake up tired. So when you're sleeping, it makes you more tired. And the entire act of sleeping is somehow making you tired because you're built differently from everyone else who sleeps, who becomes less tired, at least to some extent. Right? That's the uphill battle. So I understand that your drama, like your comedic timing is pretty good, like really excellent. Then you think about the serious matter of the case, where when someone says like, oh man, I can't, here's one, like, oh, I'm on Anki, for example, I'm on Anki, and someone's like saying, oh yeah, hang on, I gotta add 20 new words or 20 new cards. And I asked them, like, you're adding 20 new cards today? Like, yeah, I do it every day. I'm like, okay. May I ask, why do you think you need to add 20 new cards every day? It's like, oh yeah, so that I can always be learning 20 new things, at least 20 new things every day. It's like, okay. And then we go into the review, and I asked them questions about the new cards and the old cards, and they remember like 30% of it. And my first thought is, maybe perhaps there's other ways to engage your practice so you can start forming your foundations before you keep adding new cards. It's like, but I already know those things. It's like, no, I don't. I I think you're like when I asked you questions, you could only answer like 30% of those things. And like, but I already know them because I already added them to the deck and saw them once. Like, I'm not entirely sure we're on the same page. It's like, you won't understand. I'm like, oh, okay. And if you stick with just built differently, then you give up on the person. And that sucks. I think, I'm no saint, right? I'm not a saint. But I sure as heck have a lot of patience. Like, lots of patience, I would say. Patience is inefficient, by the way, for those who don't care or value patience. Patience is inefficient. It's nearly the antithesis of online speech. When someone says, be patient, trust the process, the person who's saying it online often might not even appreciate what that means. So when they say it to me, I'm like, all right, I got you, boo. Like, if you're gonna tell me to trust the process and be patient, let's do it together, right? And then immediately we find out that it's not really a patience for others. I mean, for themselves, it's patience for others. And I agree, I have patience. Do you think writing with hands make you remember words better than typing words? Better? Better is a really tough thing. If you I'm imagine this is a one or the other situation, right? So like if you're confined to A or B, that's a tough question. I haven't ever compared them for myself. I do both. And then I relate them to each other. However, I can say this. Writing gets you better at writing. And typing gets you better at typing. Okay, but does it help you remember words better? I'm gonna say statistically negligent. If I had to truly weigh the mechanics of writing and typing, I would say it's probably conservatively statistically negligent. Now, what makes it statistically significant is how well practiced someone is in both. And the answer might not be something that you guys might want to hear or other people want to hear, but generally speaking, the one that you're learning... Sorry. I meant to write practice here. The one that you're learning, so the less practiced one, will likely end up providing more engagement. And that may contribute to a better synthesis, like a synthetic. It can temporarily boost engagement. So for example, if you're typing most of the time, a lot of times this will be procedural. And that procedural can, not always, maybe like we're gonna throw in like a 20% chance that it becomes a passive thing. People always assume writing is the best. You just want me to know. Yeah, this is my point of view. So if you're assuming writing is the best, right? Like if you're talking to someone who's assuming writing is best, then you have to test to get them to type. And I'm gonna say that it would probably be typing would be slightly better, if not temporarily. And then when temporarily, once they become rehearsed and practiced, in my opinion, it would be negligent. The difference would be negligent, like statistically negligent. And this is my quote-unquote concept of this. When you know how to do something sufficiently, but not well practiced, oftentimes it can promote a benefit of engagement. And when you're learning something like that in that way, it can boost your attention. Now, overall, I would say in the long scheme of things, it's probably statistically negligent. The true winner is both. Because when you bounce between A and B, then you have a balance between something that is passive and something that's active. And then you keep going back and forth. So the answer is really both, because both is still, you have relatively sufficient time to do both compared to dedicating to one medium. That's the balance approach to me. And I'm not shy about this, I'm a proponent of balance approaches. Learning is a small window, and what I mean by that is it's a small window for every subset of skills for the person's attention span, or like the person's interest. So when you have a balance approach, it extends that learning window. If you have a focused window, it requires a lot of things that I think would limit the learning potential to begin with. So if you focus specifically on writing, and you have a person spend like 100% of their time writing versus someone who splits their time between learning and writing, and then you extend it across a long period of time, like an hour or two, right? Like, for example, not an hour or two, sorry. A year, right? A year, and you have someone do a 50-50 versus someone who does a 100% of one or the other. When you're measuring this, it's probably come out to negligence on certain things, like overall performance or overall progress. Like, that is probably the reality. This is on performance. However, consistency, well-being, consistency and well-being would be substantially different between the two. I think that, to me, makes something better and something that is less ideal. I'm going to say less ideal. So that's a more like a balance or a holistic approach to things. Is language learning self-reinforcing in the sense that accumulating association make future learning progress easier and faster? I believe that to be true, with a big if they are actually learning about learning. So like, not everyone. So my goal, we'll just rewrite all this because this is a really nice topic about language learning. My point is, I sound like a broken record, and I can be entirely erroneous about this. For now, association is my spice of life. Association is cumulative. How you spell cumulative? Cumulative. I missed a couple vowels, and it's fine. It's cumulative. The thing is, when people are talking about what's cumulative, they're talking about content. And content sometimes can be irrelevant. So, if you're learning Japanese and you believe that Japanese is entirely irrelevant to Chinese, then there's no accumulated association, right? And that's where most people are doing that. Now, there is one thing that underlies learning a language that I feel will make learning faster or easier in the future. And that's if you're learning about learning. Hooray! You're learning about learning. Like, how do you think? How do you remember things? How do you organize information? How do you process comparative analyses and stuff? When you learn about those things, it's cumulative. It creates the association between most things. With that ability and capacity, you can learn to enjoy creating networks between everything. And that's what I do most of the time. It is ultimately progressively cumulative. So, like, I don't run away and compartmentalize. Compartmentalization is legitimately the antithesis of accumulated associations. So if you go around constantly compartmentalizing, then no. Accumulated associations do not make future learning progressively easier or faster because you're not doing it. Right? So I can say that it is self-reinforcing. If it's self-reinforcing, I know that sounds terrible. Like, it's self-reinforcing because it's associating, but most people don't associate things, in my opinion. Like, the individuals I interact with, they don't associate things, they compartmentalize things. So like vocab, there's no way of connecting vocab to the things you watch. There's no way to connect grammar from the things you watch. Like, from the things you watch connected to grammar. There's no way grammar filters into the vocabulary words, which is related to the characters. That's not, in my opinion, how they see it. They want to see one instance and rely solely on that instance. You still can form associations that way, though. The nice part is, if you see someone do something long enough, you can still form associations over time. Did you learn about learning, though? Did you accumulate learning experience? It's not true for everyone. And how do I know this for a fact? When I was working in academia, you can tell the difference between a learner and a memorizer. And I'm sure everyone else can too, to some extent, when they're looking at someone else. But the question is, when you ask yourself what you're doing, are you learning or are you memorizing? Are you memorizing in the hopes of imitating, which eventually leads to learning? That's probably a lot of people's hope, where when you see enough, you recognize enough things, it becomes intuitive, and that intuition leads you to learn the thing. Like, that's fair. How long is that going to take? I have no idea. I have no idea. And I refuse. I'm very skeptical if someone says they do have an idea, because the whole flow of this is to memorize, imitate, and intuit. So you're telling me you're gonna somehow You think that someone who's intuiting things is going to give you data about how long it'll take for them to start to intuit things? The whole nature of relying on a sample size that rely on intuition is that you have to somehow measure it without relying on their judgment. So those people who are learners at first are probably the individuals you hear advice from. And most people want this, in my opinion. I think the classical internet person wants this. So they ask advice from a learner. Now there is a fun exercise in socialization. Are you getting advice from someone who relies on your experience and background in order to provide advice that is relevant to your experience? I am not one of them. Like, to even say that someone thought, when I say, oh, I got a PhD, and they're like, oh yeah, that must have been really hard. Like, oh man, that's a lot of hard work. Good on you. It's like, yes, I guess. I'm not sure if we have the same definition of hard. I mean, you definitely have to work long hours and do all of that things, but I loved it. I love learning in science. Like, that's probably the reason why I managed to get a PhD, to be honest. If I didn't love it enough, I think I would have quit a long time ago. Like, a long time. Also, Draman, thanks for the Prime Gaming sub. I forgot to say that. So, like, I try my best to say that there is not a big difference between my emotional state and other people's emotional state. The thing is, though, I spent most of my time trying to explain something because I like learning about it. The people that want something intuitive do not get that advice from intuitive people. And that's what the sucky double standard is. Like, think about self-selection, right? What is the double standard here? Or unintentional double standard? Or maybe like the reality? Or maybe the hypocrisy? Or the paradox? We'll call it a paradox. It's less negative. A paradox. If you're a viber, what are the chances that you would be able to find a viber that can explain something so that you can vibe it? It's like kind of asking ChatGPT to explain how they got the answer. Right? So, like, what I mean is, how ChatGPT vibed the answer. Did ChatGPT vibe the answer? I mean, that's a good question. But since you're not inherently ChatGPT, the things that they explain to you may not be something you relate to. So when a viber is trying to intuit something, what kind of person are you speaking to when they're explaining something? If they're trying to explain something in detail, they're probably not a viber. Like, they could vibe certain things, but the thing they're talking about, they didn't vibe it. They have to explain it. They're explaining it to you. So I'm not saying the person themselves vibe through everything. The thing that they're trying to explain requires something that is a paradox. If someone is explaining to you something very, very well, they didn't vibe those things. They need to understand how to explain those things instead of relying on their intuition. So by nature, when you're following advice from someone, you require both. You need to have the skills to understand advice and conception, and then develop that into your vibe. If you don't do both, like if you're unable to do one, information doesn't go in. So what? Let's take it back to language learning. heritage speaking. Okay, so we have, you know, a mother who is going to try to explain something to you. Right? So you're a kid. Yikes, that's already difficult because there's not enough vibes. But the nice thing about being a mother of a kid is you can literally create the vibes. So that's like nonverbal communication, trying to be around, demonstrating the things. That's great. Is that available on the internet? Like, not really. Like, you're gonna read a tutorial on how to use Anki, and that somehow makes you able to vibe it. That's not it. That ain't it, Chief. If you have someone with you and then you guys do the Anki lessons together and then share and explain how it makes you feel and share those experiences, then you might be able to vibe together. There's a chance you might be able to do that. Are you going to do that? Well, most of those hot takes are go and find a language exchange. And even then, the vibes are different, by the way. A language exchange is asymmetrical because you're both exchanging different languages. So even then, it's not the greatest of vibes. And then you're like, oh, but you can go and find a teacher. Asymmetrical. Teacher and a student, asymmetrical. Not vibing still. You know, there's minimized vibing. So then what do? You go out and talk to strangers. Still asymmetrical. So oftentimes you need to do both. And which part fails the most? Like, I really don't like making competitions of negative things, but which one is more likely to fail? The less practice method. The less practice part. Which one is the less practiced? The non-vibing part. It sucks. Like, in my opinion, no one's built differently enough to be able to do both. I really hope no one is built differently enough to do both. Like, it would suck if someone can't conceptualize things and explain them using language. I mean, that kind of is oxymoronic since you're learning a language for expression in that way. And then you can boost it with your vibing. Right? Like, oh, I like its vibe, but you have to be on the same wavelength before you can vibe with each other. So it's kind of like paradoxical, right? And it's lovely when two people who can speak the same language vibe off each other, because there's a level of symmetry, like exchange. When language learning is thrown in, it's often people are seeking symmetry, but they aim to ignore what is asymmetrical about things. So most of the stuff that are less practice are the things that I would share, which are my more practice things. Like, what is that? Time management. Time management. Consistency. Consistency. Tedium. Iteration. Revision. Holistics. I'm just gonna write holistics here. Holistics means usually you want to do both. Hard-boiled eggs. Yeah, hard-boiled eggs are right. That euphemism, hard-boiled eggs. Lots of hard-boiled eggs. I'm kind of more of a soft-boiled egg now, though, but we won't take that metaphor too far. Hello there, Bree. Hello. How are you? I thought you were gonna go to sleep today for tomorrow's work, right? Oh wait, is tomorrow the late work shift? Bree, what with the situation? Someone learned Japanese, mastered it, learned German, and you language exchange. That would be really cool. Maybe one day, maybe you and I. But we both speak English. I mean, that sounds amazing. What are the odds of that happening? Like, what I mean is, you know, if we're talking about percentage-wise and stuff, what are the odds that, for anyone as a part of advice, right? As a part of advice, how statistically likely is that going to happen? And remember, we have to share mutual interest in the language that we might be conversing in. That happened to you, but we no longer have contact. Yeah. The common interest is tough, in my opinion. If you do encounter that, I guess it's kind of funny that you said you no longer have contact. But if I do have that situation, I would hold on to it for sure, if it aligns with my goals. Unfortunately, or fortunately, my goals haven't changed. Like my overall arc hasn't changed. I'm not interested in becoming a polyglot. I'm more interested in understanding how people learn and how to get people to learn. Language learning, playing video games and stuff is a backdrop to figuring out, like, when someone tells me I absolutely hate looking at my review deck, the goal is, all right, let's go explore that. Let's find out how you either know or come to terms that you don't do this because it's not for you, or we work on it and make it work, right? That's kind of like the idea. A Chinese that studied in the US went to Japan, learned Japanese, living there 2 to 3 years, coming to Germany, learning Japanese language, exchanging with you. Oh, that's cute. Oh, did they move again or something? Is that why you're no longer in contact? Wow, a Chinese person that travels to study language is uncommon. That's a rare person. That's a very rare person. Like, my parents would be like, why are you moving to countries to learn another language? It was a bit complicated. Oh, okay. Say no more. That's perfectly all right. So you have the afternoon shift tomorrow. Okay. Or the evening shift. Great. Good luck tomorrow. Tomorrow is the, what, the 16th, right? Yeah, the big start of your big week. How do you feel, Bree? How do you feel? Oh, it's complicated how you separate it. That's fair. That's fair. Yeah, that's pretty... I'm gonna tell you, that's that person's pretty rare. Like, if my parents, like, if I told my parents, this is anecdotal, I think it's pretty rare. Traveling, especially in my opinion, in a Chinese background, traveling is kind of like a luxury. It's a really big luxury. And it's a very westernized luxury. I mean, I guess it's palpable if you just think about China in general, like the Chinese population. Like, you know, how many people live in China? And then how many Chinese live outside of China? Despite it all. Like, we're talking about like proportionally different forms of traveling. Like, it's already difficult to convince my parents to go back and visit China. Despite like, they have all the love for their country. Like, it's very real. The idea is like pragmatism, money, and all that stuff is so heavy in Chinese culture that creating a burden, even in a lifetime, is so, like, to me, it's kind of painful to, like, see my parents glow about their heritage, but it doesn't glow enough to overcome their pragmatism in order to, like, do the thing. She said if she had all the money in the world, she would live in a library and study all day. And you also, and I also give you these vibes. Yeah. If I had all the money in the world, probably. No, so hear me out. The nice thing about it, you can call this a silver lining, or it could be kind of sad to some people, or bittersweet. I like learning to the point where it is the very reason why I don't really engage in, like, feeling the need to make a lot of money or travel or have very specific things, because most of the time it's like first come first serve. Being really interested in learning means that learning happens wherever you go. So the closest environment that you have is the environment that you stick to be good at it. My parents, despite knowing the concept of going to China and that it's different from the United States, they have invested their entire lives to doing whatever is necessary or desirable in order to further their goals with whatever they were given, or whatever was even the immigration situation. And for myself, sometimes it takes another person to give me a reason to travel, or to give me a reason to be more interested in something else. Yeah. And that's why I'm streaming, by the way. I know my predilections. And yeah, I would... The good news is that it doesn't take a lot of money to live in a library and study all day, but if you don't have that, then you can't do it. You're a bit sore, but you're okay overall? Nice. Nice, Bree. Okay, and also welcome back, Xing Xing. Your cats, right? Howl and Bree. Oh, by the way, Bree, I found out that Xing Xing, one of Xing Xing's cats is named Bree. They're named after cheeses. Alright, I'll finish this, and I have like a short Neverwinter thing. I was gonna save a story about Neverwinter, but we'll see. I have a juicy Neverwinter story. It's still ongoing, by the way. Maybe I'll just cover it next week. It's literally happening on... You know what? Let me find out if there's a new development. It's publicly available. You can go read the video comments if you want. So I'm not shy about public things. Let's see. Do I have a new hold? I haven't had a video comment in a long time on a video. Okay, the person must be like a 6-hour difference between me and them. But we have an ongoing or maybe like a fun little back and forth. I haven't engaged with anyone in a video comment before, so it's been a while. Alright, so let's go through this, and then I really have to take a bathroom break, and then I'll be back to cover Neverwinter, which is roughly like 30 minutes to an hour. And we can vibe there. So, maybe you'll convince me starting Neverwinter? No, I'm not here to convince you to start Neverwinter. In fact, I probably do the opposite. What would be my hot take? Here, I'll give you a 5-minute hot take. Wait for Ashes of Creation. Oh, and also, you know, I don't know what the recommendation specs for Ashes of Creation, but If you need to buy a new PC right now, yikes, I'm sorry. Like, I postponed my PC purchases indefinitely until something else normalizes to some extent. Money's not a problem, kinda. Oh, okay. Ashes of Creation is going to be like a new, like a Western MMO. That's the dialogue that I've been talking about with this person. This person, man, I'll talk about it in a bit. You can also read it. It's on my, and you know Ash of Creation. Like, I know Sing Sing plays gacha games. It's kind of relevant to also Sing Sing's gacha game excitement and Bree's app thing. So all three of you have an appreciation for the conversation I'm having with this particular person on YouTube. On one of my YouTube comments. It's the last Neverwinter video that I posted. And it wasn't like, it's not because the reality is people are greedy, companies like to make money and all that stuff. It's like, I get that. I totally understand the grievances about that. However, what is not often understood is I'm not the person who's angry. I'm not the person who's sad and worried about FOMO. Like, I genuinely like doing things and describing what I know and suggest what I know. Yeah, AOC is at ArcAge. By the way, ArcAge is the other game, by the way. So ArcAge Chronicles might be something that I might play in the future. There's ArcAge Chronicles, Crimson Desert, AOC, even further out, Dokkaebi. I think me and Bree, I somewhere in my mind, I hope that Bree in like 2 years, something works so well for you, Bree, in 2 years that you and I, there's a chance we could play Dokkaebi together. The reason why I say things go well is because this requires like a PC, and it's in another 2 to 3 years. But I could see ourselves like playing Dokkaebi. The reason why I like Dokkaebi is because it's more like wholesome related. Ashes of Creation is a Western fantasy, so that might not appeal to everyone. And Crimson Desert is also Western fantasy. And ArcAge Chronicle is kinda waifu. Waifu West. But Dokkaebi is more like Pokemon. There's also the Mihoyo. There's also a Mihoyo take on it, but that's too soon. I usually don't recommend things when people are having like a lot of things going on in their lives, right? These things are luxuries. So I am retiring, like I'm retiring Neverwinter Online, and I'm also retiring PSO2 NGS. And I want to be part of a founders thing. But this person that I'm speaking to online, like in the video comments, their argument is that whenever they heard my comment about trying to improve a model, yeah, Crimson Desert is Western style, yes. And yeah, it's a Western like a feudal barbarian theme. But you still have the anime, you know, like the Korean-esque over-the-top action and stuff. But it's more like Final Fantasy 15. You see what I mean? Like, it's more like... not 15, 16. Final Fantasy 16. It's kind of like a westernized Korean. It's a Western fantasy. So, you haven't played... oh, okay. So, more like chivalry, knights, barbarians... you know, barbarians, kings, Witcher. That Crimson Desert. That's Crimson Desert. Or Dragon's Dogma. But you can see it, you know, Clive. Oh yeah, Clive, yes. Yes, definitely Clive. So, And the reason why I thought about Ash, that's why I put Ash AOC in the same discussion as Crimson Desert with Neverwinter Online, because I'm technically retiring a Western fantasy. Right. The last Western fantasy I retired from was World of Warcraft. So that long ago, like Neverwinter Online is gonna be a 13-year tenure by the time I retire from it. And in between was actually a game called AO, which was westernized. It's like globalized. It's AO is Atlantica Online. It deals with like famous people across the years. World of Warcraft was absolutely peak pre and including Legion. I stopped at Burning Crusade. So I went with vanilla to Burning Crusade. I still remember participating in the level up competition, like first to 70. I missed out. No, I kept watching the lore. I like the lore. I didn't like the I wasn't a fan of the gameplay. Like, I'm okay with the gameplay, but I kept up with World of Warcraft like lore. I enjoy watching people play it. So I don't believe I missed out on much. This person did though. This person thinks I missed out. I was playing other things then. Like when you were playing World of Warcraft, the gameplay became so good with Draenor. I played other games. There were other games during World of Warcraft years. Like, and it's all over the place. I played Final Fantasy games, right? I played Persona games. There were many things that I've exchanged for World of Warcraft. I mean, I played Warcraft as well and Starcraft and whatnot, but I exchanged it. The story died in Shadowlands, I see. What'd you call it? I followed the story though. I kept following Blizzard stories. I enjoy stories far more. Like, I understand gameplay is really core to a lot of people. I can't take gameplay with me, like, most of the time. I absolutely love the story. To this day, I still watch like reviews of the Warcraft lore. I know more about Dungeons and Dragons lore than actually doing any paper and pencil things. And that's where Neverwinter comes in. Gameplay greater than story? Well, we live different lives. Drama, you're just built differently. We're just built differently. Wow, people are interesting. I study people's gameplay. I don't usually. I'm okay. I'm okay with not having to do the gameplay. I study people's gameplay though. Like, I still watch, like, you know, name your World of Warcraft turn Twitch streamer. I watch them do those things, you know, even back to the days of Leroy Jenkins. People ain't playing League for a story. I did play League as well. And then I stopped because, oh no, and just so you know, I follow League for its stories. I mean, have you watched Arcane? Did you play the 2 indie games based on League's lore? You seen season 1? I see. Like, I played Runic King as well, which was from the Battle Crashers developers, adapting League of Legends thing. I didn't play the one on the bomber guy. I forgot his name. Ziggs? Was it Ziggs? I didn't play the game that dealt with Ziggs. It was like I think it struck me as a platformer or something like that. You play League for his stories? Yeah, I read lore. Yeah. It's the same reason I like Persona and P5X. I read lore. The stories behind my anecdotes and stories and the things I talk about when I'm writing and drawing pictures and stuff, they come from those. Like Overwatch. I watch all the Overwatch shorts. When I used to play Overwatch, I played since closed beta until like season 12 or something. Season 12 or 13. It was like 4 or 5 seasons before Overwatch 2 happened. Yeah, I watched all the features. That was the reason I played Overwatch. Like, hear me out. Neverwinter, I listened to the voice acting. The first day, usually the first day of every module cover, someone would come in and say, "You actually listen to the you actually read the stories?" Like, no, but well, technically I don't have to read it, but yes, I'm reading and listening to the person who's voice acting this. Yes, I actually remember the current story that's involved in it. Genshin, you play for the lore? Nice. I don't unfortunately I didn't pick up Genshin. Time for you to invest in Warhammer? I already do. I actually know the relationship between Games Workshop and Blizzard in the early days. How World of Warcraft, or Warcraft itself, came to be conceived by a deal that kind of soured between Games Workshop and Blizzard. I guess back then it was still Blizzard Entertainment. And for the record, if you want to know about Warhammer and Warhammer 40k, my best friends, my triplets, so like the triplet friends, like there are 3 of them. They spent almost their entire life dedicated to Warhammer 40k, technically. They know a bit about Warhammer Fantasy. But generally speaking, it's really big and it's really wonderful. And I've heard a lot of stories about the things. Oh, by the way, big announcement from Game Awards. Total War 40k is coming. And I'm excited to talk to my friends about that. They run a magazine, by the way. They run a mag for the hobby, or 40k hobby specifically, but fantasy is also included. Have I seen Astartes? Is it that animator dude? Is this like that dude that animates the scenes? That kind of reminds me of that dude. Let me make sure. Is it that the mini series thing? I haven't seen it yet, but it is on my list. I started looking at 40k things because of Amazon's unfortunate, not so great implementation of games. You know, levels. Was it called levels or something? That got me interested in seeing what other 40k stuff happened. He got hired, absolutely. Oh, he got hired. Oh, okay. Yeah, it's the same one. Yes, it's the same guy. Yep, I saw probably all of it. It's a mini series. I probably saw most of it like on and off. I didn't watch it continuously from beginning to end, but that was something my friend, one of my best friends, shared a while back, and then I just went through and watched them. You also play Star Wars games for the lore? There you have it. It's self-made short movie. Yeah, it's the same one. I'm glad to hear that you got hired. Secret Level. Yes, Secret Level. It's unfortunate for the execution of Secret Level, but I really hope Amazon sticks to their Secret Level. Secret Level really reminds me of Love, Death, and Robots. You know, it's an anthology, right? Anthology to try to encourage like a community contribution kind of situation. But Love, Death, and Robots, pure like Love, Death, and Robots, I really love that. Secret Levels I thought might have been a second coming of the anthological like approach for video games. I really love some of the episodes, like the Sifu one was really great. Like, it was beautiful. I didn't watch all of them yet. You liked all of them? Yeah, like I didn't watch all of them yet, but oh man, I'm a sucker for shorts. YouTube has a lot of animators who submit for shorts for festivals and stuff. Those things are so beautiful. Like 5 to 10 minutes, 5 minutes tops. They're wonderful. They're also one of the reasons why I really like Pixar films, like the beginning Pixar shorts. So fantastic. Anyways, yeah, enough geeking out about that. I was gonna talk about most of this later, but I feel like we have some sort of connection, except for the whole gameplay is more than story thing. Get out of here, drama. No one likes you. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I understand. I do interact with a few potatoes that like, no, but it's all about how the game plays. I'm like, I'm sorry, this is a walking sim game. An example of gameplay greater than story? Okay. Is Gravity Rush? That's fair. But you picked an example where there wasn't a story. Like, I can give you an example. Claire Obscure. It's a mixed bag. Some people like the gameplay more than they like the story. I obviously like the story far more. Actually, most people say like, nah, it's not about the gameplay, it's not about the story, it's about the music and the atmo. I know what you got. I got you, drama. I got you. The French, yes. For Brie, I can guarantee you it's the French. I'm kidding. I don't want to speak to Brie. Like, I don't want to like make Brie's gonna come back and say, what are you learning French now? Like, this is the reason to learn French. I like the art. Art was art, story, and music. The gameplay was fantastic, by the way. I enjoyed the materia, you know, like the mat system. I heard French. What's going on? Yeah, we're talking about Claire Obscure. So here, just to as a prelude to later on in Neverwinter, this person accused me. You think Claire Obscure was just a master all around? Yeah, but hear me out. Hear me out. I was trying to demonstrate that despite it was a masterpiece, right? Masterpiece all around. You can find people who like gameplay more than the story. Right? So I was trying to be fair to you. They're still priorities. Instead of looking at it as a masterpiece, I look at it as a masterpiece, for the record. Like, I like the balance. So I like gameplay, but I don't need gameplay. However, some people do need gameplay in order to appreciate the story, and vice versa. And even despite having Claire Obscure as one of this year's things, some people said that the story was not good enough for them to like the gameplay. You haven't played Claire yet? I see. I played Claire on the release date. Like, when it was announced 2 years ago and I saw it, I was like, yo, you know what this reminds me of? I don't care if it's gonna be bad or good. Like, this reminds me of Legends of Dragoon. And that game flopped. Legends of Dragoon is one of the most expensive, like, Sony first party, I think it was a PlayStation titles. It like, I think it was 3 or 4 discs long. And it was trying to like rival like Final Fantasy, and holy moly did that game tank. But that's how I felt about it when Claire Obscure was like shown in 2 years ago, like 2 years, like well back. I was like, yo, I gotta play it day one. So we did, and the rest is history. By coincidence, Legends of Dragoon used input turn-based things, you know, with boxes. In fact, they literally had the rotating boxes to like input. They didn't have dodges, but I'm not sure if they had perfect defense or not. But I was already playing these elements because I like a Dragon games have these elements now. They use active input turn-based combat. Whether they're impactful or not is besides the point mechanically. Okay. You didn't hear anything about it? Started at FF6 playthrough and a friend asked me why I don't play Claire, which was one day before releases. I see. You can see all of it. I was really to the moon. And what I mean by to the moon is I rarely have a game that panders to me. So no, I'm not the MC. I actually, most of the time when I play video games, I actually don't feel like the MC. I feel like the opposite of the MC. Rarely is there a game that panders to me, like, at all. Like, so when Claire showed up, like, even that what was like 3 minutes like combat trailer or something. It was a 3-minute combat trailer like 2 years ago. My first thought was, I gotta play this, because not every day there will be a game that made me want to think about existential crises and artistic grief and managing like surrealism as a depiction of like mental stress versus your a nice well-developed materia system, or the what you call it, the Pictos system, and then like incredibly obsessively artsy fartsy, and then you have the input things of everything else. Like, I was out of breath. I was legitimately out of breath when I was playing Clair Obscur. Right. And the last time I felt that way was a long time ago. It's been a very long time. And no, for the record, I didn't learn a lot. It was one of the rare moments that by coincidence, whoever made, you know, all the wonderful people at Sandfall and then all the people that they worked with, right, Sandfall and all they coincidentally captured a gamer that was me. And I can't pass that up. Like, I yearn to have that feeling that other people seem to have, or at least they make me feel like they have. Like, oh yeah, a new Souls game is out. Aren't you hyped? Aren't you pumped? Like, oh my gosh, Bloodborne is the best. Like, I haven't had that type of feeling in so long. And this year, Clair Obscur did that. There was, well, what I mean is, there are other games that do this, but not for this particular genre. Like in 2023, Dave the Diver. I think it's 2023. I don't think it's 2024. Dave the Diver. 2024 was Like a Dragon 8. These games pander to me. They pander to me really, really hard. It like some essence of me. So it means that I didn't learn very much, but it was like a last meal situation. I'm not sure if people are vibing with this. Like a last meal situation. You're not there to get your mind blown. You're more there to, what is the most quintessential thing? Like on your list, when someone says, you know, read before you die list, right? Or play before you die list. Like what is on my list? Clair Obscur. Dave the Diver. Like, I do have a list in my back pocket. They're not my favorite. That's a little different. Favorite is not saying that any one of these is my favorite. Is how do I communicate what I like? So this is part of my identity. Most of the days I'm being agreeable. Like, I agree with you. RE9 is really hype. Like, that's awesome. Requiem sounds amazing. The new Control game, like, you know, the new Control game is fantastic. Like, I am hype because other people are hyped. When someone asks me like, hey, like, if you were to make a game, or if you wanted to communicate through a game, what type of thing that gets my, you know, gooses going, my loins heated and stuff? Player Obscure, Dave the Diver, Slay the Spire, A Darkest Dungeon 1. Because I didn't play DD2. Spiritfarer. What remains of Edith Finch? Subnautica. I'm covering different genre. I'm covering like different genres so that it doesn't feel like it's all one genre. Do I have a pew pew example? I'm not sure if I have a pew pew example. Modern Warfare 2, I guess. The older, the OG Modern Warfare 2. No, yeah, it's not Halo because I grew up at a time where I could not have Halo. But my friends played Halo, but I didn't play Halo. I was in high school. Excited Covain 2, nice. Cooperative monster slaying thing, if I had to pick one, Monster Hunter. Probably just MHW is good enough. Monster Hunter World. Because I didn't have access to the other stuff. And then fighters, Street Fighter 1. Maybe Street Fighter 2. We'll go with Street Fighter 2. I know there's Monster Hunter Wilds. I know. But when people say MHW, no, they're still referring to Worlds. Wilds like fell off a bridge. But we're just gonna have to keep that as a hot take. Worlds will always be Monster Hunter Worlds. Wilds like catastrophically fell off of a bridge. So Capcom is playing some serious damage control for now. So I disagree with you. It is not referring to Monster Hunter Wilds. MH Wilds is MH Wilds. Actually, I'm kind of curious. Hold up. Hold up. You enjoy playing Wilds? Oh yeah, that's good. You're built differently. Oh, by the way, the answer is both, obviously. The answer is both. But you made it about one or the other because you said it stands for wild now as opposed to like world, right? Rise bottom tier. Oh yeah, we did skip over Rise. I don't have access to. Oh yeah, I do have access to Rise because they ported it eventually. Hold up. Let me see. Hold. So where are we? Hold up. I'm seeing if it's still in the top 100 or not. Okay, so Wilds is still sitting at 20k, solid, a little below BDO numbers. But oh, look at that Claire Obscure up there. I'm actually kind of curious if anyone's still playing Monster Hunter World on it, honestly, like in the top at this time of day. Nope, not enough. Feels bad, man. You will be missed. As a PC MH player, Rise is not that great. Yeah. MH Rise is better than both of them. Oof. Those are them fighting words. Them some fighting words. I'm the latter. What Xing Xing said. Rise had better gameplay? Oof. Sure. Sure. I'll let you have that one. You're trying to win a conversation no one is arguing about, but alright. I'll take your word for it. Alright, so I'm gonna go over this. You bet playing on the respective console would make your opinion maybe change, but as a PC player, no, yeah. That's also why Wilds is same different very similar situation. Alright, I'm gonna go over this, then we're gonna do our Neverwinter thing. It's been really wonderful. We can save all of this juicy hot takes. Take Iceborne away from it and its dog. Man, that is some hot takes. Drama. That is some hot takes. Rise wouldn't exist without World. How's that for a hot take? Fight fire with fire. Let's go! Rise would be better without World. Oof! I've, you know, there are times when I have to bow to the overlords, and that one I can't top that one. I can't top that hot take. Rise would be better without World. Wait, I got one, but it's a diversion. Resident Evil Village would have been better if RE4 didn't exist. I feel like that might top the Rise and World thing. Which RE4? Both. I said RE4, so just RE4 in general. Oh, here's one. Here's one for story, since you focus a lot on gameplay. Then you focus on gameplay. Here's one for story. Resident Evil would be better without Leon. I mean, you could argue, oh, what story in Resident Evil? But hey, you could you could just remove one of the characters, and that's one way to demonstrate. Oh, no, let's just make Jill be like the Bayonetta character. Leon's your boy? Yeah, I bet Leon is your boy. Your boy just got teased in the RE9 trailer. Aren't you hyped? Even though it's like the worst kept secret of all time, but you know, your boy got teased during the Game Awards. For the Requiem trailer. You played RE4 on Wii as kid? Oh, I see. I'm trying to match your energy, Drama. Or just as a disclaimer, I don't usually talk like this. I feel like we're vibing. I'm trying to vibe with your goober stuff. Feeling a little loose. Yeah, I rarely speak like this. Yeah, having fun is good. Like, hopefully no one takes it out of context, because I'm generally not this hyperbolic. Like, when someone asks me, oh yeah, what is your favorite game of all time? Or like, what's your favorite game of 2023? And I would name a game and the person's like, oh, okay, that's neat. Have you played Elden Ring? And I'm like, no. That's usually what I get. No hard feelings here, y'all. Like, this is where I would say something like, oh, is that the one with like the Victorian body horror and some cosmic horror? That Elden Ring, right? You know, the one where like you can both shoot, and like it was a bit high pace with the fancy kind of sort of dark Victorian inspired game. They're like, why are you describing Bloodborne? Like, what's Bloodborne? And then the world would, like, the person's reality would shatter. And I'm like, oh, okay, I'm sorry. I did it too far. You're currently 100%ing RE0. I saw that you were playing RE0. Even though you said you would play Monster Hunter Stories. I'm kidding, Drama. No peer pressure or anything, but you did mention that. I can tell you what I will play soon. My next game, you're on it. All right, my next game, February. And it's going to be Kiwami 3 and Dark Tides. It will be played first in English. They will do a story run through in Chinese. Then we play the final completion, like do the final completion stuff in Japanese. And that's what I do for all Like a Dragon games. And this is the traditional ones, so those traditional ones like are less epic, like longly epic. So, and then when Like a Dragon 9 gets announced, I will be finally playing through the story again of pirate Yakuza pirate in Hawaii, and Infinite Wealth again, but in Japanese. That's my cycle. I play the Japanese version right before the next one comes out. But Kiwami 3 and Dark Tides is a legacy game, so we'll be playing it in all 3 languages. Maybe Nintendo Switch was not the play, to be honest. Oh, for the Monster Hunter story thing. I see. Yeah, we can geek out about games a lot. I do find myself being a little bit more how you say, mischievous with my words, a little bit loose when it comes to video games. I have a long history with video games, more material, vibe a little bit better with the youngins. I'm not saying you're that much younger, Drama, but Monster Hunter story, every other Monster Hunter. I was about to tell you that. Do you know what makes Monster Hunter story goated? It's the S. I'm kidding. But really, like, the reason why Monster Hunter story is more attractive to me is because of the S in MHS. It's the story part. You quit a lot of your gacha games? Yeah, I have one gacha game, and my last gacha game was 12 years ago. Technically, that type of gacha anyway. And I like Persona P5X, so I enjoy P5X. And yes, I play it for the lore and the story. You never played gacha? where like, what is your definition of gotcha? I'm kind of curious. P5X is my first modern gotcha game. Other than that, the mobile, I guess, Rage of Bahamut. Rage of Bahamut is the last one I played, which, by the way, is a Side Games property, and Side Games is still around now. They're still making stuff. In fact, they're gonna make a new live service game at some point again. Oh, vending machine. I have played a gacha, like a vending machine, before. Interesting enough, but not in Japan. But they were like those like toy, you know, like in the Americana, there used to be vending machines where like collect things that come in those plastic things. So I have done it as a kid. You played a bit of P5X, but got too much things going on, so you stopped. That's fair. Yeah, too much things. You know, prioritize yourself, obviously. Video games are well and good, but definitely other things are far more important. I mean, according to the guy that I was talking to, who like is yelling at me about how corporate greed is making everyone slaves to FOMO and stuff, you would think that that type of relationship with video games might be coming from somewhere else, not what I'm saying. Gacha games do not respect your time. That's what that other guy said. Well, actually, no. The other guy said MMOs. They said MMOs do not respect your time. As in, like, every single MMO in existence right now is there to make you a slave of your own FOMO. Note, I chose my words very carefully there. I said slave of your own FOMO, not slaves of someone else's FOMO. Like, you had to write things for your visa and all, so yeah. Oh, okay, that's fair. Imagine 10 minutes of my time is not respecting my time. Your point of view, Infinite Nikki is FOMO. Oh, yeah, Infinite Nikki, like, you think it's worse back then with FOMO content? Your point, yeah, Infinite Nikki is a bad actor example. That person chose BDO, by the way. The person I'm talking to chose BDO as the bad actor. It's about okay. I said this. I don't think the person understood what I meant about whataboutism. That person mentioned a whataboutism. So they basically said, like, they picked something. What about this game? It's worse. And I'm like, okay, that's good. Bro, never played. I know. But listen, Xing, you're also doing the same thing about whataboutisms. It's like, yes, we are aware of all of these things. But the video that I made was about talking about how people become aware of what type of live service MMO we're talking about. So when you bring up something else and they're like, dude, I hate to break it to you, but oranges are better than apples. I'm like, that's very helpful, considering my video is about apples. That's what a whataboutism is. Like, but you have to, it's like, the person's like, bro, but you don't understand. Like, that orange is really an apple in disguise. And that orange and apples, they're both out to get you. And I'm like, okay, buddy. What's BDO? I only have BD. I only know BD. That's the joke. That's the joke. By the way, the person was talking about my comment about solo content. So they were talking about solo content. That's why that joke lands really well, because it's not BDO, it's BD. And the person was inferring that, like, somehow because I play Neverwinter and I'm making like a comment about these things, they're like, oh yeah, this guy, you know, they would really get they probably lived in a cave, so they decided, oh yeah, you know, BDO is worse. Like there's a 0.0000001% chance of getting this loot after playing 2 years. Like, okay, how long do you think I've played Neverwinter online? Like, if we're really coming down to brass tacks and we're talking about facts, how long do you think I've played Neverwinter? Like, that person wasn't talking about total time played per day. That person is talking about how I can't appreciate the idea that there are other games that don't value your time. Like, we're speaking different languages. 4.7 hours. Yeah, so this guy's like playing for a year in BDO. Man, how old are you? The guy referred to like the 2000s as the peak of MMOs, and they're designing games now in Unreal and stuff. It's like, that's fair. You sound like someone who might be around my age, or maybe 10 years younger. Because the last time I checked, the peak of MMOs in the 2000s, I kind of check out. World of Warcraft-ish. Sure, I guess. But man, boy howdy. And then this person says like, oh yeah, but then, you know, it's passionless, it's all about corporate greed, and only the indie sector of gaming has... We should really be talking about this during the Neverwinter thing, but I can't help it. It's such a great... Sorry, my voice cracked. It feels like such a slide into it. Let's take a break. I'm gonna finish this and then we're gonna take a break. And then we'll talk more about that. You gotta do some WaniKani lessons. Alright, I'll let you... It's a good talk, guys. Like, I'm glad we can keep it like no feelings are hurt, right, guys? Because I really think that whatever I said in Neverwinter, like, legitimately made this guy wanted to like throw a table. It's like, but you don't understand. You are the victim of corporate greed. Like, you are playing this game because somehow corporate greed got you to play this game, and you're a slave to your own rationality. I'm like, I really hope I'm not giving that impression. Like, I hope, like, let's be clear, right? Xing Xing and Drama, Bree. I choose to do these things. Does bro understand him? I don't know, but I want... I mean, I'm still finding out, by the way. I'm still finding out. Like, I'm typing to this person, right? I have to give you a clear, concise... Even for WaniKani and HanziHero, if you do not have agency and understanding over your own choices, get help. Like, look for help. Because going at it against someone else, like picking fights constantly with someone else who may or may not have those problems, can either be deleterious to that other person, or it could be detrimental to your own health, right? So, like, that person seemed genuinely very upset, who is also claiming to be a game developer. And my last statement was very concise. I hope that the future of your game is welcomed with bright eyes. I think I said bright eyes and curiosity instead of suspicion and poor faith. Because despite everything that I've said, it was not my intent to give any impression that ultimately it's my choice to determine if I stuttered, sorry. To determine whether I want to choose to use my time to that. Stop painting me like a scapegoat. Like, I'm not your martyr. Like, that's where I told this guy, like, let's be clear. Whatever you say is valid. Like, you feel that way. Yes, there's corporate greed and all that. I'm saying those things exist in my digressions and stuff. But in no way are you similar to me. You make yourself and other people a victim that you use to perpetuate your opinion. I'm speaking for myself and I'm saying, bruh, I am not coping with FOMO and like regrets and like poor feelings. If there's anything that's for certain, you are the one that is projecting it. Like you're seeing upset, you're seeing FOMO because you want to see them. Just like when drama says like Monster Hunter World is garbage or something. It's like I don't have like you're fine to think that, right? Like I didn't play for the record, I didn't play Monster Hunter Wilds, nor did I play Monster Hunter Story yet. I do have plans to play Monster Hunter Story though. Probably not Wild or Rise. Sorry, Trauma. Like we're not playing. Like I'm kind of over the Monster Hunter dealy. I think I look for story. I don't look for gameplay most of the time. Gameplay takes like generational time to elicit my intellectual curiosities. Stories, on the other hand, goes leaps and bounds. Even bad stories go leaps and bounds. Like I love like talking about bad stories and how to make them like interesting to study, like a case study on bad stories. Hear me out. You don't become a great problem solver if you don't know what the problems are. And my reflection of my interest in video games represent that too. Like, you can go around saying, oh yeah, you only play games that have no corporate interest or no financial investment. And then you're saying, oh yeah, you're a developer. Good luck with that. Good luck with constantly turning a blind eye to how to fund your game. Making commentary and avoidant behavior doesn't make you better at it. It makes you sound even more foolish and inexperienced to someone who has the experience. That's when you ask, does bro understand himself? That's exactly what I mean. I would say probably not that much. They certainly want to believe they understand themselves. It would hurt that guy's feeling to know that someone actually likes to play. Like, I don't know, Drama. Is your feelings hurt if you know that someone likes to play gacha game? or better yet, does it frustrate you that you think you're a better human being because somehow you're not trapped by corporate greed and other people are corporate greed? You don't care what other people play? Okay. What? Drama. You don't care that I play Claire Obscure? Oh my gosh. I don't like you anymore. I'm kidding. Well, I care. Okay, I'm so hurt that Drama likes Rise. Okay, hear me out, Drama. If you don't care about what other people play, I care. I have enough room in my heart to know to care about what other people play. It's a way to make myself intellectually curious about games. I wouldn't have played the games that I've listed because other people didn't, also like it. I think I wouldn't have come across Like a Dragon if I didn't care about what other people played when it came to like Japanese language learning. That kind of thing. Oh, you silly goose. Silly potato. Sorry, I don't know if you like the word potato. I consider myself a potato a lot of times. Starchy, heavy, sometimes soft on the inside, but mostly just mushy. All right, now we really need to take a break. I'll let you go about your WaniKani exercises. Sweet potato, nice. I'm more of a taro, right? a Taro situation, but what was a Taro? Satoimo. I'm more of a Satoimo. Watashi wa Satoimo desu. I'm kidding. I said that like a goober. I wanted to sound like really fobbish. Yeah, Satoimo. Yep. Satoimo. Watashi wa, watashi wa Satoimo desu. Oh, do I need a counter though? Is that considered a small object? So like ichimai satoimo desu. Oh, you're gonna say omae wa satoimo shiteru. Yeah, true. Anyways, I was trying to sound like a fob, not a you're kind of stealing the win off my sails here, trying to be proper here. We're trying to be a gaigokuji, not gotta be a potato to want to be a potato. Okay, enough goobering around. Do I even remember this stuff? Okay. Good talk, folks. Good talk. Chui. I don't know how to say Taro in Chinese. Dogen released a new video about Japan. Haven't seen it yet. I saw it. Oh, I mean, like, I saw the thumbnail. Sorry. I saw that there was a release of a new video. I need to clarify. I also saw that Dogen released a new video about Japan, but I haven't seen it as well. Maybe we both watch it and talk about it next time. Oh, yeah. Yeah, sure. As tactful as we can, right? As tactful as we can. I'm not apprehensive to talking about other people's content. However, I obviously there's got to be a mutual understanding that we want to be respectful. And obviously we've already established that because we talked about Dogen with the previous video on Japan. Some people call that being soft, but I am soft. So, you think we're gonna talk more about the situation, less about Dogen? Probably. Okay, Ying and Chang. Oh, Chang. Chang. Chuo. Ji Shang.棍子 Yeah, 棍子 or 棍子，恶棍，妖媚。Yeah, by the way, that digression near the end, if you're ever curious, it's week 3, my week 3 Neverwinter video, right? That I segregated. Obviously, feel free to talk about things, discuss things. It's up to you. I am only making this apparent and welcoming to individuals who can hopefully be very calm and rational and respectful, right? Trying to mutually be respectful while navigating a very emotionally volatile situation, I would say. Xiao Bing. Gu Ren. Dai Tu. You only have kanji lessons? That seems... Wait, why is that? Why are you emoting that? What's wrong with only kanji lessons?口笑. Miao 什么？苗吉？苗吉是什么？哦，苗吉是 take aim. They're way more exhausting to learn than vocab. I kind of feel you on that one. 香谷。苛求。I'll talk about this later. Some part of my, like, I do, you know what reminds me of being human a lot of times? Whenever you have that jerk reflex, I know people can relate to this. That jerk reflex to retort or to reflect someone's, like, I think Xing Xing put it very well. To fight fire with fire. And whenever I, like, think about those things, I kind of smile and chuckle to myself. So if you ever catch me, like, randomly smirking and chuckling to myself, but I don't say anything, it's because I smile because that reminds me that I'm still human. I usually spend, like, the first 2/3 of my life suppressing those things. Like the idea that, you know, if someone deliberately comes at me and talks to me like I'm an idiot, there would be a jerk reflex, but it would immediately get suppressed. I'd smile, I don't know, bow or something, and, you know, excuse myself and then walk the other way, something like that. That's what I did for, like... I still kind of do it nowadays, but I also know how to explain why that happens. And explaining it allows me to make use of that emotion. Wait, you're white? What do you mean you're white? It's a meme. I can see where the meme comes from. I see. Yeah. Or a sen from an anime, I think. Okay, yeah, like it came from a anime. Yeah. Like like it's not bad or good. It doesn't make me sad or happy. I can talk about it though. Generally though, I talk about it in a very calm way. So when I chuckle and stuff, it reminds me that it's like, oh yeah, that would be what I do. You know, someone comes up and they like knock something out of my hand, and my first thought is like, huh. And then I proceed to do something else. Or I proceed to do it in a way that is, you DM me the clip. I'll have to look at it. Oh, I did see this one. Yeah. Wow, that's such an old show. That's a classic meme. We'll have to talk more about that type of thing in the future. I wouldn't say I have like an ironclad anger management in my head. Sometimes I feel like it's actually kind of nice to like punch something, and I don't mean other people, sorry. I mean like go to the gym and like let loose on a punching bag or something like that. My securities come with understanding how I can control those things. Like a lot of times, a lot of the power and the happiness that I have in my life is exercising my discipline. Being able to contain the situation, however volatile it is what brings me great satisfaction. So when someone is like trying their best to rile a response from me or unintentionally mislead me into things, usually that's where I like the idea that I would have control over it. So despite someone thinking that they're controlling or leading the conversation, feeling like you're still in control is a great way to feel less anxious and less vulnerable. It does come with cold-heartedness too. You can potentially come off as cold when someone wants to be vulnerable. So it's nice to know how to be vulnerable with people you trust and people you find personally relatable. Outside of that, the other way finds its way to harmony and lots of contentment. And I think I've done pretty well. I've done pretty well over my life. There are many things that far exceed someone disagreeing with me over a video. So it makes me kind of chuckle in a way to myself that I still have these jerk reflexes. Like, oh yeah, man, I can immediately spend the next 5 minutes unloading on this guy all my frustrations about how this guy is. No, not really. It doesn't really give me a lot of... It actually becomes more remorseful and regretful if I end up succumbing to my jerk reflex. That could be a copium situation, but usually I don't derive too much pleasure in it reminding, like reinforcing and allowing myself to like lose control. It doesn't feel that great. There are moments where I'm allowed to do that, and I certainly love it, right? Love that I can do that. And then there's still reward in not doing all of that. Procall once asked me like my thoughts about like self-censoring. I'm like, I self-censor all the time. And it often comes with the idea of like when someone's asking me about self-censoring, do I feel a sense of constriction or a sense of effort or tiresome? I'm like, I think that's where the reward comes from for me. Being able to exercise restraint is an incredible affirmation of my abilities. Like, if someone thinks that I don't know something, I don't have to tell them, right? Because that then gives me the power to like limit what they know or don't know about me. The person who is like blabbling and like unloading their baggage onto me, that's something that I don't particularly want to be in a position for. So yeah, you're probably not gonna find me explosively retaliating on in general, because I actually find it quite rewarding that I can do that without the sheer use of excess force, or dare me use weaponizing emotional pressure points to harm someone. I think the emotional ones are far more scarring than the physical ones. Quite a lot, honestly, in this day and age. People are not permanently this fragile. They are conditioned and normalized to be particularly fragile now, but I don't necessarily think that gives you the right to use fragile people as like martyrs for your own opinion. Like, look at this guy. This guy's addicted to gacha games. You know whose fault that is? Obviously not that person's fault. Right? And yes, sort of. I can see where you're coming from. But it's also not your like prerogative to use them for your own means. That's called taking advantage of someone. And taking advantage of someone, whether for quote unquote a greater like a lesser evil or something, kind of like the pot calling the kettle black. I prefer to focus on helping. Personal take, I suppose. Where are we here? Yao 什么? Yao Jing Berry. Alright. So we got Jimmy Neutron, who's in front of the English manor, right? Being approached by scientifically engineered clones of himself, two older brothers, right? With a high-tech cross in hand. Evil. Oh no, cautious. Being cautious about the approaching clones. We got Patrick in front of the auditorium. Oh, and he's like prone. He's lying prone, trying to sneak on by the guard with a bunch of wooden... We're just gonna say wooden sticks or wooden legs. Yeah, wooden legs, I suppose. Wooden legs, just squirming along with his fins. I know, Patrick is a starfish. Starfish has arms, not fins, but we'll use it. Wait. I'm gonna ask Gemini. Do starfish have fins? No, starfish or sea stars do not have fins. They're not fish, but oh yeah, they're echinoderms too. That's true. And they move using hundreds of tiny suction cup tube feet. Oh, they call them feet as opposed to arms. Alright. Thank you, Gemini. Today I've learned. Okay. We have James Bond in the bathroom of the house, standing erect in front of the mirror, working on his disguise for his mission in a temple in the mountain. Okay, Chucky. Chucky one is a little bit weird. Chucky is in front of the beach house. You know, it's beach house. And he's basically just cooking up a fire. You know, cooking up a fire. I know how that sounds. Like, what do you mean? You cook with the fire? No, he's cooking up with the fire by burning bills and documents from people he unalived. Cook up a fire. He enjoys doing that. Chucky, evil doll. Hey. We have Yugi. This one's kind of weird too. Yugi is in the bathroom of the infirmary. He's also cooking up something. He's trying to help out the patients, the people, by summoning plates of ingredients and bottled potions. Bottled potions for them to consume. Right. Wait, how does that work? Oh, brewing bottle potions and stuff for them to consume. Good old Yugi. To help out, of course. You can get a little messy, so it's happening in the bathroom. And we have Charlie Brown, who is in the basement of the English Manor, where the lower class is relegated to. He's pacing around, right? Pacing around, flaunting a petition for better treatment of the lower class. Okay, we got Cupid. This one's a little weird. Cupid is in front of the office building. It works though. Where he went up to a crossbeam and rubbed it with his delicate baby fingers and turned it into a adorable sheep, which brings love and cuteness to anyone who gaze upon it. Today was good. Today was good. All right, folks. That was a thralling, invigorating end to the HanziHero section. And I guess I kind of basically unloaded my story for Neverwinter. Anyways, that's the conclusion of our HanziHero session. If you're gonna watch this later, 谢谢. As always, feel free to follow along, give HanziHero a try. Let me know what you think. You're always welcome to yap. We digress. I'm always ready, or I typically try to be always ready. To have a back pocket story, a couple stories here and there. It's gonna be somewhat related to the undertones of language learning, right? Typically learning, lifestyle stuff, thinking, communication. That's kind of the goal. A lot of that gets lost in translation because people, in my opinion, tend to only see a little bit of it. Even one video, this person claims that they watched the entire video and make commentary specifically on that. When in its entirety, the content, right, the actual content, so the Chinese content, the Japanese, like the language part and the video games and stuff part, is the context. It is the context of the core foundations of why I do this. We're sharing experiences, talking about the ups and downs, the realities, the discussions, the mutually respectfulness that we can exercise. Not so much the presumptuousness and the projecting and attempt to gaslight people. At least I try not to do that. if I unintentionally do that, I will probably own up to it. There are plenty of people who accused me of being condescending, unintentionally condescending, or even intentionally condescending, aggressive, right, cold-hearted, even maybe a little too dodgy or shady or political about things. And what I mean by political about things, I mean political correctness. Not a lot of people are receptive to being discreet, consistently agreeable. They can see that as weak, unimpressionable, and lacking of opinion. That's perfectly all right. You are welcome to share those stories, and mutually try to understand each other in some way, shape, or form. Obviously, impasses do occur. And that's kind of the nature of developing communication skills and emotional intelligence and problem-solving stuff. You have ups and downs. And in my opinion, always welcome. In the long run, someone I like to believe is learning something. And it can be a mutual experience. Until next time, 大家下次见，感谢观看. Right? Thanks for watching. See you guys next time. I'm gonna go and take a quick bathroom break, stretch, and walk around a little bit, and I'll be back for Neverwinter. A quick Neverwinter refresh. Thank you, thank you. All right, folks. Welcome back, everyone. Today is late Monday evening, reset day, local time. We're here with our fourth week. Fourth week is a bye week, so we'll reach the third milestone, but we're not going to do the text, like the lore part, until the following week. So today is going to be business as usual. We'll do the weekly haul on our one character, which is the Paladin, which I named Tanjiro in case anyone recognize what that is. I'm still it didn't ever happen, but maybe it could happen in the future. But I was looking, so there's these titles in Neverwinter. I forgot sharing this, but in Neverwinter there's a Slayer title for every creature type, right? But some of the creature types only have larger umbrella creature types. So there's a Devil Slayer, but devils, demons are under devils. So there's not a Demon Slayer title. And the whole idea behind like Tanjiro, just as a fair share back in the day, is that I wanted to make the opposite of Tanjiro. So like, Demon Slayer, right? Kimetsu no Yaiba was a pretty big deal. It still kind of is a pretty big deal. And the proper Demon Slayer, whenever I think about Western fantasy, is a paladin. Paladins, take out demons. They're holy. And then, we had the Azamar race. So I made him as big as possible, as opposed to as small as possible. And then the whole idea was, oh man, if there's a Devil Slayer title, there might be a Demon Slayer title. So then there'd be like a Paladin who's like the opposite of Tanjiro. And then, it's the title of Demon Slayer. And that would have been cute, but it never happened. So I just thought I'd share a little short story behind why my Paladins is an Azamar, a chunky Azamar named Tanjiro. Okay, so we're gonna drop in. It's pretty quick. I think the current investment in time is like less than 15 minutes. I was gonna think about doing all three characters again, but I think we're reaching the last. Is it the kind of MMO where you have to run 20 ults? No, it's the type of MMO where you complain if you can't run one character to outfit all the rest of the characters. And you run ults because you're a greedy min-maxer. So the reason why I have so many ults is because every year around, actually this year it didn't happen this year. Every year it's called a Neverwinter recruitment year. And you're allowed to you run two characters. You can run two characters and earn like currency to level up a new character. So each year I go back and play through the campaign, like play through level 1 through 20 with those two characters to earn that currency. But the idea was to see if the experience changed. So each year I made two new characters. And those characters, immediately when you log in, they have access to everything you like, all the extra stuff that was already run by your main characters. And I run 3 characters because those are the 3 tank classes. So it was by design. I have 3 classes and it's the 3 tank classes. And that's what I've done for Neverwinter most of the time. I was either a healer or a tank player. Most of MMOs, I play the anchor, which is the main tank most of the time, and the primary healer. I usually do very, like, not too much healing or anything. Like, for example, League of Legends, I played a jungler, which is a flex tank, like only utility tank junglers. And then if I had to top lane, I was a initiating tank. And when I play support, initiating support. So most of the time. And then in Overwatch, obviously I played a lot of Mercy and a lot of Reinhardt. So over my entire life, like most of my gaming life, whenever I need to play with someone, I am usually the anchor. I'm either the commander or the leader of the group. I talk strategy, I talk positioning, and I keep people winning. And what I mean by winning, I mean I'm not the person who's literally doing the winning. I'm the person who's enabling the people to win. I like being support. I'm a very supportive kind of guy. So occasionally you might see me doing DPS and that type of thing. That's only when someone else is like, dude, I'm injured. And what's the best way for a support to step in? You still have to work on those skills. So, like for me, I practice DPSing and pain giving. But my primary roles when it comes to game time is often the person in the front or the person in the back. Not the people in the middle. I'm usually leading the charge or in the back making sure that no one falls behind. I'm rarely in the middle. Largely because that's the most significant weak link in multiplayer games. So typically when I'm in a multiplayer multiplayer game, the role I play is the support role. In WoW, the meta healer and tank are the ones that you do the most damage that season. Okay. Yeah, in WoW I played the healer. Healer and tank. But largely I played healing. Like I was one of the primary healers. Or like a healing quote-unquote officer. Because raids were like multi-raids. So you had different officers of different groups. And then the officers had to communicate with the lead officer of the group. Right? Because you have multiple sub-officers of each group that have healers to their group. But then you have the main officer who communicates with the bigger group, like the group overall. So those are the types of roles I'm in. In terms of tanking, there was more tanking availability than stuff. So it was druid and a priest. I played a druid and a priest. There was a slight time with a shaman until like I basically stopped World of Warcraft because of college. In modern raids, no one talks except raid lead. That's fair. Yeah, like we're talking about like which is the main tank. That's fair. Like nowadays, there's also tutorials. If you know what I mean. Like what I mean is people don't have to communicate because people are also informed in advance of everything. And like information is disseminated prior. Back in the day when I'm talking about those situations, I'm talking about like we rely on the idea that people have rotating schedules and have different communication styles, and also like I'm talking about 20 and 40 stuff. Actually, how big are modern raids? How big are modern raids? Are they still 40? I remember they downsized before to like 10 and maybe 15, but I still remember like Blackwing was 20, Ragnaros was 40, right? The OG Rag was 40 people. So we had like officers in between. So, and also we used TeamSpeak back then. So you separate into rooms, and then the officers are the ones that move between rooms. So you have a main room with all the officers, which is largely led by the main person. 2, 4, and 14, I see. So back in the day, what TeamSpeak is, you had separate rooms, or at least this is what the system that we used. We had separate rooms for each of the squads. So all your parties have separate rooms, but it's the officer's responsibility to navigate between the specific party you are in and the main room, which is led by one person, the main raid leader. So 20 players, I see. And that's the organization that the people that I happened to coincidentally play with back in the day used. That's not to say that there weren't party members like that still do the modern raid thing where there's one raid lead. It was a different time, but it's flexible. Some run 10 players, I see. Yeah, it was a different time. And for the record, that commentary that I talked about from that other guy who talked about constantly insinuate that they somehow know more and whatnot. It's like, I'm not accusing that guy of not knowing more and not knowing a lot about MMOs. It's that this guy keeps projecting as though I don't know anything about MMOs. And my first thought is, well, that's pretty presumptuous. Like, it's interesting. If someone, here's my very like, if you want to throw fire on fire, for example, do you know what game is possibly worse than a 0.00001% of success after you work on it for a year or two? I live it every day. And I'm pretty good at, I think I'm pretty decent at it. At least more decent than someone who would keyboard warrior their way into a viewer that just, a content creator that just happens to play and record like 10 days out of 6 months on a game they spent a sprawling 12 years of time playing. The game of life. It's called the game of life. And I think that's lost in translation. You can run 10 to 25 people. Oh, that's pretty decent. That's a decent size. In this game, it's 10 players. It's 5 to 10 players. 10 players being trial, and then 5 players being party. And on occasion, there might be something less. On occasion, there's like a solo event or something. But generally speaking, it's 5 to 10. Around this time, there's like 0. So, like, what I mean is, the most recent commentary that I had that person was responding to was more of an address to when and where and the realities of how accessible having multiplayer things are. And then they brought up BDO because it's BD. It's not BDO. That's the meme, right? And I'm like, okay. So you're saying you still have a chance. That's good. Because like 0.00001% chance after working at it for a year is still greater than 0% chance. In fact, mathematically speaking, it's infinitely better than 0%. Right. So, I mean, like, no hard feelings or anything. We can continue to speak about these things in reality. However, I understand this person's nostalgia. Like, I'm gonna read through them. And welcome back, Xing Xing. Yes. I can read. Well, we're gonna go over that in a bit. This isn't gonna take too long, but I wanted to share some, like, I want to clarify some things. I like talking about games in their current state. I do not go around saying, oh yeah, you know, back in my day, it used to be this great. So let's just bring back the old things. Like, I'm not a World of Warcraft Classic person. And just so you know, Neverwinter Classic was being thrown around by Cryptic or Art Games. Art Games. I don't know if you know the funny history about Art Games, but Art Games is Perfect World Entertainment. It used to be a subsidiary of Perfect World Games, which is now that's the same Chinese Perfect World Games, right? They opened a North American branch called Perfect World Entertainment. And then eventually Perfect World Entertainment was sold by Perfect World Games to Gearbox and the Embracer Group. So, like, basically the Embracer Group. And then the Embracer Group consolidated Gearbox with Perfect World Entertainment, which then was rebranded to Art Games. So they are called Art Games now. And recently, like last year or the year before, Art Games purchased its sub, and now it stands alone. That's the North American branch for distributing Neverwinter Online, Star Trek Online, and a few others. And they have a current one that is more like current, and I don't remember what it is. It's not Neverwinter Online, but they are under the banner of Art Games. They're actually working to distribute and distribute another game that's coming out soon that people are interested in, which let me it's called, I think it's them, and they're still under the umbrella of Embracer and largely Embracer. I think they're working on another one. Oh no, just kidding. Just kidding. It's not. They're fine. The one that I can think of right now, for Art Games that would be like relevant in today's world in terms of like in current is probably Hyper Light Breaker, and Remnant 2. And Remnant 2 more so because it's kind of closer to this type of model. So Art Games used to be part of that same Perfect World Games that's publishing what is the new one? Something like Never Rest in Ever Rest or something, which is coming out I think next year. And it's the whole like life sim GTA live service thing, you know, with your waifus and cell shading things, right? Following the MiHoYo trend, but take it to the modern cityscape, that type of thing. A little blend of, some people said like a little blend of the GTA meets Insomniac Games' approach to Spider-Man, that type of situation, with some thrown in some action RPG elements from your classical things like MiHoYoverse, like Genshin Impact, and not so much more like Honkai Star Rail or P5X, for example. Yeah. This game is a combat RPG that I've said a long time ago, and combat still feels great in this game. I actually play PSO2 NGS for the same reason. Combat feels great. Now, what my commentary often is about accessibility. Oh, you heard of new Hoyo game? I have heard of the new Hoyo game. The one that is supposed to be, which one actually? The closest one is the Pokemon one. No, like the Pokemon, the creature collector one. Is that the light control one? I don't think that's the one that I'm thinking of. No, I wasn't thinking about that one. But someone has told me about it. Wait. The Varsapura Petite Planet, yeah, is the Honkai one. Yeah. The Petite Planet is the extension of the Honkai one. Are you talking about like the Varsapura or something? I forgot what it's called. It has a weird name. Yeah. I have heard about that one. I'm looking forward to seeing what it is. You know what that one reminds me of, though? It kind of reminds me of a Farscape. Sorry, Farscape is... I think it's called Farscape or something. It was that title that was a botched... when how they're advertising it, like you're controlling other... people, kind of reminds me of this botched Sony. It's very unlike Hoyo style. True that. Artistically it's Hoyo style, but you're talking about the coloring and stuff. Yeah, it's definitely the palette and the modeling is definitely something different. Yeah, compared to Genshin Honkai, the rendering is different, but the art design is not. The art design is very much Hoyo. But it looks interesting, like the 3D-ness, like the filled in 3D-ness of it. Kind of like automata things, right? Near automata situation. That's gonna be neat to see how well they do when they branch out from the different look. I mean, I know that there are people out there like, oh yeah, you know, these are just shell, passionless games. I'm kind of curious when there's gonna be one. You're excited to see how it goes? Yeah, me too. I think they're trying to do something different, and that's interesting. I wanted to raise. Well, we'll talk about this a little at the end when I'm like waiting on cues or something. I wanted to make it clear that if I had to choose, when someone tells me I should be negative and I should look in the worst of people, the most cynical of people, that doesn't mean I don't see it. But I also choose not to empower it. So like fighting fire with fire creates a larger fire. At least in my opinion. So it is your right and your prerogative to spread fire where there's fire. That's perfectly fine. That scorch earth, that type of scorch earth attempt, especially putting martyrs in your way, I'm not about that game. So when someone says, bruh, like I hate to break it to you, you don't hate to break it to me. If you did actually understand how I feel, like if you're trying to like meet me in a vibing level, you failed by trying to spread like catastrophizing things and highlighting the worst case and the worst bad actors in order to try to resonate with me. I like being excited that people can change, just like that person that I was speaking about. I like the idea that compassion breaks the lack of compassion. Like, if you're thinking being cold-hearted and being emotionally abrasive and fighting people's non-existent compassion with non-compassion, then I don't see an end to it. So I think that's exciting that even MiHoYo is trying some different things, despite someone saying that everything is about corporate greed and most things are lifeless and passionless. My answer to that a lot of times is both. And you know what's interesting about when someone tries to project their feelings onto me? They assume that I only do one thing. And they even do the thing where like, bruh, I watched your entire video. It's like, yeah, you watched my entire video about one topic. And then you proceed to talk as though I don't do anything else with my life. Like, if I can dawn on you about, you know, Drama brought up the idea that, which is very in line with the other people, especially this person, where live service games and like gacha games and whatnot, they don't value your time, and I'm okay with that. Here's my caveat: I don't invest my time where I don't have time to invest. So what I mean by that is, if they don't respect my time and I don't use my time to the point it disrespects my time. So how long do I, like for example, I do play a gacha game, it's a P5X. How long do you think I play it each day? I play it for 10 minutes. So does that devalue my time? That's a good question. I mean, it is an interesting thought, and I'll try to come up with a more concise. For Neverwinter, it's kind of a mixed bag. Now I spend like 5 to 10 minutes, and then I'll demonstrate how long it takes to do the weekly hauls. Usually it's around 15 to 30 minutes a week. And then I log in to do random queues, which is like 5 to 10 minutes each day. If I don't get an immediate queue, I just bail on it, right? Anyways, let's go in and see how long week 4 is going to be. And then we'll talk a little bit more. How long do people need to spend minute on a gacha game? I have no idea. Can you tell me about it? I feel like you know more than I do about gacha games. I don't have a lot of experience. P5X is 10 to 15 minutes a day. And then a week you might get something. You can't even reach 5 minutes. Yeah. Like, the reason why I spend 10 minutes is because there's a 15-minute timer. And my goal is to get as fast done with my weeklies and dailies and stuff before the 15-minute timer. And then each week I might have, like each 2 weeks I might have something that I'll cover, which is a new patch. So then the new patch is story stuff. So I spend like 2 or 3 hours with that. In fact, a new patch is coming on Christmas Eve, and it's a big patch. It's the completion of the 3rd palace story, and that would take me like 4 or 5 hours. And then it's back to like 15 minutes a week, or like 15 minutes a day. And it's really cathartic because I like spending 15 minutes instead of doom scrolling, for example, or something. I enjoy spending the 10 or 15 minutes looking at stuff. So here we go. Let's start the timer, right? This is local time. Your fiance spent like 3 hours almost every day on Genshin. What are you doing during that time? It's nice to hear someone finds that entertaining. BCG? Okay. When I want to play a game, I go on P5X and I play Tycoon. I do play Tycoon though. I play Hearthstone most of the time. I log on Hearthstone for like 15 minutes, 20 minutes. Maybe play 2 battleground games and call it a day. So to perfectly disclaim this, to place this into context so that, you know, that person doesn't come back around and like start a witch hunt or something. I balance live service games with playing indie games and single player games. Nearly 80 to 90% of my time is dedicated to single player games, to puzzle games, indie games. I love passion. Passion is what I'm trying to see in most things. Even if the passion is not in your face, I still try to see that there are people who make these things. If there's any person that is far more compassionate, it's not someone who goes around holding a pitchfork and looking at the worst in people. Like, it's so ironic when someone says, dude, I'm just doing you a favor. Like, I'm giving you a public service announcement. I care about you. I care about other people. And companies don't care about you. It's like, you don't care about people either. That's how you can say that so easily. You're using other people as scapegoats to further your agenda. If you're going to make a video game, which this person shared openly, I will still extend the courtesy to you. Like, even if your game turns out to be, I don't know, in Undertale, deck builder, Vampire Survivor hybrid, I will still extend the courtesy to you. That is what is lost in translation here. Like, if you're telling me you feel me, bro, you're doing me a favor, that is not the favor. Going around openly saying that, oh, game developers, all humans are like the most disgusting people in the world, you're kind of one of them. Like, you're the one spreading fire and trying to be, in my opinion, pretending to be compassionate while creating a double standard for other humans. Like, I understand, yes, it sucks, corporate greed, we lose, like, humans have the capacity to lose themselves in business, balancing pragmatic. Like, that video that person commented, they said they watched the entire video. That is absolutely absurd if they watched the entire video and they got that message from me. My comment was, where do we go from here? All right, on the one hand, you have people juggling this stuff, resources, prioritizing, whether they go cooperative, hardcore, or they're trying to cater to different. That's empathy. That's being compassionate. That isn't someone who's going around saying, oh, down with this, like down with that. I wish it was like this game that I imagined in my head. I wasn't upset when I said those things. It was more of a point of sadness, really, that you can get stuck between trying to chase passion while also enabling that passion through pragmatic business requirements. I was unable to pursue, in my opinion, I wasn't good enough personally, if I was being real. So I was not good enough to be able to raise funds and money. Like I was not that great at plugging and selling because I needed resources and money to do research and science and those things. So at some point, I hope that this person understands that you're going to have to make a balance of those decisions. It's not that black and white. And that is probably one thing that is... It's so difficult for me to understand how someone could claim so vividly and confidently that they watched an entire video of my commentary and not felt like I was representing more than one side. Because the whole idea is to understand the nature of all the different perspectives, not like you hyper focusing on one of my topics and like, oh yeah, this guy only cares about the solo gamer. Well, BDO only cares about the solo gamer and they still don't care about your time. It's like, okay, I understand. Now we have two problems. So what's your point? Like, do you want me to go on BDO and also say the same two-sided arguments? Like, on the one hand, BDO has 10 times the player population that Neverwinter Online does, and then it's the more evil, quote-unquote evil game. Huh. I'm not going to go around doing that. I mean, it's presumptuous and it's a leap of logic. I go around trying to highlight what I believe will be appropriate for people. So like if you're someone who's new to a game and want to start a game, that drama, they're like, oh, maybe I can like he was joking about it, like I could convince them to start Neverwinter. The answer is no. I've already said my comment about how there's a shift in the design language in Neverwinter Online. They are more likely to focus on design language that focuses on retaining the existing player population, not necessarily consistently introducing quality of life things that would recruit more people to the FOMO train or whatever that is. That is understanding what I observe and then raising awareness of the different types of players that might be interested in the game. I'm not projecting my frustrations into the things. Meanwhile, someone comes along and say like, oh, I was developing my own game in Unreal and I heard all of the things you said, and dude, bro, all of MMOs are fueled by greedy people and they have no ounce of passion except maybe like the indie scene, which has some, at least any example of passion. Is like, I'm not going to disagree with what you believe is true. The one thing I have a really strong disagreement with is you assuming that I don't know any of this. Like, you're doing me the favor by somehow telling me that I'm a victim of FOMO and I'm a victim of being entrapped and being unhappy. I really hope that I'm not sitting here making people think that I'm unhappy. In fact, I like to think that I'm trying to do the opposite. I choose to play this game for over 12 years. And I didn't spend like night and day in my I don't know, my well-being or my mental health to try to maintain this. And that's legitimately the purpose of what I'm doing here. Like, I want to show you that, hey, I can play a game for like 15 to 30 minutes. Oh no, they design a way. Can't believe you played Neverwinter while being sad. Hear me out. Hear me out. I think the person has legitimate concerns. I didn't ever suggest that I disagree with them about their concerns. Vulnerable people, individuals who make decisions that are compulsive can be a victim of these things. In fact, it's kind of ironic because the way the person typed their commentary goes back to my main point, which is the victim of internet hyperpolarization and echo chamber. Like, every single MMO is filled with toxic work environment, underpaid staff, and they're all disingenuous and dystopian bosses and whatnot. Meanwhile, hey guys, I'm also making a game in protest. I'm like, okay. And my thing to that is, I feel really it feels unfortunate that game developers are stuck in a loop in which they are subservient to a larger organization that provides the funding that is necessary to come from frugal gamers nowadays and well-informed gamers in order to fund the project in which they are satisfied with their pocket money and making a living off of it. Totally understand. It's a tough, well-oiled system. And then the indie scene still exists. And we talked about this today already. I absolutely love Claire Upscare. Like, and the Dave Diver before then, I loved Dredge. Dredge was the same year as Dave the Diver. I even played someone's game this year called Kotoba Dash, and it was their first game. They really just wanted to try to make like a more interactive flashcard system to learn Japanese. I played So to Speak, which is another, it was a 7-year passion project for someone who wanted to introduce Japanese in a point and click like type of adventure game, right? There's Wagotabi team. They are doing a bi-monthly updated one-time purchase, both mobile and Steam store now, for a Japanese learning style edutainment game. Complete with references, grammar tools, and curated audio, TTS stuff. I like to give the benefit of the doubt to the people who are working. Maybe one day, again, if this person ends up making their game and they release something, I can't overlook how aggressive this person speaks. But for them, that's up to them. If they release a game and then my first thought is, hey guys, I did encounter this developer before. This is what the developer said back in the day. So the moment you become a developer and then you publish your own game, it becomes successful, I like to hope that you stay true to your vigorous pushback on business and acquire the balance that I can't see right now. But generally speaking, it's both. The answer is often both. You have to make tough decisions about maintaining a business, expanding the business in order to fund your passion projects. It's not really generally that either the glass is full or empty, nor is it you bake the cake and you can eat it, right? It's usually like half and half or a little of everything. And when someone tries to say that they understand me and they listen to my videos and whatnot, it doesn't have a clear answer. Most of the stuff doesn't have clear answers. If you think you've gotten a clear answer, man, did I fail the job. So that's on me. I apologize if someone literally claims that they go through an entire video and I'm ranting about something, that they literally got one message out of it. I'm not someone who has clairvoyance, like someone who's confident and have clairvoyance that can sound so assuring, like, oh yeah, guys, you know, play this game. It's gonna be GOAT. It's gonna be the GOAT. Like when I played Clear Obscure, 2 years ago, when I saw Clear Obscure, I was like, oh, this seems like a game that I would like, but it could end up like a Legends of Dragoon 10 years ago, like more than 10 years ago, where it tanked and flopped, like sufficiently flopped, right? No, Clear Obscure was brilliant and it was 2025. But what if it wasn't? I still will try my best to summarize the things that I maybe could be misleading or designs or something. I would still do that because I have chosen to play that game. Like Kotoba Dash, for example, I played it for like 15 minutes, but I spent 4 to 5 hours trying to think of, oh, what if we took this asset? What if we do this? And it's great because the developer is a first-time dev, and I actually talked to them briefly, twice, and they and over email, and they're still working on the game. That's so awesome. And I hope, like, they said to me once, like, I don't get too many privileges in my life, like developers don't. Like, I'm not someone you should be pandering to when it comes to like influence, but generally speaking, that person gave me 1 hour, or like 1 hour of their time with their, like, we would say roughly 1 hour. I gave them 10 of my hours because I truly believe that it starts with believing people. So yeah, there could have been a chance that I could have downloaded malware and then I get hacked and stuff. That still can happen. So keep a sharp eye, right? In this case, I did my background. I understand that this person is trying to do something for the first time. And I spent like 5 hours. I loved it. Like, I played the game for like 15 minutes because it was a flash, you know, like there wasn't necessarily a lot to the design, but that doesn't stop me from trying. Like, oh, I see something missing here, or maybe something here. Oh, let's go rattle and think about ideas. And they said this to me. You know, they thanked me for taking the time. And as to, you know, return the favor, they would try to make the best game that they can make. And that is where we come to today. If you start off by writing people off right away, then who is to say that the moment you need someone's faith and you need someone's trust, that they don't give you that either? Like, I can understand fighting fire with fire makes big fire, you know. Small fire meets small fire equals gigantic fire. But I also, there's another wisdom going on. What goes around also comes around. So if you're going around saying like, oh yeah, you know, I know better than you because I'm also developing a game and I've played lots of MMOs and stuff. It's like, okay, let me know when you make a game and you release it, and then someone else would say like, look at this chump. They think they play a lot of games and their game plays like garbage. Because to me, I am very not that person. Like, I would try in my darndest most of the time to know that you start somewhere. Like, that's why I also told the person, like, you do understand that I don't play MMOs previously nor currently all the time. You say you're similar to me and you know where I'm coming from, but you keep saying things that are legitimately not representative of what I think. And yet you say you watched the entire video. So that watching the entire video doesn't guarantee that you understand something. Like the last time I checked, people watch hundreds of videos, even thousands of videos, possibly without understanding a fraction of them. Now you can watch things from your own point of view, through your own filter, for sure. It is difficult for me to get behind a developer or like someone that I trust who can so easily hate and spread malice and sometimes even disinformation or misinformation so openly and so easily while saying that they're doing good and having my best interest in mind. You're not giving someone a break, and you're not hating on doing it. You literally hate. You like to hate on things. That is what's demonstrated. So yeah, kind of interesting. Very interesting. And for the record, no, this person is not an exceptional case. Actually, most of the time, these video comments come from when I post Neverwinter videos. It's part of the content. I'm surprised that I didn't get any gnarly hot takes when I'm posting P5X videos. Like, maybe it's just buried by all the other Persona people, but I have yet to come on by where someone's like, dude, like, why are you supporting Perfect World, which by the way, it is that Perfect World. The Perfect World we were talking about earlier. Yeah, Perfect World, as in Perfect World Games, the Chinese branch, is the one who's publishing and actively maintaining P5X. Small world, I know. For lack of a better word. And someone didn't drop by and say like, why are you playing this garbage? Why don't you just go play Persona 5? Like, I will. Thank you. Like, I'm gonna pick it up. I played Persona 3 and Persona 4. We're gonna make a legacy run of it in the coming years. And you're right. It's like, well, okay, that's good, but why are you still playing Persona P5X? It's like, because I like what the people are putting out, and then hopefully that my support and my understanding could give me an opportunity to be encouraging or suggest something else, right? People learn, I like to believe, and it's difficult for me to pick someone who can easily hate over someone who do things, right? Who wants to make an impact. So, to that person, hopefully your game proves me wrong. I look forward to it. I mean, it's going to be very difficult for me to say I would support a developer who like throws effectively their colleagues under the bus because they have a disagreement in philosophy or necessity. I talked about this a lot during language learning, which is what I do most of the time now, despite this person insinuating that I play a lot of MMOs or I know a lot of things about video games. I actually slightly out of touch. I'll concede that. But language learning is very similar. When you talk about an app, decreasing your opponent's position in order to elevate your position, low-hanging fruit, my man. Like, bruh, when you try to pick the bad actor in order to boost your position, that's low effort stuff. Try being more constructive and emotionally compassionate, so you claim, by working with something and building it up in order to show that it is better than the stuff you don't like. How does this relate to language learning? I can't tell you how many times, how long it took me to go through 1 year of Duolingo without, on average, someone in the first like 5 or so average a month, someone says, oh dude, what you're using is garbage. Anki is better. Like, Anki sounds like a fantastic product. Can you tell me a little about it? It's like, oh, it's just better. Duolingo is garbage. That's why Anki is good. Like, you didn't tell me anything about how Anki is good. It's like, well, they do this and this. It's like, so nothing that Duolingo does. So how do you know? They're like, well, because this is the stuff that actually works. Like, how do you know? Okay, there are two different things here. You're saying Duolingo doesn't work, but Anki does work. Those are two different statements. Why can't it be Duolingo works in a different way and Anki works in a different way at the same time? But they're not mutually exclusive of each other. And that was what started all of this digression with Neverwinter. That person decided to pick one of my comments about like solo content, balancing solo content with cooperative content in Neverwinter. Probably. That's what I'm asserting here. And they said like, well, BDO is worse. BDO has all solo content basically, and you still have 0.00001% chance of finding any reward after playing it for 2 years. Honestly, I'm not one for righteous indignation, but that sounds kind of fun. Like, that sounds like a fun challenge to see if you can still trigger the 0.00001% chance after committing some time to a game for 2 years. That's kind of interesting, because the situation that this person was comparing to my situation when I was talking about it is it's 0%. Like, there are not enough people to do it. BDO, it's optional. It's optional. And this is assuming this person was saying that I was complaining about getting loot or getting something. Like, what do you, like, how do you know what I'm getting from this game? Like, I'm getting something to talk about. I'm getting an idea of what could be or what it can't be. The analysis is not projecting negative emotions, is to understand where can we go from here. Like, Neverwinter has a crossroad. It is either, it has to determine where it's gonna go. And that's what I described in the video. Like, you know what? It could do this, it could do that. We'll see where they go. It's exciting. Xing Xing, when Xing Xing introduced the new like control, like the new Hoyo game, it's exciting because I kind of want to know where it goes. And Petite Planet, still kind of excited to see where it goes. You can sit there and say, well, it's a corporate hash out, don't play it. Like, okay, that is definitely your prerogative. I'm not here to gaslight you into believing the worst in people. You could say, well, then if you aren't aware of those people, they can rip you off. It's like, I didn't say I wasn't aware of people's intents. There's a difference between believing in people and accepting that they're the worst of humanity. Like, when someone asks me for help and you look at them, it's like, this person is a lost cause at their worst, you can choose to give up on them. I don't. Not a person who would do that. Like, use the worst case scenarios to give yourself an excuse to be callous and toxic. And you know what? I'm not even talking about the other companies, really. This person is openly trying to be pedantic and condescending to me. Like, what did I ever do? Like, that's kind of an interesting thing. I mean, they can try to hurt my feelings, I suppose. I think I have plenty of feelings to go around that aren't negative, so I think you can be as negative as you want. I will be the balanced light, I suppose. It's crazy how selective it is. Like, you know, I'm playing Like a Dragon games. I've played like 6 months worth of Like a Dragon games, and not a single comment like that. Because single player game, I suppose, Sega, I suppose. You know, I played through like 40 different indie games, And in the moment I play Neverwinter and put up Neverwinter, this is what you get. Like, dude. Like, if you're raising a case against me and then you're talking to someone, I think it would be at least a little bit respectful to not presume something that's right in front of your face. Right? Like, what is my favorite game of this year? A little clear obscure. And where did you get that dialogue, that strong dialogue of echo chamber, like, oh, the death of AAA and then the death of live service, no one likes MMOs, and the peak hour. Where do you get that echo chamber? Because guess what? I'm aware of it too. I'm absolutely aware of it. Do you know how one can stop that from happening? Encouraging someone to stop that from happening. Unless, hear me out, Mr. Stranger, you are going to design that MMORPG from your passion and demonstrate to the world that it can be done. And I will be there sharing the very same courtesy that, you know, a dead game, right? Can't believe you played this dead game. Man, that takes me back. Fictitious. The first time I heard can't believe you're playing this dead game, especially on Neverwinter, was 7 years ago. Yeah, 7 years ago. That's when I started streaming, actually. And I came back to Neverwinter in the streaming thing, and I'm like, what did I say before? It's like, oh yeah, natural decline. I usually say something like, oh yeah, it's a natural decline, but hey, let's have a send-off. Like, I loved the game back then, during that 7 years. I liked that game 5 years ago. It feels great. And here we are 7 years later, still playing that dead game once in a while. Again, I do these things. I do 10 recordings, and in those 10 recordings there's like 30 minutes of gameplay, like 30 minutes to 45 minutes of gameplay. The rest of the time I'm just yapping. Like, this is yap city. I like live service games because I utilize that time to actually do something outside of a live service game. I'm sorry to like other people who like invest their time and then they're very, I get that. But for me, I like doing this because it's a backdrop. I like playing Hearthstone, but like each turn it's like 2 seconds. I click at 2 seconds and I wait for the other person to spend like 30 seconds making a choice, and I'd be doing something else. So that's where live service fits in my lifestyle, right? Like, I can hear this is even wilder. For Atlantica Online, it was the first time I did this. There was times where I played games where you don't do anything in the game. You put it on autopilot and then you just leave. So it's like more like a slow cooker, right? Atlantica Online was the first time. This was back in... This was like 20 years ago now. Something like that. Wait, am I that old? No. 15 years ago. 15 years ago, Atlantica Online, it's a Korean MMO. You have things like auto crafting, autopilots, autoplay, and whatnot. And that's what you did. So what do I do during that? I don't sit there and look at the screen. I'm going to be fair with you. And hear me out. You've tried quite a few MMOs, yet none feel as enjoyable while casting your combo as Neverwinter, at least as a Warlock main. Yo, dude, Warlock mains, I tell you, things explodey. Let me reminisce with you. Dude, face rolling, you know, back in the day, we're gonna say roughly 12 years ago, during the beta, like the Blade Masters, right? The current, like the old Blade Masters, it's like you just slam your hands on the fingers. You just slam on each key as quickly as possible. And that felt like, that felt funny. I still remember back in the day, man. There's basically no cooldowns. The cooldowns didn't even exist. So he just stamps like, oh yeah, we can do everything. You just keep like, it just felt like you have too many buttons to press. So it takes longer to wait for the animation to finish than being able to cast another thing. So I still think the combat in this game is fantastic. Maybe if they like make a new game or something like that, I hope there's something like this still exist. Thank you for sharing. Yeah, the Warlock, it does look great. I don't main a Warlock. However, my brief like every recruitment week, there's no recruitment this year, but recruitment I would cycle through all the classes, and Warlock does definitely to be hitting that combo life. Anyways, I just thought I'd share a little bit. There are ups and downs. There are pros and cons. How you use your time. I hope that most of the people that I speak to over time are individuals who have control over their choices. Because, yeah, like this random stranger said, it's quite dangerous if you're a person who succumbed to FOMO and like habit formation that you're unaware of. That's the point of my content. The point of my content is to explore that. And when I make comments about, oh yeah, if you're someone who looks for specific things, like maybe this, which is trendy, then it's not for you. And hopefully you're aware of that. It's good to make awareness that you're like when someone says, oh yeah, I'm gonna play this gacha game. And my first thought is, oh, here are the odds of the gacha game. This is what I think is the compulsory limits of this gacha game, and how they are designed, how they design around this gacha, and then what the accessibility level of this gacha. I'm not saying if it's a pro or a con. I'm trying to give information to that person in which I hope that that person is able to synthesize that information in order to make an appropriate decision. And sometimes it does involve suggesting cautionary tales, but I try to limit that. And this person that typed a video comment, by the way, I do love video comments. I don't get them very often because, you know, small content creator and all that stuff. But when I get a video comment, I try to frame around how to make that video comment informative and useful. And this particular person, it strikes to me as a very either angry or sad person. And I hope that they don't feel as sad in the future and they continue making whatever game that they say they're making. They showed up every once in a while. Every time I'm like digressing about with a game in the background, digressing about it in the background, they would stop by and they would tell me like a hot take, like, yo, dude, like everything X made by X is garbage. Like, it's not worth your time. That type of thing. And I'm like, that must be coming from somewhere. The reason why I'm speaking right now about it is because I want to diffuse the idea that I resonate with any of that. Like, if you don't find something enjoyable, please either seek awareness or someone you trust, family and friends, and be able to divorce yourself from a choice that you make that is inherently making you angry, upset. So angry and upset that you go around picking fights with other people when they're not even fighting with you. Like, I think you have valid concerns. Why are you angry at me? Or why are you like so direct at me? The last time I checked, I hope that you make a banger of a game. And you know what? This guy, I hope that they make an MMORPG that doesn't use a live service model, Western fantasy, and they buck all the trends. They're able to produce endless content that takes a few minutes to reward players over and over again so that they constantly have like a 100% chance of success that's reflection of their reward and investment of time or something like that. I don't really particularly know what the point of them making other than every company is greedy, so they pad out the experience by reducing either the possibility of a loot dropping or like making it so that it's so tedious that you're locked in, and then they dangle a carrot in front of you so that you keep playing. If you're in one of those situations, I hope that most of your life's obligations are in order. If not, let's talk about it. I enjoy talking about it here. Like, I've been playing this game for 12 years, on and off, obviously. Like, on and off in the sense that I still do my dailies and like keep up. Like my account is like my currency, and the amount of currency on this account is brimming, but I didn't play this free to play originally. Originally, I bought the founders pack, and then like a first year anniversary bundle or something. So it was like 150 in this game 12 years ago, and then the rest is history. Since then, it's been trucking along. Like, I thought this game was incredible. It's a wonderful follow-up to like breaking away from the tab targeting of World of Warcraft. The combat was fantastic. It was an action RPG set in a Western fantasy. There were a lot of Eastern fantasies, for sure. Like, I played Terra Online before this, which was another combat MMO, but it was a Korean, I think it was a Korean combat MMO, right? What was the other one? Like Rune Magic, and then there was like, oh no, something with, it's not Arcage. We did try BDO, but that was much later in Neverwinter lifecycle. There was a one that closed right away, Rusty Hearts. I played Rusty Hearts. That was enjoyable. Dragon Nest. There were a lot of combat MMOs during the time of Neverwinter. Neverwinter was the one that was the Western fantasy MMO. Something that I was sobering up from World of Warcraft, I guess. I graduated, by the way. Like, I graduated college, so then I'm trying to fill in the college thing. Neverwinter came into my life then. Atlantica Online was kind of managed in the background while I was playing Neverwinter Online. Atlantica Online is more of a like a grid-based auto, like lots of life sim situation, so you kind of play in the background. There was a time, I still remember, I had Atlantica Online running in the background while playing Neverwinter to give Neverwinter a try. So one of those things. I invest as much in attention as I can to the games that I'm willing to spare. Meanwhile, I'm still spending like 13 or 14 hours in the lab. I was married to science. Science was my jam. So if you're wondering about the 0.0001% chance of being successful in a career despite investing 2/3 of your life, I got you. I got you. It's not about video games though. About life decisions. So hopefully that life decision that you're making about developing a game, it doesn't come back with someone just like you that went there and say, dude, your game, it's derivative. I don't care if it has passion behind it, it's derivative. Because to me, it's not that big of a difference between someone who can so easily pass and really demonize things, in my opinion. All right, so let's put the, I've digressed for like 30 minutes. I'm getting my little like fun little yap session. Okay, so local time. 12:46 a.m. right? I know it's hard to see because it's tiny text, but 12:47 a.m. Let's see how long it takes to do the weekly haul for one character. we have a carryover in activity, so let's go grab our heroic encounter stuff. Let's go grab turn in all our repeatables that were carried over from last time. Our reminiscent thing. And then we should be able to turn this thing in for 15. Oh no, it's just 5. Okay. So I thought I had... Oh, did I already turn it in? What does that set us at? Whoops. At 10? I could have sworn I did a... Oh, does it expire? Oh, that's interesting. Alright. So let's go secure our 15 verse, which is to redo the entrance. Should be 15 minutes. And then we go back to yapping if we want. Alrighty. We run. We do a dash target to save some time. Oh no, what's his name? The dude. Him. The Tenebroloth, or yeah. And we run here, run. I need some speed. Alright. We run, take care of the little red wizards in the middle here. Coming up. Just slide on in. Oh, that didn't work. Wasn't expecting a guy to just face tank. Okay. Alright. We take care of them, then we run, right? We're gonna trigger a cutscene right here. Kind of like near the red boxes. Okay. Skippy. Then we go through. Then we take out 2 peeps. They kind of have a lot of HP for a tank. Alright. New zone, cutscene, hold escape. I'm skipping the cutscene right now. You're not going to see the load screen, but... Okay. Hop in, try to take care of these guys. Maybe... It's going to take like 2 minutes. Oops. One of my inputs got eaten. How are you allowed to move while channeling that, you old butthead? Who gave you the idea? That was great. The eyeball guy is very annoying. Okay. Oh, we do have some lock boxes, which I could win. Got like 200 keys or something. All right, so that gives us 25, right? Or up to 35. Let me just kind of taking my sweet time. We can do... Our activities are probably going to be up. Yeah, we can't do this. Everburn turns out to be a dud. So I don't know if they're gonna change that or not. But very, very difficult to time that stuff. So we're just gonna go around and do some repeatables until I see some heroic encounter calls, maybe. It's that time of day where basically no one is like... It's NA solars. Why are you highlighted? Oh, it's probably because of the resistance members. Okay. Let's go grab the resistance members. That's pretty quick. I have no traction of... Yeah, anyways, 2026 seems like an exciting time. There was a conversation about weathering, like how do you pronounce it? Weathering with weathering waves or something? Withering waves. And why is... Where is the guy? Apparently, that's doing pretty well, right? I think that was this year. There's that. I'm not quite the target demographic for like hyper, like ayaya hyperness, so I am a little bit excited for see how Crimson Desert goes about. I don't know if it's this year or I mean if it's this coming year or not. Looking forward to seeing what they make of it. It's kind of like, oh wait. Oh. Okay. It'll be interesting. Eastern but Western. East meets West. Journal. Okay. What is this fissure thing? Those fissures. Oh, that's like the portal stuff? There's a part of this map that is so one direction that is pretty wild. Like this part, like going down this whole right side is interesting looking. And this map has been wonderful, but it's also kind of weird in a way because it's incredibly varied, but the way you have to like run one direction for a very long time and then there's no way back. It's not like it's not a sprawling interconnected map. It's more like a scenic. Everything, all the pathing and stuff is very scenic. So, you know, enjoy it when the novelty is still around. 8 of these? Really? 8 is kind of a lot. Oh, they immediately despawn. Okay, so we can just yeet the fissure, maybe. Oh yeah, I forgot. I do like unceremonious tier letters. I think this fissure thing is, since it's 8, it's like a C tier. This repeatable is like a C tier. Hey, can you destroy this with me? Thank you. Quick! Everyone, tag this thing. Do it. Let's work together. Hooray. I think the next one's gonna spawn again. Come. Come, my random cowpokes. Yeah. Nice. I'll show you the next one. Come with me. Over here. It's right here. It's gonna be here. You'll know it. There we go. Come. Wait, what are you doing? Don't you? Okay, alright, that person isn't doing the same thing. I was playing that up a little. Lava fishing. Okay, the fissure thing, C tier. Because you have to backtrack a lot. What about lava fishing? Let's take a look at whatever lava fishing is. Can I? Please. So go lava fishing. Ashen grubs for steady current. Spearing worms for heavy current. Magma clams for bubble and churn. What does that even mean? We're here? Okay. Yeah, this map is so scenic. Scenic also means lots and lots of pathing. You got a path quite a lot. Kind of like one way in, one way out situation. But the map is a treat. Alright, so what is this lava fishing? How do I... Okay. Wait, what did that say? Check current. Oh. I guess it auto selects for you? That's interesting. Never have I thought they would... Oh, hi. Wait, I wasn't expecting something to start attacking me. Oh, am I supposed to pick... Wait. What? What? Alright. I guess we're going over here. Wait. The pop-up is happening in the middle of this. Alright. Can I choose a different one? How do I... Nope. Okay. I think I have to go to a different fishing spot or something. Oh, hey. I caught one. Rare reagent. Oh, okay, it auto chooses. Okay. Whoever thought of fishing in a lava pool, huh? Oh, nice. 2 out of 3. Can we go, Oh wait, that wasn't a fishing spot. How about up here? Is there anything else up here? Black dust. Was this one of the... Oh, it's that dust. Ooh. Ugh! I'm dead. I don't want to talk about it. I totally missed that jump. Okay. Alright. That's what you call the Mario situation where you don't jump. You try to jump when your feet is off the ground, so you basically don't move at all. None of that modern like buffer jumping. All right, here we go. Last one. C tier. This is a C tier. We did start off fairly strong. Lots of the repeatables were like, there are quite a number of S tiers. So when we cycle back around them, like they go fast. Lots of humorous. I like how varied all the tasks are in this module. Why does this guy hit like a dump truck? All right, so that's 2 C's. Which one was the mirror thing? Mirrors, I think we just bop it. Mirror is S tier. You just get to the mirror, pop the demon that's in the mirror. Friendly. Whoop. Excuse me. Anyway. All the gelatinous cubes. Whoop. We gotta go into the gamer's cave. Look at this gamer's lighting. All those LED strips. Go through our illusionary wall. Oh, hi. I think you are bugged. Oh no, maybe not. I was gonna make a reference to the skeleton in Hades, but I forgot his name. I think it's just Skelly. Pretty sure the skeleton's name is just Skelly. That's what that reminds me of, Skelly. The test dummy, the target dummy that you use to test out your weapons. Okay. All right. Treasure is pretty S. Okay. Oh, the fissure. I really thought I completed the heroic encounters. Guess not. Alright. So, basically no one's doing heroic encounters around this time of day. We're a little bit late. I was kind of digressing earlier on a different session. So, what do we have? We're at 55. So basically, let's go and try to... where's our activity at? Our activity should be carrying 75%. I think we'll probably complete the activity soonish. Look at all these tasks. What the heck? Alright. Let's yoink this flag. Flag is like C tier. Let's see if I can remember this. Find treasure? Find treasure is like A tier. Let's see if I even remember. It's this one. It's always in a fixed position. You have to go to 2 places. So this is the one here. At least I think this is how you go about it. Go through here. And then back here. And it's this one. So A. Definitely A. If not S. This one's great. Okay. What else we got? We got complete hero encounter. Ghost tears, bit of a B. Fiendish disturbance. I don't know which one this is. No, it's fine. Which one is this? Oh yeah, this one's S tier. Oh no, it's not really. It's kind of S. It's like A to S. Because this guy's chunky for a palette for just a car. It's a little bit chunky, but I think this is S for sure. Like there's no danger and pretty much ends here. Okay. Nice. We have Ghost Tears. Ghost Tears is close by. Ghost Tears is a B. A B. It did get sped up actually. And we saw the speeding up. It's actually pretty substantial speed up. Alright. Come on, cry for me. Cry me a river. Honestly, taking out the dudes. Oh. Taking out the dudes give you more tears, so you kind of want to incite them. Oh, give me 5. 3? I'll take 3. Give me 5. When they actually give you tears, they only give you 1. 4? Oh, that's nice. I think this might be an A tier. I don't know if they increased the rate or I'm getting lucky, but oh, don't actually be nice. Come on. Come at me. Nice. Yeah, that's definitely an A tier. Next one. Red Wizard. Where is this? Right here? No, that's fissure stuff again. Alright, we can do the fissure stuff again. Fissure's B. B-ish. Friendly? Friendly. Stop. All right. Oh, there is an instance that's doing the 4? Nope. 4 is packed. Just go back around. Okay. Yeah, I kind of like just doing the top rotation. Not bad. They kind of just feed into each other. You can take them out before they spawn the guy. Come on. Okay. Alright. So what is this cavern arena thing? Is it here? It's down there. Interesting. Okay. Where are we at? 20 minutes? We're at like 20 minutes-ish right now. For the week's worth of stuff. Oh. Whoop. Upsy daisy. Okay. Turning in all the repeatables should net us enough for the activities to give us 25, and that's the end of that. Oh, is this the... No, it's not. What is this one? Oh, it's this thing. What is that guy swinging at? Did that guy just... Oh. That's intriguing. Can you not, please? Alright, we'll open some lockboxes, I guess. I don't really know. Oh, I see. This one is A. Definitely A. It's 3. And they're paired up, so you're really only doing 3 instances. And that gives us, what, 8 times 5? That's 40 on one go. And then we just go back. So that should bring us to 75, right? Oh no, we only have to turn in 20 or 2. I'll turn in 4 of them. Let's turn in 4 of them first. See if we can reach the activity threshold. Oh, I missed one. Oh, I actually missed 2. So that should give us 25. And I was kind of hoping this triggers the weekly active. 88%? Alright. Huh. Nah, we're just gonna go. Just turn in the rest. Oh, how did I miss? Oh, this is not considered. Oh. All right. I see. All right. I guess we're doing this. There's a repeatable that requires you to do a heroic encounter along with the weekly. That's interesting. I wonder what the thought process is behind that. Alright, we're going fishing again. We'll save the activity thing for next time. So we do 25 less, I guess. Repeating the oh, this is how you select the different things. Oh. You have to like move your cursor. You're supposed to be able to pick steering worm for heavy current. How do you know? How do you know what the current is like? Dude, why do you look like a dump truck? Can you care to thank you. Thank you. I can't how do you select the oh, I know. No whammies, please. Thank you. What was this for? What is this for? Heck if I know. No whammies, please. Appreciate it. Hey, can I fish with you? Good talk. Oh, did I get in the way? Oh, my bad. Oh no, am I gonna disturb your... Okay, we're good. My bad. Okay. The mirrors nearby. And then we have another find treasure. Okay. I think if I had to do it, I would only cycle the one dude. The one dude has some S tier stuff. So instead of doing this stuff. The mirror, the treasure, the pillars. So it's probably like, what is it, like Calera or Laura? Salora person. Now we gotta figure this out. Cycling them is super fast. Like this is super fast. Oh, I totally missed. But yeah, core Valora. The Valora character gives you some wicked fast collection. Yeah, the nature of the dwindling player base, right? One of them is why is it? Wait, what's going on? Why are you pointing me? The nature of it is like during this time, there aren't enough players to even do the heroic encounters. I'm looking at the public zone chat, and there's not enough people to even do the heroic encounters. Oh, wait. Oh, wait, am I? I thought I'm looking for treasure. Is this a different thing? What's going on here? Oh, there's a different permutation of this. I have no idea where I'm going. Maybe not. Can you not, please? Please. Okay. We'll guess this one. Rip. How about you? Friendly, don't attack. Okay. So that explains that. So hunting for chests is not going to guarantee the fast one. That's not it. That's not that. Dang it. Alright, let's just head back. I need my bearings on Valora's thing. Is this a Valora quest? Okay, so you have the lava fishing thing. This is for next time. This should be both, right? Yeah. So these two, yeah. Yeah, these two are good. What was yours like? Okay, so we're gonna leave this. I want to know which one I'm looking at. We're gonna abandon this one. Yeah, we're gonna abandon this one. And what? We're gonna abandon this one. So these two should be hers. Wait. So we're gonna do these two. So the wards are good. Wards are just this area. And then what is the disturbance? You just quickly, you know, aggro all the skelly. Come on, party up. Not like that. Please. Let's get a little friendly. Okay. So you only have to interact with these 5 points. And it's right near base. Right, 2, 3, and there's some skeletons. Oh no. You can clear all of them out with just two hits. Okay. Alright, so that's S. This is S. Until that happens. Okay. So what is this disturbance? Oh, and then that's the demon thing. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, Valora. Yeah, so then there's just this demon. 2 S's. I kind of want to see what her cycles are. I just go back and forth between using Valora. That's how you get some extra time. That's probably what we'll do to next time. That's how you speed some time, you know? All right. Yeah, just do the Valora thing and then go back. And then turn them in and then go back and just turn them in. Let's see what her rotations are. Like, you bring, yeah, those two. So we're at 100. And then it's disturbance. Oh, yes. And not the fairs and all that. That's the magic mirror. Oh, yeah, yeah. You go back and forth and just do Valora. She's so much faster than, like, what is this nonsense? Makos. Like, why Makos? I mean, I guess you can stack it with doing heroic encounters. And then this, like, this treasure along with the lava fishing? Nah, chief. Let's not do that. Anyways, we have 25 for next time. What was yours again? Oh, this is the defense point thing? Nah. You're so lost in the lore. Thought Makos had died. He did! He died, got resurrected, got resurrected as an undead, and then actually brought back to life. So he was like, he died. He like Goku'd, basically. He not only died, he got resurrected as an undead, and then he was given a second life. so like when he appeared through that portal, I'm like, oh yeah, that's right, he's alive now. Yeah, Makos has been like, Mako's been around. Like, he's defied death several times. It's almost like the storyline of Goku from DBZ. Okay. No Dragon Balls were involved in his resurrection. Yeah, very fast. Definitely way faster if you can. So we have activities for the next one, but just do Valora. Valora is all S tiers. 4 S tiers. It takes like less than 2 minutes per cycle. So you're like averaging a 10 currency. 10 currency per minute. That's so fast. You always thought he turned out to be the bad guy. Oh yeah, that's fair. You really think that? Yeah. All right, we'll try to queue a random trial queue and see if we land on, maybe we land on Soul Harvest, just for fun, you know, just to capture something for Soul Harvest. I don't think it's gonna land on Soul Harvest, but we might as well. This is what I do most of the time. So what do I do in terms of randoms, right? Like, we're done with our weeklies, and I used to do them on 3 characters, like 3 characters every time. So all my characters are current up to Red Harvest, like the 3 tanks, right? I have a Barbarian. Barbarian is my oldest character. It's the one that was made since the beginning of Neverwinter. And then we had our Paladin is our second, and then our Fighter, right? And now we're only doing it for this because kind of winding down a little bit here. And usually when I log in, you basically hop on a tank of choice that I'm interested in. Usually I hop on a Paladin because you just cycle between the tank requirements. But if we're gonna sit for like 5 minutes, see if some really weird person is like, oh yeah, let's do advanced Soul Harvest at the dead hours of like nobody on, I'd be game for that. Otherwise, we're just gonna see if this pops in the next 10 minutes. So as I was saying earlier, right, we're gonna go back. Actually, let me see if let's go read this comment that this person made, because that's why people make comments, right? They want to be noted. So it's on my last video, when I was making comments about where Neverwinter is, like in a tough spot. So this person said, hate to break it to yeah, but BDO is way worse than any game I will ever play. So, right, it's already assuming I haven't played BDO before, right? You will play for decades to get items. For the record, BDO has only been around for a singular decade. It haven't caressed 2 decades yet, for the record. It's pure solo content, which makes it different from Neverwinter, right? So, apples and oranges. It's pure solo content. With a grain of salt, BDO actually do have optional group content. They're usually like world bosses, so things like heroic encounters and stuff. So like, I'm obviously, this person's assuming I don't know what BDO is. So that's for the record. And it's pure solo content. I'll let that slide. It's like 98% solo content. And you need drops from enemies that are like 0.00000000001%. For the record, this is also not true, but they're trying to exaggerate and make it sound incredibly hyperbolic. So they decide to choose 9 zeros and a 1. So that's 10 digits and a percentage sign. And remember, this is 0.9 zeros and 1 percentage. So that's actually, the ratio is another 2 zeros because we're talking about a percentage, right? It's over 100 chance. You will grind for years, in all caps, for 1 item and never even get it. Okay. All right. Your point? Like, what's the point? Right? So I'm reading this and I'm thinking about, what did I say last week? That dealt with something about loot, something about how long to play it, and something. So the closest thing I can think of is they probably relate to something I was talking about in terms of converting this game, right? They either they're in a crossroads. Cryptic Art Games is the big entity. Art Games is at a crossroad between balancing between solo content and still encouraging people to do group content, right? And my comment last week was the balance between it, the pros and cons between committing to a solo content thing, which is probably what they harped on. They hyper focused on that, and then they chose BDO to compare it, right? But Neverwinter is juggling the two. Like, we have a second trial in a row, and there's pros and cons with that. So I actually talked about both those things, and I talked about like the pros and cons and trying to rationalize, what does this mean to a player? Like a person who's trying to get into Neverwinter online, thought it was kind of interesting, or stay in Neverwinter. So we've highlighted both, how it can be pros and cons to both, right? So this person literally chose one side, pick the worst example they can think of, which feels like it's personal. I feel like they're trying to convince me that BDO stole their lunch and then like made them very, very upset. But the thing that they say is actually not. Like, first, is way worse than any game, it's kind of weird that there are more players in BDO than Neverwinter Online if you're saying it's way worse. So that's a fact. So let's try to get some statistics here, right? If you're using statistics, saying way worse than any game I've ever played, I've played BDO. And then you will play for decades to get them. If you played from the start of BDO, you wouldn't play for more than a decade. Like, not that much more than a decade. And Neverwinter, I have played Neverwinter for more than a decade. It's pure solo content. That sounds amazing. I'm okay with that because, you know, I'm playing solo content. And then you need a drop from an enemy. It's like, you need a drop? Like, I need a drop? I think that's in the eye of the beholder. And in a 0.000, like 1 out of a million, I guess that they were going for 1 out of a million because it's deliberately 10. Let's hyper-analyze this. It's like, okay, you got me. Dang, that's some low things. So my response, this is my response, and you can read all of this online if you want. My response is, thanks for the whataboutism. Now, I want to be very clear, it's not quite a whataboutism, but whataboutism is, in my eyes, described in a way where when someone is making a commentary, right, they're making commentary about a specific critique, like a constructive criticism. You're talking about pros and cons as opposed to arguing a aggressive stance against something. So like, I'm not here saying, oh, Neverwinter is the worst game ever, and then this person comes along and says BDO is worse. And I'm like, that's not it, chief. Like, that's a whataboutism. It's kind of like saying, hey, I would eat a meal, right? I would eat a meal and it's like, oh man, this is some bad coffee. It's like, but what about all the people who have even worse coffee than you? Whataboutism. It doesn't constructively add to the conversation, nor does it focus on the topic. You deflate and deflect the significance of what someone is saying by saying, what about other people? So like, what about BDO being worse than Neverwinter? Like, are you assuming that I'm complaining about something, or I like to talk about something that I'm playing? Like, it's a very different thing. One is that person is projecting their negativity onto me, thinking that the thing I'm saying is like, oh yay, don't play Neverwinter because it's corporate greed and stuff. I'm not saying that at all. I'm raising the idea that when people play Neverwinter, I hope they enjoy playing Neverwinter. And how do they know they're going to enjoy playing Neverwinter? Understand the pros and cons of Neverwinter design. Right? It could be corporate greed. Like, if it's like, hey guys, there's loot boxes. I hope you're okay with loot boxes. There you go. Use that information for your need. I'm not projecting an opinion and say, dude, loot boxes are bad. I hope you know that. I didn't say loot boxes were bad. So, very different thing. So what I said was, it's pretty presumptuous of you to cherry pick an example while presuming I am not aware about the range of investment and reward in other games. Because the first assumption they made is, oh, hey, hot take, hot news, newsflash, BDO is worse. I'm like, did I talk about BDO? How do you even know I've never played BDO? And then I said, cherry picking a seemingly personal, because it's not my example. They're assuming I've never played BDO. So cherry picking a seemingly personal and subjectively worse example sounds more like projecting to me. Like, this person is projecting their frustration on me because I didn't even bring up BDO. Like, I didn't even complain about BDO. Like, it's not relevant to my topic at the moment. It's a whataboutism. And I said, as opposed to serving the purpose of empathy. Like, this person's like, hate to break it to you, I'm trying to do you a solid. I'm trying to break the news to you, some valuable, relevant hot take regarding like any of my specific commentary, like the commentary and the reflections on Neverwinter Online that I made in this video. In my opinion, attempting to make a competition about being the worst, or even attempting to make arguments for the lesser of evils, so, oh, Neverwinter is bad, no, BDO is even worse, no, Neverwinter Online is even worse, often, to me, detracts. It basically detracts from participating in thinking, problem solving, right? Critical thinking, problem solving skills that are involved in creating constructive criticism. Constructive criticism about the topic at hand. So Neverwinter Online is the topic. When you introduce a whataboutism about something that's worse, it doesn't add to the conversation. It tends to deflect the conversation away from the details. Not only that, this person decides to assume that I wouldn't know anything about that other topic. Like, well, fair enough. I'll just assume I don't. So what's your point? Oh no, there are 2 bad games now. That's great. Now we have 2 bad games. And now it's a competition for the floor, the bottom. I've said this pretty often in my mental health related things. When you're competing to be the worst, you're not winning anything. You're losing. So like when someone has a hard time, right? Like even if this person is, they're saving you the trouble. They're making you feel better by telling this. You know, you see someone and their ice cream falls on the ground. It's like, hey, it could be worse. You could be poor and not have ice cream. Like, that sucks. Or what aboutism? Here's another aboutism. It's like, hey, oh, you know, it could be worse. You could be paying for the game and still feel like garbage. You know? Or, oh, you don't like the, you know, my classic ones when people talk about things is the one-upper. Someone who one-ups someone thinking that they're exercising emotional intelligence. Like, oh, you had a bad day? Look, my day was so much worse. At least you had a decent day. Or, man, you got really unlucky. But you know what? There are so many people who got even worse luck than you. That's the type of person that I think I'm speaking to. At least you're alive, my pet died. Exactly. And to me, hear me out. To this stranger, or not really stranger, they're really... I'm not in a competition to see who's more miserable. Like, I think there are plenty of people now that still tries to make a competition out of everything. But you win. You win, my friend. Like, I'm gonna be honest with you. You win. You played a game that is worse than the game that I clearly have not played before. I'll give you that. Like, I haven't played BDO. I have, but I haven't played BDO before. But man, you totally got me. You totally told me how much worse other people have. I don't take things for granted. I celebrate the things that I have. It is a very different dynamic. I am grateful that I have things, even Neverwinter Online. It's the opposite of complaining. It's raising awareness so that when people choose to play a game, they can choose it for the reasons that they like it. When you make a competition out of worse things, that just removes options for people. So, man, at least you're alive, my pet died. It's like, oh, hey, at least you still have your father. My father left me. Like, wow. Thank you. Thank you. Like, thanks for making it about yourself. And then, you know, I went on and I said, While I may have some BDO experience, just to make it clear that I have played BDO before, while I may have some experience with BDO, I would suggest that you, that person, may find a more empathetic person, someone, you know, they can relate to, by means of looking for a content creator that either currently plays or consistently talk about BDO. I wish you the best with your future gaming experience. So that's what I left when I went to bed, and I woke up to this response. Get ready with your torches. He types back and says, "Bruh, I listened to your whole video while working on my own game in Unreal." Okay, so Unreal guy, he's aspiring developer, right? That's a key thing that he's volunteering. I'm similar to you. So I'm similar to you. I used to play MMOs all the time. So this is making another assumption. He thinks that he's similar to me. He used to be similar to me because he used to play MMOs all the time. I didn't previously play MMOs all the time, and I currently don't play MMOs all the time. So who is he talking to? Like, I barely played today. I played less than 30 minutes, and I'm not gonna be touching this all the time. Like, people play Genshin Impact more than in MMO than me. Anyways, so he said, played with my friends. So he had friends. He played with his friends, met some of the best people he's ever met on them. But at the end of the day, the golden age of MMOs is gone. The early 2000s was MMO peak time. That's fairly valid. I mean, he's talking about World of Warcraft, like around the World of Warcraft golden era. But hear me out. I don't have any friends in the MMO space, and I still enjoy playing Neverwinter online. So something must have happened to this person. Maybe the friends drift apart. Who knows? Maybe they're still friends with him. And I can assure you that playing a video game, you don't have to play it at the peak time. Like, oh man, Clear Obscure. Oh man, Clear Obscure is a turn-based RPG. No one likes turn-based RPG. They love action combat. Of like, where's my pew pew? Like, I need to play more Fortnite and Minecraft right now. And then Clear Obscure comes along and says, hey, let's go make a little hybrid thing, and great. It's one of my favorite games of this year. And no, it's not the peak year for turn-based RPGs. Last year, it was Dave the Diver. No, it is not the peak year for minigames, like minigame collections. I play Like a Dragon every year now, and like 2 years ago, I played 6 of them. I did not play Like a Dragon games at their peak. So whenever you go around talking about like appreciation for the little guy, the indie dev, and not the greedy corporations, Blizzard? Peak? Like, you're talking about populist things while thinking that you're considering the little guy. I mean, thank you for stopping by my stream, I suppose. So this guy said, like, we watched the whole video, which I will respond in a bit. But anyways, this guy said, sadly, that age is over. Sadly, we will never see that magical age of MMO ever again. Too much corporate greed, developers underpaid, developers all about pushing their beliefs on people. I think this guy's a developer and they're pushing their opinions on people, but I don't know about this. But anyways, developers all pushing their beliefs on people. Everyone just wants to go to work and get what the corporate slave boss wants done, then go home. You heard it. You heard it here, folks. My condolences to all those people who are enslaved by their slave bosses for working in a profession that deals with entertainment. If I were to channel this person's, my jerk reflex right now, my jerk reflex is to go and say, what about farmers? Like, that would be my jerk reflex, but that would be a little inappropriate. So I'm going to retract that statement and say, that person has a point. They do have a point. I mean, I wouldn't use those exact words, but they have a point. And they go on, no one cares anymore. Okay, so no one cares anymore in these big companies, in these particular big companies, well, whatever the big companies are. It's only the small indie game companies it's only the small indie game companies are people with any sort of passion. Sorry, I have to read verbatim so that it captures all the weirdness that I have to read through. So indie games have a lot of passion. Big companies don't, right? Fair enough. As I said before, in many game reviews, my game reviews, some other game reviews, I don't. So somehow I'm supposed to know that you made comments on many game reviews. Are you keyboard warrioring all the game reviews? Because I would think that if this is the type of game review that you're providing, delusion of grandeur, self-delusion of grandeur. Like, I don't record Neverwinter retrospections thinking that Cryptic or someone is just gonna stop by and say, oh yeah, you have a point. We're gonna end our corporate greed now, and you were totally right. There are countries in this world that don't have access to the internet, and yeah, they definitely don't spend most of their time playing video games. Oh, they also don't sit in the corner and talk about how they're a developer, but they're like a different type of developer. They haven't really developed a game, but they also talk about how they're right and they know what's what, but they complain about other people pushing their opinions onto other people. Like, I think I'm starting to get the idea of this perspective, right? So, all right, MMOs, the game itself, MMOs don't care about your time. I'm okay with that. Like, I agree with you. They don't. Like, drama, xing, we all kind of jibber jabber about how they don't care about your time, right? It's a choice, right? It's a choice. So we'll let that fly. They want to make you fall into the FOMO, trapping you into a game as long as possible and milking you as long as possible. BDO, Lost Ark, every MMO is like this. You mean every, like, why stop there? Every product, your comment is deliberately exercising the very nature. You went and hunt down as many game reviews or whatever to trap into your state of FOMO. Like, oh, hey guys, be careful, like, you don't want to get trapped in Neverwinter, otherwise you'll be trapped in the FOMO of life. Like, you want to, you know, go out and touch grass instead of playing a video game, because careful, you might miss out on life, right? The fear of missing out on life. Well, you're making a game. So what are you going to do? Hey guys, I'm making a video game. Please don't play my video game. I don't believe that my product will be able to captivate your attention. So please, for certain, for real, I'm really saying it. I spent 7 years of my life working on this passion project, but please, I don't play my game. it's definitely not worth playing my game. Oh, and also this comment that I spent time reading or writing to this random creator, don't read that either. It's definitely not worth your time to not miss out on life. So try not to do that, right? And every other game is the same. And I'm like, I agree with you. Actually, I'm going to go further and say most products are there to try to keep you using them and making as much money off of you as possible. There's a part that isn't part of this equation yet, and that's awareness, control, and decision making. I spent the entirety of the video this person says they watched rationalizing the decision that they're making, not making a victim and treating people like potatoes. Like, okay, I will only speak for myself then, and as opposed to other people, stop using other people as a martyr for your own opinions, right? Like, okay, I'm sorry, all these victims, they're there to back you up. All right, kudos to you. I'll speak for myself. I choose how to spend my time. If you watch the whole video, I like to think that I gave the impression that I'm actively using my time to do something when playing Neverwinter. Like, I'm gonna fall into the FOMO. Well, man, you're 12 years too late for that one, my friends. Bruh, my friends. So I have a response to this guy. It is quite long. It's how I repay the kindness, I suppose. This is how I try to get involved. I love replying to video comments. I like people who say like 67, thumbs up. Fair enough. I'll give you a thumbs up if you type 67. Sure. So my response is, sorry for your grievances, right? He clearly has grievances. Sorry for your grievances. Again, I wish you the best with your sour and cynical feelings towards whatever it is that you feel compelled to project onto me. So whatever like bad feelings and mojo you want, and you're trying to push it onto me, right? Because I'm pretty confident I was not saying corporate greed, down with live service. I actually quite say the contrary. I say live service, you have to choose responsibly. Understand that you can step away from live service. Understand that FOMO is a reflection of your desires to do something. So understand what is it that motivates you, and you can stop, you can choose, and it makes you really powerful. So instead of working on like whining back and forth about I'm the victim, personally, not victim blaming. Like we're gonna try not to victim blame. I think the person who's making the decision to play these games, they can understand what they like and what they dislike. And I really hope that when you speak about those things, you can choose not to be taken advantage of. That is important with the goals of my statements. So anyways, I say, I do not empathize, as in I don't relate to this person's grievances, right? I do not empathize with your ad hominem arguments. Basically, he's attacking the people, not the actual game. Like, he's attacking the people in order to explain why the game is this way. Corporate greed is the reason why games are this way. As in the people, right? And or preaching about your nostalgia, right? He was talking about how like 2000 was the peak year, and pity. There's like a lot of pity, like, oh, it's sad, like those days are gone and stuff. I don't relate to that. I'm sorry. Like, I do talk about nostalgia things, but I believe things change. Like, I'm a forward-looking person. Present time, forward-looking. What do you enjoy right now? Appreciate it. know that this is some of the know to appreciate the moment. If you like playing a game right now, hold on to it. And then when it changes, you move on and find something new or find something that's interesting to you. Trying to hold on to a past that you have no control over, it is giving into FOMO. It is giving into being advantage of. So when you're going around trying to present nostalgia and pity, I'm not the one that's having problems with nostalgia and pity. I move on. I think about what's currently happening in the game and hope to see what happens in the future. Not to preserve what's back. Like, if you ask me, should they bring back Neverwinter Classic? No. The answer is no. I'm a forward-looking person. Like World of Warcraft Classic, I didn't even bat an eye on it. I played World of Warcraft Vanilla to Burning Crusade. It's fine. It's nostalgic because it exists in my past. It's nostalgic because that memory is wonderful. Like, I don't have to go back and reinvent that nostalgia. Like, that's like kind of going against the creative mantra that I have. When you go back, it's not going to be the same, by the way. If you rewatch a video, like, you love Lion King, and 10 years later you watch Lion King again, it's not going to be the same. There's elements of nostalgia, but if I were to go back and play something, it's going to be different. You know why? Like, if I go back to playing World of Warcraft Classic, I have played Neverwinter Online. I have played BDO. So when that person was making a comment about BDO, nostalgia removes that. You do not go back. A lot of people's obsession with living in the past prevents them from enjoying the new things. Absolutely. But not necessarily because the new thing is bad, but because they don't know how to move on. Exactly. And you hit a really important topic, resemblance. I spend the vast majority of my time talking to people who are struggling with being anchored by their past. And nostalgia sucks. Dude, here's a funny corporate greed situation. If I had to make a compelling argument, like, oftentimes to strengthen my position, I try to take the position of the other person to see how strongly I can counter-argue with myself. Here's a testament to how powerful nostalgia is. You don't have to be a greedy corporate entity peddling live service models. You can remake a game. You know, this person said the indie company are people with sort of passion, right? That's nostalgia. They're repackaging nostalgia. And I still love it. But they're repackaging it by moving forward, not backwards. Like, Clear Obscura represents a culmination of so many things in my pastime that I enjoyed. And it was fantastic because it was a new thing. Not a thing that is trying to recapture a magic that you can't re-experience in reality. Like, your brain doesn't work that way. How, like, you could travel back in time and erase the rest of your memory so that you can have it. And it's so tough because the gaming industry, in my opinion, is incentivized to repackage the same thing. There legitimately is a cyclic problem. Like, oh, hey, can you bring back classic Halo? Because I really like classic Halo. It's like, sure, why not? Just so you know, this is very relevant because the classic Halo is going to be cross-platform and they're going to reintroduce it to, again, like Halo, the first Halo is getting remastered and repackaged again. And then there's a double standard here. When people play, it's like, oh, you know what? It doesn't quite hit the same anymore. It's like, you're no kidding, buddy. You're no kidding. You have like years of experience that will make you feel different between the last time you played and you're playing now. Returning to Neverwinter is not going to feel the same as the first time you played Neverwinter. You can't erase your, well, let's say people don't intentionally try to forget things, right? And that is a tough one. It's like, yeah, I love, like, I don't have any more World of Warcraft friends. Like, what I mean is, I don't have anyone tied to any of my MMOs. I had friends at the time, like, who played World of Warcraft. 2 lawyers. It was a lawyer couple. A kid who ripped me off. That's a long story short. A kid who ripped me off out of like 200 gold or something like that because his friend was a scumbag. Those are some priceless times, man. 3 officers. One was an electrician. 2 were a couple, and then I had 3 college mates. Like 3 college mates. And I don't talk to any of them anymore. So yeah, nostalgia does form in the past. But right now, there are also so many other people you can meet. So many people. Like, you treasure the times you have together. So I treasure these times. I talk about these times because they're important. You learn to appreciate what you have now, not being stuck in the past, or also finding some sort of worst case scenario to make yourself seem more miserable or make someone else seem more miserable. It's like, you're doing a great job, Chief. Like, you care about people by citing the worst of situations. And my only concern right now in the back of my head is, who hurt you? Like, why me? Like, what? I mean, I could do a lot. I could do quite a lot about this stuff. Like, I'm used to this stuff. What I mean is, I do this, like, quote unquote, unprofessionally, not officially. I do talk about these things with other people, try to make them feel better, have reconciliation with their choices, and hopefully that they don't end up the way this person is talking about, being trapped in a FOMO loop of tedium and drifting through time, not finding enjoyment, right? Like, someone who's caught in FOMO who also don't enjoy the thing they're caught in, that is really scary. That can cause someone to be dysfunctional over time. And I do raise awareness about this stuff. If you hate playing a game in which you hate yourself for not being able to play it, that's a problem. That's a really big problem. And yes, I would agree and concede to a little bit that corporations are not liable for voluntary choice. And there has been a lot of awareness for this. So that's perfectly all right. If this person was talking about that, but this person wasn't talking about that. They were talking about developers underpaid, developers about pushing their beliefs on people, everyone going to work for the corporate slave boss, what's done and then go home, right? And then no one cares, right? That's what they're talking about. And I'm like, okay, but I don't know any of that. I know one thing I can do. I can help people know what they're getting, and like try to know how they're making the decision so that they don't end up in those situations. If you go around like accusing someone of doing something and it just happens to be a person who is doing nearly the opposite, it's crazy. How could you have watched my entire video and get the impression that I'm like, oh yeah, definitely, like, go play all the gacha games. You better drop like $400 on that gacha game because that $400 is gonna make you feel so good. I don't do these things. And it's shocking that my video would make this very apparent to them. They want to see what they want to see. They want to paint me as the villain or something. So I continue, by the way, there's more. And I think I say fairly reasonable things about this. I said, in fact, like, for example, like, sorry, I lost my position. I appreciate the the time you spent watching one of my videos, right? The last video, watching one of my videos. However, I like to iterate that there may be a misunderstanding between that person's need to tell me how I should feel about things, right? That's fair. They're trying to tell me how I should feel about things. I'm not saying the facts they are talking about is incorrect or not. In fact, I have a lot of hot takes myself, but they're telling me how I should feel about it. They're implying that I should be feeling angry and whatnot, right? As opposed to my own feelings and goals about record keeping and providing commentary. Those are my goals. I'm recording my experiences, I'm expressing them, and sharing my thoughts as best as I can. Even if it was a op-ed where I emotionally throw some of my frustrations and stuff, it would still be of my own opinion, right? It's not presented like a fact. This person is presenting emotional interpretations as fact. Like, man, resemblance or not drama or xing or fictitious. If you work for a company, I really hope that the first thing you encounter is like, oh, I'm sorry, you're trying to make money. You should feel bad. You should feel bad about that. I would ask them, how do you feel about it? Because I would love to know what is it that makes you make that decision. That would be a point of empathy, an attempt to understand. But there's no attempt to understand here. They are forcing their opinions on me, and they're expecting me to roll over and empathize with them, or something like that. Maybe that's what their expectation is. So I continue and say, in fact, it is pretty clear you aren't similar to me in the least bit on this matter. I think that's fair because we're not talking at the same wavelength. Furthermore, I don't even previously nor currently play MMOs all the time. This is my spare time. To tell you the truth, of the 8.5 hours that I streamed today, 7 of it was dedicated to speech and digression about language learning. I'm learning Japanese and Chinese, how to read Japanese and Chinese. So I don't know where you get the idea that somehow you're like me and inferring that I play MMOs all the time. I enjoy MMOs when I can. I don't play it all the time because I hate it. In fact, dear me, if you are a person who hates to play something you're spending time on, go call up a friend or a family member or someone, because when someone starts to choose to use their spare time to do something that they hate, that's where I spend a lot of my private time talking to people. Like, for language learning related things, it would be like something like, oh man, I really wish I can speak this language, but I absolutely hate studying and learning. That's a problem, right? Like, how are you gonna learn how to speak and use the language that you like if you can't study or learn the language to use it, right? And they're trapped in this constant battle with, and then that's, by the way, that's kind of like FOMO. You play a game and you log into the game and they dangle, right? Like, I'm trying to support this guy's argument. They dangle that shiny 0.00001% loot in front of you, and when you log in and you're like, I absolutely hate playing this game, and it gets worsened by the thing you're looking at, right? Usually people play games because they like to play the game, and they're frustrated with the low chance of getting that loot, but they still like to play the game, right? Like, we want to be clear about this. It's not the same thing. Anyways, So, I don't play MMOs all the time. I rarely had the time to play MMOs. I quit World of Warcraft Burning Crusade because calculus was kicking my butt. Like like conceptual calculus. I had an instructor who focused on conceptions, like concept of math, as opposed to like mechanical procedural math, and I had a hard time adapting. Yeah, it really quickly stopped me from playing World of Warcraft. So yeah, no, I know what it's like. I do, and I still pick the things that I'm obligated to do. So hopefully the people I'm talking to can resonate with this. If you're sacrificing your own obligations, like your life, your security, your mental health, definitely find a friend or family member or even a professional to help you with your decision making. It can be very tough. Like, let's not get started on like Pokemon cards and collections and habitual materialism. There's a lot out there, and I'm not saying they don't exist, and I'm also not deflating the idea that corporate greed does not exist. Okay, it's very important to keep that in mind. I agree. In fact, and here's where I explain myself, because I think it's not in the video, or they didn't gather it from the video. In fact, I spend the majority of my time focusing on building and applying communication. This is what I'm doing right now. Communication, problem solving skills, and critical thinking skills. So the conversation I'm having with this person is exercising that right now. Like, it's my attempt. And I want to promote a more cognitively active, so brain functioning, active lifestyle, while people are engaging and understanding other people's interests. So if you like Neverwinter, for example, if you really like Neverwinter, tell me about it. Let's talk about it. Let's unpack it, because if you're sharing that you like Neverwinter, go for it. Like, it should make you feel good. Playing video games is good. If you're choosing to come back around and complain about things, yeah, that's a problem. Yeah. Like, the last 2 or 3 weeks, a couple people asked me, like, do you ever, like, how do you deal with tedium? How do you deal with tedium? And how do you keep on going with the things you like to do? And I'm like, the answer is I like to do them. Now, if you like something at the end of the rainbow, but you don't like doing it, you got to understand the nature of why you don't like doing it. Because you can still get to the end of the rainbow. You can still get to that nice thing if you're able to understand how to motivate yourself and engage in yourself. Like, if you gave me $1, $1 for every time I used to play League of Legends. I played for like the first 10 to 11 seasons. I don't know where, it's like a little bit after Thresh was introduced. If you're sitting there and you're saying, oh man, I really want that Diamond or the Grandmaster, I forgot what the ranking system is now, Masters and then Grandmaster ranking, but I absolutely hate playing the game. If I had $1 for every time that was said, by the way, I even use that in my classes. Like, what I mean is I use that analogy in order to demonstrate how learning how to do your exams, like your laboratory notebook and stuff, is a way you're practicing and training to get that degree you wanted, right? So this part, like, you know, like, if that's it, why are you choosing to do it? And that's not a trivial question. It's a very tough question for someone to answer when they're in an emotionally compromised and dependent state. And maybe that's what that person's referring to. Sort of. The person was more focusing on like the greed side of things. I'm totally on board about the concerns. If you are logging in and the first thing you say is, I absolutely hate this. This makes me feel so awful, but I really want that thing. And by golly, I'm gonna get it. If they get it, it will still be great. It will teach them a lesson in delayed gratification. However, yes, you could make an argument corporate greed may make it seem unattainable. And making it seem unattainable when in fact it might actually be unattainable, that's a trap. That's a predatorial demand and concern for mental health. And that is a very valid argument. Not the valid argument this person is making, for the record. So I'm being incredibly, at least as fair as I can be. Anyways, that's the stuff that I talk about. So if I'm talking about Neverwinter, I'm talking about target audience perceptions, publishers, developers, design choices that may or may not have the optics or the clairvoyance of, you know, the repercussions of mental health, right? So as we're going, so now we're engaging, and I said that it's engaging in understanding other people's interests. So if you like Neverwinter and you convince me very passionately that you love Neverwinter, not convince me that I should love Neverwinter. If you come on by and say, oh yeah, I can't stop talking about Neverwinter, this is great, like Neverwinter this, Neverwinter that, you know what? I should play Neverwinter and try to understand why you like Neverwinter. That's what brought me back consistently to Neverwinter. I want to understand the state of Neverwinter. If you like gacha games and you can't stop talking about them, it's not you trying to convince me that gacha games are fantastic. You just passionately and glowing. That's passion. That's the passion that this person says is void when it has to deal with the product. Like, no, people can be passionate about a lot of things. It's the passion that drives me. So not only does this person ignore my passion, they don't see passion when it slaps them in the face, unless it meets their whatever arbitrary portrayal of passion, right? And I usually do this by participating, by the way, in other people's things. So this whole Neverwinter thing, it was spawned from two people that I've met 7 years ago, actually. 7 years ago, when I started streaming, by the way. I've been doing this for over 7 years. I met these people. I no longer talk to them, by the way. And it's for legacy now. So my interest is usually based on trying to empathize with people, right? And sometimes I do personal things, like Clear Obscure was a personal choice. So now I want to lay the groundworks for some obvious things that I think this person is overstepping. Watching a video, when you say you watch a video, someone's video, it doesn't mean you're able to understand someone's background, right? In fact, it's almost entirely the other side. Like, how arrogant can you be to say that, oh dude, bro, I watched one of your videos. I watched the whole video. Now I understand your life. So hear me out. I'm going to tell you the biggest secret of all time, because I'm doing you this favor. I'm doing you this solid, bro. And to be frank, I typically find this stereotypical behavior, so that's perfectly fine, and trite. It's like, oh yeah, you watched a 15-minute video about someone's body transformation, and now you understand everything about their lives. What part of that is logical? Right? So I assert that this person continues to presume as though one video may give them sufficient information to have an accurate perception of my personal interest, which obviously I'm spending like 2 hours explaining how they're not the same, which is incredibly misplaced, not wrong or right, just, you know, potentially misplaced and myopic, short-sighted, right? Short-sighted. I do not share in this person's cynicism and catastrophizing while attempting to acknowledge certain realities. So what I mean is, a lot of the things he claims to know might actually be true. Like, I'm not denying that there isn't corporate greed and all that, but I don't share in this. I do not empathize with his cynicism. And like doomsaying and all that stuff. And I said that which we may actually agree upon. Like, I might actually agree with him on many of those realities, but I don't share his like negativity, his cynicism. I don't empathize with that. Especially using other people as martyrs, right? Like, oh hey guys, I really care about feeding the world. You see these kids that don't have food? Watch me like complain about something and get other people to give them food. You see how compassionate I am now? That's kind of how I feel about people who use other people as martyrs. Like, oh no, like I'm not suffering, but there are a lot of people out there that's suffering. So in order for you to do something about it, know that there are a lot of people suffering. I'm not one of them, but I'm a good guy, so I'm gonna point you to the people that are suffering so you can get a grip on reality, because you're ignorant and you don't understand the realities of the thing. Okay, sure, buddy. Like, go and use other people as martyrs for your own like opinions. Force a developer, a wannabe developer who wants to force their opinions on other people by using what was that? Oh yeah, FOMO. Thank you. Pot calling the kettle black, I would say. Then with that said, right? With that said, I also didn't say I believe your observations regarding MMOs and related matters are unfounded. So that's kind of a double negative. What I'm saying is, I didn't say anything the person said was wrong. Like, what? There was nothing I said that said like, oh yeah, you're wrong and I'm right. Like, this isn't about a competition about wrong and right. I'm not aiming for last place. Do you want me to counter with an MMO that's even worse than BDO? Like, what are we gaining from this? Like, oh yeah, what's worse? Oh, Xing actually did this earlier. Xing said Infinity Nikki, right? Infinity Nikki. It's a competition to the bottom. While I'm not saying you have to behave this way. I'm not one to engage in that. I laugh about it, like I talk with other people and understand where their perspective is coming from. But usually I aim upwards. Like, if there was anything that you want to compel to me is choosing a better example, not a worse example. But instead, this person went around and said, oh yeah, they're all the same. They're all just as bad. They're just horrendously bad, but I gave you the worst, one of the worst examples. Like, thank you. You've changed my life. Like, you've definitely convinced me that there is nothing good in this world. Thank you. Like, is that general enough for you? Right? Like, okay. I'm glad. Like, hear me out. I run towards people who seem like they're really upset and sad, and maybe they're not having the best of times, like social anxiety, having difficult relationships with their decision making and their life things. And usually the last thing you want to do is consistently tell them that it can get worse. And also that the people who constantly tell you it can get worse are the people you want to hang around with. On top of that, buying a product, getting advice from someone who only looks the worst in things. Now, I'm kind of sort of guilty of doing the same thing this person's doing, so I'm going to reel it back. I'm going to use myself as an example as opposed to someone else. For myself, I don't surround myself with people who look for the worst in things. I like surrounding myself with people who try to make the most of what really is. So if things are worse or are bad, they continue to look to do better, not worse. So if you're around and say, how did you get trapped in a FOMO written no life BDO live service thing? Sometimes the answer is within, honestly, and also your present company. So those people that they met, the best people that they've ever met, that's unfortunate that the thing that came out of it was a pure cynicism, hate, and toxicity towards a random person who they barely know. Oh wait, they watched the whole video and know a lot now about me. Yeah, I would buy, like for me personally, I would step behind a developer who knows that they can do better and will continue to do better than spend most of their time talking about the worst in people and how they're not immune, like how they're immune and exonerated from all the things that make humans human. That's asinine. To think that somehow you're a different human being, you cite things, and you make yourself more approachable and friendly and compassionate by saying how bad other people are. I'm not like, I rarely ever feel comfortable around someone who, like, if you have a friend who go around and say, oh yeah, that sucks a lot. Like, what happens when the turn is your turn? Like, what happens when your friend thinks you're bad? They could say like, oh, you're an exception, you're my friend. Like, everyone else sucks. Everyone else is, they make money for the wrong reasons, but you're making a lot of money, but that's okay. You're different. You're my friend. I'm like, I don't know about that, but at least I stand by being happy with people who try to do more with their surroundings. So if someone has a problem, they don't tell you that, oh yeah, you have it bad, but trust me, there's worse. Do you feel better now? Do you think I'm being compassionate? Like, I'm sorry. Like, I'm sorry that you spent $80 on a video game that is that wasn't game of the year. And then I'm sorry that the next game you buy that's for $80 is not going to be game of the year either. But guess what? At least you didn't pay $160 for it and not get game of the year. Like, okay. That's okay. My life is pretty fulfilled without someone who focuses on having a competition about what is worse about things. All right. So, I did tell my disagreement. My principal disagreement is that you seem, not exact, but you seem to talk to me like you have me figured out. Like, this person has me figured out. They're saying like, bruh, this is what you're supposed to believe in, right? You have me figured out despite my attempts to say, bruh, I'm not coping with nostalgia and FOMO like you are. Let's be very clear. We are not on the same page about this. I like, you might be coping like really hard, but I have no problem talking about this. This is what in my opinion, this is what I do most of the time. This is my wheelhouse. I try my best at all times to make people happier. I try. That is the only reason I'm covering video game. Like, one of the biggest reasons I'm covering video games, doing long study sessions, like tasks, problem solving, because I think people need to take control of their life. Like, hopefully they are able to take control of their life so that corporate greed, FOMO, these strategies are a moot point. They're moot because you have control. You have agency. If you don't like a game, you drop it. You don't continue playing the game because you hate it. And I definitely agree, this stuff still exists, where it's so predatorial that people numb their disagreements with the video game in order to continue playing it, and it sucks. By the way, not the purpose of this person's attempt. Like, I don't personally think this person had that insight about me, and watching the video should have maybe revealed some of that, but maybe not, right? So, and I clear the air, right? I clear the air. This guy mentioned that indie games have a very passionate, there's a lot of creativity, right? So I want to be clear about this statement. I have a long-standing bias. I am absolutely biased on this. I have a long-standing bias supporting iteration, innovation, and creative liberties. And this is not exclusive to gaming only. It is currently reflected in the and by chance though, it is currently reflected in the idea of the indie sector of gaming, right? The gaming industry's indie sector. However, I choose, and it's very important that I use the word I choose to try to expand my understanding through both vicarious, so like watching someone do something, you know, watch another streamer, watch a YouTuber, vicariously, and direct participation. So me playing the game, literally playing the game of different activities that are outside my own or any other personal echo chamber. So like if you have an echo chamber and you stay in it, your prerogative, man. Like if your prerogative is everyone who works for a company is evil and they're greedy, and anyone who plays a game that is operated by an evil company and a corporation is dumb, a potato, don't make their own decisions, have no critical thinking skills, you stay in your own echo chamber. I'm okay with that. Like, go on and perpetuate what your beliefs are. I don't sit in my own echo chamber. I play Neverwinter as an example of understanding. Like, I still play Neverwinter so I can make commentary on what is the state of Western MMOs in the live service model of today. I don't spend my entire life in it. The same way I don't spend my entire life in the indie sector or in speaking English even, or in a single culture. You sound like a person sounds like a butthead when they overstep by saying everyone does this, no one does this, which drama called me out on a couple times today, because after a while of reading online and stuff, you get into a specific habit sometimes where you're like, oh, everyone does this, and it's like, no, it's mostly or likely, potential, often, right? And that is who I'm talking to. They said everyone is bad, all this is that, everything is that, so what are you? Well, you're someone, so let's apply the same strategy. Is this fair? I don't think it's fair, but let me illustrate. How do I mirror this person's critique? You're a keyboard warrior who pretends to be a developer, who then portrays like they understand what being a developer is like, and then use other people as martyrs to pretend like you know more than you actually do in experience. Is all of that fair? Absolutely not. That is overstepping. that is overreaching without knowing anything. Like, I do not know these things about this person. In fact, this person could be really upset and actually earnestly having a really terrible time, and they wanted to share it with someone else. And the frustration is they want to make a video game that maybe circumvents and dispels developers and passions. Who knows? They might make the next indie game of the year. So that's why I don't participate, in my opinion. Like, just because I don't participate doesn't mean I don't see it. I see it all the time, right? People talk to me like that all the time when they're angry, suffering, and just really upset about everything. Like, to the point where the things that they love, they hate. They eventually learn to hate the things they love. And that sucks, because eventually you're going to run out of choices. Like, I like to learn language. I didn't start by saying, oh yeah, man, I'm going to spend the next year grinding through characters, and I'm going to love it because I'm going to grind through it like I did from day one. I didn't do that. I learned to love it because I put effort, time, I curated it, I improved it over time. I noticed where I didn't really like it, so I try to make it better. That's iteration. Iteration, innovation, and creative liberties. My commentary right here is my creative liberty of demonstrating that I can talk about someone who is incredibly belligerent towards me and still believe that I think we are kind of on the same page in a reality situation. We do not share the same feelings, and one of us is overstepping their perceptions. One of us is incredibly presumptuous. However, it's kind of acceptable, because it's not like I'm gonna expect someone to sit through my life history or story. At the same time, it kind of makes someone, it's kind of embarrassing if you presume something and then the other person says, nah dude, I'll spend the next 5 hours telling you how that's not true. And then if they come back and say, oh no, I know it's true, you're just lying to yourself. You're lying to yourself that you actually like doing this. You're lying to yourself that's gaslighting. So we'll find out. This saga hasn't ended yet, by the way. I've done this saga before for Duolingo. When I was using Duolingo, ooh-wee. That one it got a little hairy, and people double down telling me how I should feel and what if I'm unhappy. I think there were people who legitimately convinced me that I have to be unhappy. There's also a time when I started language learning, like Japanese and Chinese. People went out of their way, and when I'm people, I don't want to, I sound like non-specific because I don't want to attack anyone per se. I think genuinely they had kind intentions, but they were trying so hard to convince me that you have to be miserable in order to like learning something, especially a language. Like, you have to be absolutely miserable, and that's when you know you're serious about something. So my response to that is, I guess I'm not serious about language learning. I guess I'm not a hardcore MMO player. I guess I don't work hard enough in life to understand the meaning of having hard times in my life. It would be interesting to ask this person if they know what's hard and what's not hard in my life. It's definitely, I'll give the person a hint. It's definitely not knowing when to quit in MMO if it's not fun anymore. It's definitely not that. I'll let you speculate what other things compete with it. Sometimes it starts with the racism. It starts with that. So we can go and talk to like heavier topics if you want, right? Perfectly fine. I'm well prepared for those. So in the end of the day, right, what do I do to make sure that I get my message across, or at least I try to get my message across? Again, good luck with your grievances, right? I'm genuinely worried about their grievances. Good luck with your grievances and finding a more empathetic person to run your projections, right? Like, it's good to find someone. It might be helpful, not necessarily guaranteed to be good. It may be helpful to find someone who empathizes with them. I don't. I can't reciprocate this feeling. I think cynicism and hyperbolic catastrophizing is something that I don't want other people to spend time continuously being around. I don't think that's a great environment when you're talking about video games. When you're talking about things you do for fun, the first thing I would think about is, dude, if you want to go play with people or like hang out over a dinner table, is your first thought is to invite someone who always look at the worst of things? You know, there's a word for that when it comes to those things. It's called a party pooper. And you might be thinking, oh man, now I'm victim blaming. No, my goal would be, I wish I could turn that party pooper into the star of the party. Like, that would be a superpower. If that party pooper is like, no one wants to invite that person, no one wants to bring that person, how can we get that person to want to go to a party and therefore they stop feeling bad about going to a party? I think most of those times I spend more time thinking about that than focusing on how people fail you, the main character, how someone else, a stranger, fail you by not agreeing with your feelings about things. I want you to feel better. Like, that's the goal. Like, why make it a competition about who's the worst or who can be more toxic when you can make a competition about becoming less toxic because you have more things to be happy about? So that's kind of a more each their own situation, but I'm going the other way. All right. So with my last comment, and I think this comment, I'm gonna be a little humble bragging about this. I kind of like my last comment. My last sentence is, I really truly hope that one day in the future, you may also find people that appreciate the game that you are allegedly making with bright eyes, sparkling eyes and curiosity, rather than suspicion, doubt, and poor faith. Because for every one of the people, for every one of the people that I meet like this, I hope there are still people out there who, when they see a video game, they're like, oh yeah, you know what? Let's take a chance. Let's take a chance, because this is a luxury we have. Like, understand, at least in my opinion, from my perspective, that when you choose to play a video game, it's a luxury. It's fantastic. Like, you can choose to do this, and it's so good that people lose track of what they need to do. And that's kind of where my thoughts are. So I can definitely appreciate the choice to include the quote-unquote devious motivations of corporate business. And it's not necessarily intentional deviousness, but more so pragmatic callousness. And I agree with them when they say, quote unquote, no one, like, to some extent, no one cares anymore in these big companies. Sort of. In the sense of business logistics. Business itself is callous. Kind of like when the person said 0.000000001%, and they state a statistic. The statistic is callous. It doesn't regard people's feelings. So when you say 0.0000001%, it still means 0.0000001%. Whether that's bad or good, that's when your projections come through, right? Like working a year for an item, that's a long time, right? I don't know. 1 year is a statistic. Statistic is callous. So this person has all the bases of thinking like a fine businessman. You state some facts and you bend them to push your agenda. You bend them to push your opinion. I'm okay with that. Honestly, like that's kind of how people do business and go on social media and stuff. What I am concerned about and I disagree about is that this person is projecting and thinking that I feel the same way. I do not associate myself with pure toxic liquid hate. Like, I don't think that is productive, in my opinion. It's bad association, personally. Like, that's my personal take. If I were to interact with someone and I would ask for feedback and trust someone and like interact with having other people interact with this person, my disclaimer is be careful. This person likes to gaslight and project their anger. So be wary that you're able to understand when someone is strongly trying to convince you that there's a feeling you must have. The reason why I say this is because that's kind of how video games do it as well. So, if I were to be very honest with this person, I think the points that they raise are very concerning, and I actually agree that they do exist. The way they're going about it is like the pot calling the kettle black. They are resorting to the same strategies and tactics. Quite literally, it's almost an exercise in hypocrisy. You use the same strategies and the same arguments and the same methods to make the argument that someone should be aware of those. So, in a way, sorry to hear that you feel so bad about the games. Now, maybe 3 or 4 years down the line, when this person has more experience with game development or publishers and stuff, they could make like $1 million game. That's good for them. My hope is that they will find trust and maybe positivity in the process. Otherwise, I can't see how a game developer, like, it's difficult. Let's just not necessarily can't. It's difficult for me to appreciate how someone chooses to make a video game out of passion while voluntarily assaulting someone else for liking video games or for like trying to be reasonable about video games. Because, hey, hear me out. If your game sucks dirt, but you're a nice person who can tell me the story about your game and try to tell me that you put your love, sweat in it, I've got your back. I've got your back. Like, I will play the game and look at the pros and cons of the game and did exactly what I do when I covered Neverwinter, which is think about the target audience, the available target audience, what they may be looking for because of the current status trends, not nostalgia, right? It's so belligerent
how someone can say, oh yeah, you and me are similar. We got that same nostalgia. So you can't enjoy what's current because yeah, that was the standard. It's like I don't you got me all wrong, bro. Like the things I said was according to current standards. Like Neverwinter was juxtaposed to the other games. Your argument is all the current MMOs are garbage and they're evil and devious, so you chose to compare all current MMOs to your nostalgia, your fantasy, your romanticized past. Well, we don't live in the past. We live in the present. And we plan and build for the future. What is that game you're building? Are you building a game that evokes the past? Good luck. Like, good luck. Prove me wrong. I'm there to champion you when you create a game that's built on nostalgia that is current. Right? Like indie games that are successful are not indie games that is built entirely on nostalgia. They are building on their passion of the stuff they like and being current about it. Because someone who doesn't do that shouldn't be going around, in my opinion, saying they understand other people. They're compassionate about other people. Now, if you want to stick it to me real hard, like you're just like, no, do it and we'll see how it works out. I'm rooting for you. Like, do nostalgia without being aware and sharing any compassion for your target audience or your potential target audience, your potential publishers in which you need to get resources from, or you can self-publish, you know, make it big. Maybe you're a billionaire. I hope you're a billionaire. You can make it work. Like, yeah, go and be a mogul or a guru and then prove everything that I say is wrong. Fair enough. For this world, when you are callous and you make opinions and hot takes like you're a callous person, the chances are you can be very passionate, which makes sense because this person is clearly very passionate. Someone who's passionate can also be violently negative. They can be violently positive as well, as opposed to realistic. You know, realistic is in between. So this person does strike me as a very passionate person, and that comes with the territory. You are both passionately positive about the things you like and passionately negative about the things you dislike. I'm not that person. So we're not on the same page. Please don't say that we're similar in that nature, right? This is the whole point of that misunderstanding. You think that citing something that is worse is somehow going to make me recapitulate about something I already know. Like, stop assuming that people are dumb and actually speak from experience. You know, speak like you actually know what you're talking about. Because I can do this. I can do this all day too. You can point out things I don't know. I can tell you things I don't know. Pretty easily. I haven't ever made a game in my life. Yeah, more or less. I haven't ever developed a game. I've never worked for a corporation before. Right? I don't work for Cryptic. I don't work for Art Games, etc. I have not designed any form of tabletop game or any like digital game. Like no games at all. I study game theory from a consumer standpoint, and I worked most of my life in science. I don't play MMOs all the time. It would be very difficult to play MMOs all the time and juggle a full-time dedication to science. So, with that out of the way, no, you can't possibly know all of this after watching a whole video. And then assuming all those things about me, or like inferring all those things, that's overstepping your perceptions. At least that's perfectly reasonable. I'm not really offended. I just thought I'd let you know. to that stranger. This person might watch this video, maybe. But for me, that's how we hash it out. And it was about Neverwinter, by the way, guys. I know it sounded a little less about Neverwinter, but this was a Neverwinter video comment. And what is a great way to fill in the time when you can bring up, quote unquote, kind of like drama, I suppose. For the record, one of the biggest pastimes in Neverwinter is sitting in PE. And watching people duke it out with arguments. That's legitimately one of the pastimes. And if you're wondering, why am I not doing that right now? Is because of one of the biggest things that I mentioned in that video this person criticized. 0.00001% is still not 0%. Because here, those things no longer happen anymore. During this time frame, you can barely get like 5 people together, let alone 10. Not only that, when I was doing my heroic encounter, or like when I was running around in the instance that had the new Soul Harvest 2 area, there wasn't enough people to clear major encounters. That's the world thing. That's the thing that's supposed to be soloable. Like, that's solo, quote unquote, solo content. So let's get a little bit of reality check here. BDO, you can still do most of those things. In fact, you can do 99%. It's the whole point of it being solo content, right? So when you're trying to make a valid argument, don't be doing the apples and oranges thing. You want to actually have things that are present in both instances and demonstrate that they are comparable. BDO is not comparable to Neverwinter if you play MMOs all the time and you're a developer and you understand whatever it is that you understand, like you're putting yourself like you know better than I do, then perhaps do not sound like you're a kid generalizing apples and oranges and pineapples and peaches. They're all fruits, I get it. But are all of them sweet? To some extent, right? Are they all juicy? To some extent, right? Trying to present like you know something that I don't? You have to describe the pineapple. You have to describe the apple and the oranges. And then understand and show how they don't compare and how they do compare. You know, compare and contrast. That would be a very engaging discussion that we may have. That's what I focus on. That's what I call critical thinking. Critical thinking. Or deep processing, maybe. So with that, I'll keep in touch next week, guys. Next week. This is coffee time. Coffee table chatter. Sorry, I know that an RTQ popped and I didn't accept it. But this is a part of the pastime. I don't know if there are Neverwinter players that are, I'm sure there are because this is a legacy game. Maybe like a good number of Neverwinter players would sit here, and what they do is they would use Neverwinter. This is over 10 years ago. They would do like the World of Warcraft thing. Like the hub, they would sit in Protector's Enclave and they would just chat. People would chat in public, in private. It would be a forum, right? And then, you know, there would be very questionable topics. Usually politics and religion comes into play, and then people are inciting things. But we just did that. Only a little bit more new age conversation. And that's why I used to play Neverwinter, by the way. Neverwinter gives me a lot of lens into how Europeans interact with each other. And I know I'm generalizing a little bit, but it is kind of very appropriate here. Because when you're actually in the European time zone, so like that would be like noon my time. Around noon my time, and then that would be the evening around the generalized Western Europe. I'm specifically talking about Western Europe. You'll have Italian, French, and German, along with definitely Portuguese, and then English speakers, right? And they would hang out and they would talk about things, usually like making fun of Americans and stuff. You know, that's kind of a fun thing. And they would chat, and it would be what I kind of sit there. Like, I don't actually even play the game sometimes. Like, it used to be a hub. World of Warcraft used to be a hub. I actually used to log on to World of Warcraft to catch up with what people are doing. I was in college. The people that I knew, they were already in like law school and pharmacy school. Like, I met a couple pharmacists. The closest people that I remember were this couple who were lawyers. They were a lawyer in training. They were like studying for their bar exam. I still remember running one of the first heroic dungeons, which was introduced in Burning Crusade. It was the one where you jump off a waterfall. It was like all water. I forgot what the name is called. But yeah, it was a pair of lawyers, and they were talking about how they were studying for the bar exam. But they're having some time to play World of Warcraft, right? And if you want nostalgia, there you have it. A little bit of a tea spilling. For the record, if you're curious, I welcome you. You can provide chatter if you want. Know that I am a person who likes to promote discussion, discretion. Trying to be your own worst enemy in an argument so that you can put yourself in the other person's shoes. In no way do I think this guy is, or like the person that I'm talking to is unreasonable, so to speak. Maybe emotionally compromised a little bit in a way, or potentially not emotionally aware of themselves. However, the things they say, the things they observe, they're probably perfectly competent. So no witch hunting here, right? Try to mitigate witch hunting, white knighting, and that. I mean, I don't have knights to begin with. The way I go about talking about these things, you wouldn't know a white knight from a black knight from a gray knight. At least I don't think. So it was a little fun exercise. I wanted to talk about this because it's related to Neverwinter. And tomorrow, I mean not tomorrow, the next time, it will seem like tomorrow for the people who, I don't know, they watch this. Next week, we'll get an update to this. I'm sure there will be plenty of correspondence by then, maybe. So stay tuned for next week in Soul Harvest 2. I am pretty convinced that I will not be able to find a advanced soul harvest, right? An advanced soul harvest in this time of day. This is my time slot most of the time. So there is a few that, like, one person asked if there was a master layer of the Mad Dragon run at this time. But generally speaking, at this time, it's a near zero or guaranteed 0% chance that it's near zero. It's definitely less than 0.0000% that you can fill in like a master's soul harvest, for example. I'll look up and see if I can maybe find a window to do advanced soul harvest once for like just sharing soul harvest. Other than that, it is a solo game for all intents and purposes for Neverwinter. So until then, if you're gonna watch this really long section later, thank you. I always appreciate it. You are more than welcome to follow along. Give Neverwinter a try if you want. It is free to play. It's a live service model. Minimal microtransactions for the solo component, right? For the solo component. And yes, there are battle passes and whatnot, but quite legitimately purely cosmetic as opposed to functional. And then Feel free. Feel free to come on by, yap, exchange your ideas, maybe even contribute your hot takes about your grievances about live service. When I'm playing a live service game, I talk about live service games. P5X is a gacha game. I talk about gacha. Language learning, I talk about app design and subscription-based services. You hate Duolingo? I talk about Duolingo. Let's talk about something. The idea is without discussion, and you're stuck in your echo chamber. When you talk to someone else, it can be very, very difficult to look, scout, or even feel compassion or exchange empathy with another person. Stay in your echo chamber long enough and you can be convinced of anything. So I'm more here to entertain that idea. You can try to drag me out of my echo chamber, as long as you determine which echo chamber I'm in, right? Until then, stay safe, stay healthy, play responsibly, choose, make decisions that make yourself happy, right? Choose to do things that you enjoy. When things that you choose to do are constantly a source of negativity, I think it's kind of time to sit down and maybe talk with someone or discuss with someone why that is the case. If you're able to explain it, a solution might follow. So until then, see you guys next week. Take care. Bye bye.